Chapter 2149. Although Hong Sun was a genius in the 7th division, his strength was pitifully weak and he didn't have any backing. Therefore, he only had a total of over 1,700 points. After losing 1,000 points to Yi Xian, it could be said that he was crippled. This was because the remaining 700 points weren't enough for him to buy the treasures he needed. A defeated person would never be pitied by others. Even Hong Sun's former master wouldn't care about him at this moment. No one cared about what would happen to Hong Sun in the future. Everyone was talking about the winner, Yi Xian. Wow, young Master Yi is indeed young Master Yi. Just by casually summoning 1,000 divine beasts, I'm afraid that many people can't do anything to him. Isn't that so? With the strength that young Master Yi displayed, I'm afraid that no one below the middle-level heavenly god realm would dare to provoke him. Moreover, with young Master Ye's identity, how could he only have one ultimate move? In my opinion, young Master Yi must have held back his strength. He's so strong, as expected of young Master Yi. Ignorant people would always be ignorant. Once Yi Xian won, these people immediately changed their tone. They seemed to have forgotten that no one thought highly of Yi Xian before this. Of course, Yi Xian's performance naturally attracted the attention of everyone in the training camp. Even those who didn't pay attention to Yi Xian couldn't ignore Yi Xian at this moment. A mere true God realm cultivation could be said to be at the bottom of the entire training camp. However, the techniques that he displayed, as well as the information and potential contained in those techniques, were worth paying attention to. Young Master, did you do that on purpose? Suddenly, Fian, who was following behind Yi Xian, asked. Yi Xian didn't tell Fian about his plan. Therefore, Fian didn't know what Yi Xian's ultimate goal was. Of course, with Fian's intelligence, she could see some clues. Hee girl, remove your disguise in the future and use your true face to meet others. If you want to disguise yourself in front of me, I won't care about you. Girl was the name that Yi Xian gave Fian. Of course, strictly speaking, it wasn't a name at all. Alright. Flying Smoke was not ambiguous and directly answered. No matter what purpose Yi Xian had, Flying Smoke would unconditionally obey. At this time, Flying Smoke already knew that not only had Yi Xian obtained Flying Feather's godhead, but he had also begun to revive. Yi Xian didn't say anything and Fian didn't ask either. However, Fian was still very grateful to Yi Xian in her heart, just like her oath in the past. At this time, Fian had already regarded herself as Yi Xian's personal property, or rather a female slave. Yi Xian returned to his living quarters. In this training camp there was indeed not as much trouble as the outside world. However, Yi Xian would not always indulge in pleasure here. Come out, withered bone sword servants. Several dozen withered bone sword servants of varying strength instantly appeared. Yi Xian casually threw the cloaks he had prepared to these withered bone sword servants, then said to them, Go and collect all the information regarding Emo Shanggu and this training camp. Yi Xian wanted to investigate Emo Shanggu. Actually, there was no clear path to take. Since that was the case, Yi Xian might as well start a full-scale investigation. Of course, the withered bone sword servants were only the first batch. Yi Xian didn't have much power to mobilize at the moment, but these withered bone sword servants could at least be of some use. Emo Shanggu? Destroy? Also, what were those guys that required 990,000 totem beasts to be sacrificed in order to be resurrected? Yi Xian, when the time came, he would have to find out. The withered bone sword servants quickly left to carry out Yi Xian's plan, while Yi Xian prepared to rest. However, not long after he laid down, he heard a knock on the door. Is young Master Yi in? May I come in? Someone is looking for me? Yi Xian was a little surprised. Could it be another faction that was on good terms with Ling Xian court? Come in. Since someone was looking for him, Yi Xian immediately let them in. However, it wasn't one person who entered but 5. The moment the 5 entered, one of them threw out a few flags, completely isolating the entire room. Then, the 5 of them directly knelt in front of Yi Xian. Fire Tribe Elementary Apostles greet the God Emperor. What the hell? The 5 of them immediately set up restrictions as soon as they entered the room. At first, Yi Xian was confused as to what they were up to. However, when he turned around, the 5 of them knelt in front of Yi Xian. This made Yi Xian a little unable to react. You are? Yi Xian asked in surprise. He really didn't know these 5 people. God Emperor, the 5 of us are Fire Tribe Apostles. We are from the primordial bloodline. The primordial bloodline. The primordial divine emperor. In an instant, Yi Xian understood their identities. Yi Xian had obtained the primordial divine emperor's inheritance. It could be said that he was now the primordial divine emperor. However, Yi Xian had never considered the possibility that the primordial divine emperor still had descendants or subordinates. After all, the primordial divine emperor was an extremely powerful person from countless years ago. Now that tens of millions of years had passed, who knew if he still had subordinates? Even if there were, after such a long time, these people would have long since gone back to what they were supposed to be doing. However, what Yi Xian didn't expect was that someone would come looking for him as soon as he arrived at Emoshang training camp. Chapter 2150. From the start, Yi Xian had guessed that the Jade Talisman was not as simple as it seemed. Now, it seemed that the Jade Talisman represented many things. Of course, no matter what, this was a good thing for Yi Xian. How much power does the ancient remnant tribe have now? Yi Xian thought for a moment and asked directly. These people would be Yi Xian's forces in the future, so naturally he had to know more about them. Emperor God, we do not know about the other 4 tribes. But the strongest person in the Fire tribe is a Lord God. Lord God was a realm. God, Sky God, Spirit God, Profound God, True God. These 5 realms were the 5 lower realms of the God realm. True God was also a realm, but at the same time it was also a title. Generally speaking, the gods of the human race were called true gods or human gods. The other races also had their own titles. For example, the gods of the demon race were called demon gods, the gods of the spirit race were called spirit gods, and so on. Each realm was divided into upper, middle, and lower levels, and each level was further divided into 9 grades. Lord God was the first level of strength in the middle 5 realms. Yi Xian frowned slightly. It seemed that the ancient remnant tribe's strength was only average. At the very least, the Fire tribe's strength was not that great. Of course, this was because Yi Xian was too careless. A true god was not to be trifled with. It could be said that if a true god appeared now, it would be enough to crush the entire Emoshang training camp. Yi Xian thought for a moment and made a decision in his heart. Yi Xian could say that the appearance of these people was a surprise, but it could also be said that he was not surprised at all. It was impossible for an ancient remnant god emperor to not have some tricks up his sleeve. What surprised Yi Xian was that these people would find him. However, since these people were here, then Yi Xian could make good use of them. Let me ask you, how many people does the Fire tribe have in this area? Emperor God, there are only 5 of us in the Fire tribe. The Fire tribe's main area of activity is not here. The 5 of us are only here on orders to investigate something. Investigate something? Tell me, what do you want to investigate? Replying to the God Emperor, my Fire clan's lord has sensed that there's something strange about this Emoshang pavilion, so we've come to investigate. Yi Xian nodded. This ancient remnant tribe was not strong, but they were quite a busybody. Emoshanga obviously had a problem, and a very big one at that. However, the strongest person in the Fire clan was only a Sir God. How dare they meddle in other people's business? Did they have nothing better to do? Weren't they afraid of being targeted by annihilation? Of course, although Yi Xian thought so in his heart, he was still investigating Emoshanga. In that case, it would be perfect for these people to assist him. Yes, this Emoshang pavilion is indeed problematic. In reality, they are just a puppet sect. Alright, I'm too lazy to explain anything else to you. Now I'll give you a mission. Don't let anyone know that you've come to see me today. After today, you'll act as if you've never seen me. Furthermore, you'll treat me as your enemy. Then, you'll take the opportunity to rope in that Emoshang pavilion member and investigate in secret. Do you understand? Yi Xian's words were simple, but his meaning was very clear. The 5 of them were not fools. How could they not understand? However, to make Yi Xian their enemy? Even if they were given 100 guts, they wouldn't dare. When they heard Yi Xian's words, the 5 of them immediately knelt on the ground and said in unison, We dare not make an enemy out of Lord God Emperor. What are you being so wishy-washy about? This is a plan to investigate that Emoshang pavilion member. It's not like I'm actually asking you to betray me. Alright, it's settled. Remember, after today, you mustn't give yourself away. Even if you attack me directly, You mustn't make the slightest mistake. Furthermore, treat today's matter as if it never happened. Our opponent isn't weak. If any of you give yourself away, I'm afraid we'll all be finished. This. All right, Lord God Emperor. We already know what to do. The 5 of them understood Yi Xian's intentions from the start. However, they hadn't dared to make Yi Xian their enemy. Now that Yi Xian had made this request, they had no choice but to obey. The 5 of them quickly left, as if nothing had happened. With the 5 of them in hiding, Yi Xian had a few more tricks up his sleeve. One in the light, one in the dark, one in the front, one in the back. Yi Xian was working together to find out the secret that Moshang Pavilion was hiding. Of course, even with the addition of the 5 from the Fire Tribe, Yi Xian's strength was still very, very weak. Moshang Pavilion was like a giant in front of Yi Xian. If they wanted to investigate, Yi Xian would probably have to think of a way himself. Of course, these things couldn't be rushed. Could only be done gradually. On the second day of training, it was obvious that a portion of the people were much more well-behaved in front of Yi Xian. As for the ordinary people, they had to avoid Yi Xian. After all, from Yi Xian's background and the strength that Yi Xian had displayed, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Very quickly, 3 months had passed. Yi Xian welcomed his first mission. Moshang Training Camp would issue missions once a year. It was similar to a test. In Moshang Training Camp, it didn't mean that you were safe once you entered. In fact, once you didn't have enough points, it was normal to be kicked out. The annual test was both an opportunity and a crisis. The annual assessment was 500 points. What did 500 points mean? One had to know that when Yi Xian came, he was only given 1,000 points. It could be said that if you didn't work hard, you would only be able to use the points for 2 years. There were only 3 ways to earn points in Moshang Training Camp: duels, missions, and special training rewards. There was no need to talk about duels. Yi Xian had already done it once. However, duels like that were rarely accepted if there was no enmity between them. As for missions, there were many more. The annual test was mandatory, but there were also other kinds of missions. However, the annual test mission this time was Yi Xian's first time coming into contact with the mission system of Moshang Training Camp. On this day, everyone in the training camp had gathered. Apart from those who had enough points or special permission to not participate in the test, everyone else had gathered. The head of Moshang Training Camp's first division was called Lu Luo. Lu Luo was only a peak celestial god powerhouse. Normally speaking, he didn't have the qualifications to become a division head. However, he had another identity, and that was a Grandmaster Blacksmith. Chapter 2151. In the realm of the gods, the majority of people would not choose any of the subsidiary professions. Therefore, every subsidiary profession would be able to obtain a very high status. Alchemist, weapon refiner, restriction master, beast tamer, and other subsidiary professions were not to be underestimated once their realm reached a certain level. The reason why the Myriad Beasts Divine Sect had such a vast territory and was able to obtain such special treatment was because they were a beast tamer sect. Of course, even subsidiary professions had huge differences. For example, if a beast tamer was compared to a weapon refiner, if they were of the same realm, there would be a huge difference in treatment. After all, divine beasts could only be forcefully subdued with strength. Therefore, beast tamers were of little value. However, weapon refiners were different. Every single one of them knew how to refine weapons. This was a huge amount of wealth. Only they could refine those special treasures. Lu Luo looked at the people in front of him. At this moment, he was standing on the high platform and looking around. When he saw Yi Xian, he nodded slightly and said, "I believe everyone already knows that today is the day of our annual examination. This time you will still need to enter the examination valley. Many of you should have been to the examination valley before. Of course, there are also some who have not. Therefore, I will briefly explain the rules here. The examination valley is a special secret realm specially marked out by my Moshang Training Camp. There are a total of 5 levels in this secret realm. Since your realm is different, you will need to enter different areas. True gods will enter the first area, heavenly gods will enter the second area, and so on. Your mission is to kill a specific number of test beasts. I will not say any more nonsense. The 500 points are right there. Whether you gain or lose 500 points will depend on your performance. Alright, you can all go now. Yi Xian, you stay behind for a while. Everyone looked at Yi Xian, but did not say anything and directly left. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why did the head want to ask him to stay behind? Head. Yi Xian looked at Lu Luo and called out lightly. And Yi Xian, because you have only joined the first division for 3 months, you have the right to not participate in this examination. Your points will not be deducted. So, are you giving up on this examination? So it was this matter? Would Yi Xian give up? Of course not. It was said that there were many benefits to be had in this assessment valley. Yi Xian wouldn't be so foolish to give up such a good opportunity. Thank you for your kind intentions. I choose to participate. Alright, since you've chosen to participate, I'll explain it to you in detail. The test beast is the designated target. However, danger lurks everywhere in the test valley. Other than various divine beasts, there are also special restrictions, traps, and so on. Once you enter, you may encounter danger at any time. Also, in the assessment valley, our training camp surveillance is not that strong. If someone were to make a move on you, I'm afraid we won't be able to save you in time, so you'd better watch out for yourself. Remember, your target is the first area. Don't hesitate to come out immediately after you've killed 10 exam beasts there. You must not be careless. Yi Xian nodded, but in fact he didn't care at all. In the first area only Yi Xian was a true god. However, this was also because Yi Xian didn't want to level up. As long as Yi Xian was willing, he could level up immediately even at his current state. However, although Yi Xian used brashness to attract people's attention, he didn't want to face unnecessary trouble due to leveling up too quickly. After receiving Lu Luo's approval, Yi Xian entered the assessment valley. The assessment valley was a separate secret realm. It was a square that the Mo Shang training camp opened up in the void. However, the location was still very big. It was equivalent to the size of 2 territories. In other words, it was equivalent to the size of 2 ordinary continents. Moreover, the cost of such a secret realm was definitely huge. Therefore, when the Mo Shang training camp built the assessment valley, they actually worked together with a few other families. It could be said that in the assessment valley, there weren't only Mo Shangji's family. There were also other participants. Every time the assessment valley was opened, a large amount of resources would be required. Inside the assessment valley, the flow of time was different. A day in the outside world was 10 days inside. Yi Xian and the rest had 15 days. In other words, they had 150 days in the assessment valley. After 150 days, they would be forcefully teleported out regardless of whether they could complete the mission or not. Yi Xian didn't pay too much attention to these matters. At this time, he had already arrived at the entrance. It could be said that in the entire Mo Shang training camp, there were less than 100 people who entered the first area. After all, the true God realm was only the lowest realm in the divine realm. Those who were able to enter the Mo Shang training camp were mostly at the heavenly God realm at the very least. With a flash of light, Yi Xian was teleported into the first area. There were also a few people who went in with Yi Xian. However, these people left immediately after seeing Yi Xian. Fian also participated in the assessment. However, when Yi Xian entered, Fian had already left with her companions. In other words, this time Yi Xian could only move alone. The strength of the assessment beasts varied. In fact, these assessment beasts could be considered as semi-tame divine beasts. Under normal circumstances, if you didn't take the initiative to attack them, they wouldn't take the initiative to attack people either. Moreover, these assessment beasts all moved alone. It could be said that this assessment wasn't considered too difficult. Of course, the prerequisite was that there were no other divine beasts causing trouble. Unfortunately, there wasn't much in this assessment valley except for divine beasts. All kinds of divine beasts were everywhere. The area of the assessment valley was very large. There were countless teleportation gates everywhere. When Yi Xian walked into the first teleportation gate, he was randomly teleported to a location in the first area. How's the preparation? Don't worry, big brother. How can you not be at ease when I handle things? That kid surnamed Yi. Before he entered the teleportation gate, I've already bribed someone to tamper with the teleportation gate. This kid surnamed Yi will be teleported to a nightmare-level area. Moreover, I still have a backup plan. Even if he can escape from the nightmare-level area, he definitely won't be able to escape from my pursuit. At this moment, if Yi Xian heard these two people's words, he probably wouldn't be so relaxed. There was actually someone who wanted to kill Yixian in the assessment valley. Of course Yixian didn't know. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care too much. The moment Yixian stepped out of the teleportation gate, he was stunned by the scene before him. A desert. A boundless desert. He had actually come to a desert. The rolling yellow sand was blown by the storm from time to time, forming tornadoes. Chapter 2152. The most important thing was that there was no standard for the formation of these tornadoes. They appeared as they wished, and even made it impossible for people to predict. In addition to the tornadoes, there were also powerful lightning strikes in the desert from time to time. Damn! Isn't this just an assessment? Is there a need to make it so difficult? Yixian was stunned for a moment. Then his figure flashed as he prepared to find his target. Suddenly, a loud sound came from behind Yixian. Yixian did not have time to think and jumped away immediately. All of a sudden, a strange divine beast leaped out from the yellow sand. This divine beast's gigantic mouth took up 2/3 of its entire body. It was one thing for it to be strange, but the key was that its speed was incomparably fast. Furthermore, as soon as it entered the yellow sand, all traces of it would disappear immediately. What kind of monster was that? Ding! System notification. Target giant mouth sand monster has 2 superpowers, yellow sand phantom and monstrous strength. Giant mouth sand monster's average cultivation level is lower heavenly god. The system notification sounded. However, Yixian was shocked. Didn't it say that the assessment area was only a level 1 area, corresponding to true god realm divine beasts? Why did he encounter a heavenly god realm divine beast as soon as he came out? What was going on? It seemed that this time Yixian was forced to break through. At this time, many people in the training camp were puzzled. Wow, someone actually entered the nightmare assessment. Isn't that too bad of a luck? One should know that in order to increase the difficulty of the assessment for everyone in the training camp, each area in the assessment valley was divided into different difficulty levels, from the difficult area to the advanced area. As for the nightmare area, it could be said that no one would enter it in 100 years. After all, the random teleportation settings were usually set to the normal and difficult areas. The probability of being sent to the advanced area was 1 in 10,000, and the probability of being sent to the nightmare area was 1 in 10,000. Generally speaking, only those who felt that they were strong enough to take the initiative to change areas would be sent to the advanced area. However, to be sent directly to the nightmare area as soon as he came out, his luck was not so good. 1 in 10,000 chance. With such a small chance, what else could the others say? Let me see who it is. Heavens, it's actually that newcomer Yixian from the first episode. No way, he's just a newcomer. Yet he actually entered the nightmare region. I'm afraid he's doomed this time. Lu Luo frowned. Yixian's identity was special. If anything happened to him, wouldn't Ling Xian Pavilion find trouble with Mo Shang Pavilion? What should he do? Interfere? No, there was no other way. The assessment valley was very special. Once the participants entered, it would close immediately. These people could use special divine abilities to sense the situation of the participants and even see their movements clearly. However, they did not have the ability to stop or change anything. At this moment, Lu Luo could only pray for Yixian in his heart. That brat was actually hiding his strength. Look, he broke through 3 levels in one go. Now he's actually a lower tier 3 heavenly god. Haha, this kid is quite interesting. It seems that he deliberately concealed his strength in order to obtain a special reward. However, if he can hide his strength from us, then entering the assessment valley is not a violation of the rules. At this time, Yixian had already broken through consecutively. However, this was a helpless action. This damned Huangsha, this damned monster, caught Yixian off guard. System continued to devour. My level is not enough. Yixian had already broken through 3 levels, but he had a feeling that even a lower tier 3 heavenly god's level of cultivation would not be enough here. Ding! System notification, please take note. If the host continues to devour, special resources will be consumed. Does the host confirm? Special resources? Yixian was stunned. Forget it. There were still many uses for special resources. If he used them now, it would be a huge loss. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Yixian did not need to devour special resources. After all, even if Yi Xian devoured all the special resources, he could only level up again at most. However, the loss would be great. Fortunately, the system was more humane now. Otherwise, if it was as cold as before, it would have devoured the special resources directly without any notification. By the time Yi Xian found out, it would be too late for regrets. Lower Tier 3 Heavenly God? This is a difference of a whole realm. Yi Xian looked at the gigantic mouth sand monster with murderous intent in his eyes. Ugly guy. Since you want to find trouble with me, then I'll kill you first and devour you. Deity slaying slash. Suddenly, Yi Xian moved and directly pounced on the gigantic mouth sand monster. In this environment, if Yi Xian summoned his divine rank mount, the effect would not be that obvious. After all, the yellow sand and lightning could appear at any time. The danger level was much higher, and it was also very disruptive. Of course, this gigantic mouth sand monster was not worth Yi Xian's 1,000 beast sword servants. Die for me. The critical hit effect was triggered, and the gigantic mouth sand monster was sent flying with 10 times the attack power. However, before the gigantic mouth sand monster could land on the ground, Yi Xian had already struck with his second sword. Die. Another critical hit. Without any suspense, Yi Xian directly killed the gigantic mouth sand monster. The effect of 100% critical hit against a mutated beast allowed Yi Xian to be even more powerful in battle against these mutated divine beasts. Devour. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian directly devoured the gigantic mouth sand monster's corpse. However, Yi Xian did not expect that his attack would poke a hornet's nest. These gigantic mouth sand monsters were not monsters that moved alone, but moved in groups. When the first gigantic mouth sand monster was killed by Yi Xian, more than 10 gigantic mouth sand monsters of varying strength immediately emerged from the ground. Holy shit! Yi Xian was stunned. He did not expect these things to move in groups. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Deity vanquishing slash. Yi Xian attacked again. This time he used his full strength. Ding! Host has obtained a divine soul fragment. Ding! Host has obtained a divine soul fragment. Finally, he obtained a divine soul fragment. The Godslayer's second skill required a divine soul fragment to activate. However, Yi Xian did not obtain one previously. Now Yi Xian found out that this divine soul fragment could only be obtained from monsters with cultivation, bases above the heavenly god realm. This item was actually so valuable. After killing these gigantic mouth sand monsters, Yi Xian's figure flashed as he continued forward. These gigantic mouth sand monsters were not his test beasts. Chapter 2153. Unfortunately, was this area really that simple? The sand monsters were just an appetizer. Yi Xian walked out of the group of monsters, but he didn't go too far before he ran into trouble again. This time the trouble didn't come from the monsters, but from the natural restrictions of the desert. The power of nature was something that even gods had to avoid most of the time. Even gods could only borrow from the laws of nature. No god had ever fully grasped the laws of nature. Knowing how to use and grasping were two different things. And in nature there was some power of rules. For example, the 4 seasons, wind and snow, and time and space. All of these were the laws of nature. However, there were some places where the laws of nature were messed up because of people or other reasons. Once they were messed up, the laws of nature would repair them. However, the repair process wasn't something that could be fixed just because it was said to be fixed. These places that were noticed by the laws of nature had a very nice name. Heaven's chosen land. Of course, there were other names such as the Forgotten Land and so on. Yi Xian didn't know how terrifying Heaven's chosen land was. In fact, there was probably no one who could truly understand how terrifying Heaven's chosen land was. Very few people entered the nightmare level area in this assessment area. Even if they did, they would either give up and leave or they wouldn't encounter too much danger. That was why the nightmare level area had always existed. However, this time Yi Xian would let the Emoshang training camp know just how terrifying their Heaven's chosen place, their nightmare assessment area, was. Yi Xian's figure moved forward quickly because he was very clear that his target was only the assessment beasts. Or rather, if he encounters some special divine beasts, he could kill them. However, at Emoshang's training camp, the people watching Yi Xian were all confused. What's going on? Why is that kid walking backwards? Yeah, what's that brat Yi Xian trying to do? Could it be that he's cultivating some special technique? That's so strange. Walking backwards? No, Yixian wasn't. Yixian was flying forward. Why are these giant sand monsters here again? Damn it, is this desert full of these things? No, I have to change directions and avoid these things. Yixian muttered to himself. Killing these giant mouths and monsters didn't have much of a benefit to Yixian, so there was no need to waste time. Yixian changed his position towards his left hand and continued forward. What does this brat want to do? Why is he walking forward again? And why is his speed so slow? At this moment, in the eyes of Lu Luo and the others, Yixian was moving in a straight line, sometimes forward, sometimes backward, sometimes extremely fast, sometimes extremely slow. What's going on? Why are we here again? About an hour later, Yixian was surprised to find that he had returned to the position of the sand monster. Yixian did not understand. What was wrong with him? Could it be that there was some kind of illusory restriction here that caused Yixian to lose his sense of direction? Yixian decisively stopped. In fact, he had been flying continuously for more than 10 hours. However, the sunlight in the sky did not change, and no matter how he ran, he would always return to the group of giant sand monsters. Therefore, Yixian could only suspect that there was some kind of special restriction here. However, was it really a restriction? After Lu Luo and the others noticed Yixian's abnormality, they immediately went to investigate. However, it would have been better if they did not investigate. Once they did, they found out that Yixian had encountered a terrifying problem this time. This was not a restriction, nor was it an illusion. Whether it was a restriction or an illusion, it was more or less man-made, so it was not impossible to break it. Unfortunately, this was a chaotic space-time. To be precise, Yixian was now running around in circles, and there were many giant sand monsters around him. However, in reality, Yixian was now at a point. An insignificant speck. This small dot was a chaotic origin that existed in this piece of time. In the nightmare zone, something like a chaotic origin was the place where the laws of nature would automatically restore the power of the law. It was just an insignificant point, a point that was difficult to see even with the naked eye. Usually, even if people or monsters walked past it, they would not notice it. However, such an origin was very random and symbiotic. It could be said that the current Yixian did not exist but also did not exist. In fact, after Lu Luo and the others discovered the abnormality, they wanted to see what Yixian was doing. However, when they used a special treasure to check that place, they found that Yixian was not there at all. However, what they saw in front of them was where Yixian was. Strange, extremely strange, so strange that in the entire Emoshang training camp no one could figure out what was going on. Yixian was clearly here, and they could feel Yixian. However, they could not see Yixian and they could not track Yixian. Yixian, who existed between existence and non-existence, was now in an extremely dangerous situation. Whether or not he could escape would determine Yixian's fate. However, how could he escape? Yixian did not even know what this was. At this time, Yixian suspected that this was an illusion and immediately tried to break it. However, he failed. What a perfect illusion. I can't see through it? System, do you have a way to break this illusion? Since he could not do it himself, Yixian naturally had to ask the system. However, this time the system did not help him. Ding! System notification. There are no illusions in the illusion that the host is in. What? No illusions? Yixian was stunned. Could it be that this was not an illusion but a restriction? Yixian knew that there was a difference between illusions and restrictions. At this thought, Yixian immediately said to the system, System, since there are no illusions here, it is very likely that there are some special restrictions here. Help me break this illusion. Ding! System notification. Host, please be aware that there are no restrictions here. When the system notification sounded, Yixian was stunned. Yixian was stunned. This time he was truly stunned. Not an illusion. No restrictions? So why was he trapped here now? What was going on? Yixian's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this was just a smokescreen? A smokescreen? This was something that was much lower level than illusions. Logically speaking, Yixian would be able to see through it with a single glance with the eye of insight. Chapter 2154. According to his plan, Yixian closed his eyes and didn't even release his divine telekinesis. He didn't want anything to disturb him and just walked forward step by step. He walked for a full 12 hours. Yes, Yixian walked for 12 hours. Yixian didn't open his eyes for 12 hours, nor did he use his divine telekinesis to check his surroundings. After 12 hours, Yixian opened his eyes. He wouldn't have known if he didn't look, but when he did, Yixian jumped in fright. At this moment, he saw the group of large-mouthed sand monsters not far from him. In other words, Yixian hadn't walked very far in 12 hours. With Yixian's current cultivation, he was at least a third-grade celestial god. Even if he walked for 2 hours, he couldn't be underestimated. But in reality, he had only walked less than 1,000 meters in 12 hours. What was going on? Yixian stopped and quickly calmed his mind. He knew that he was in trouble this time, so he could only calm down and investigate with peace of mind. The flow of time in the test space and the outside world was 1 to 10. In other words, Yixian's actions in the test space were as fast as if they were in fast-forward mode. At this moment, Lu Luo and the others were also paying attention to Yixian. And this time it wasn't just the examiners, but the entire Emoshang training camp's experts. Towards the unknown, everyone would have a certain degree of curiosity. Moreover, this was an important place like the Test Valley. How is it? Have you found the reason? The one who spoke was an instructor of the Emoshang training camp's internal camp. He had just arrived and left for a while, so he didn't know the details. I'm afraid that this time it's not just Yixian, but the entire Emoshang training camp has encountered something unbelievable. Lu Luo said with a bitter smile. What do you mean? Something unbelievable? What are you trying to say by saying this? Someone asked Lu Luo curiously. Lu Luo frowned, then said with some uncertainty, That's right. I suspect that Yixian is now in a different space. A different time and space? Is it the kind of space-time that is similar to the cosmos ring? Whether it was an interspatial ring or a special existence like Yixian's space devouring, they could all be described as a different time and space. Some of these spaces were formed by refining a part of the void space, while some were formed naturally due to some special reasons. Of course, everyone knew about the existence of a different space-time. But, looking at this kid's performance, it doesn't seem like he's from a different time and space. Have you guys noticed that this kid is always moving back and forth and the distance is always fixed? After walking 3,000 meters forward, he will definitely change direction and then walk back. Such a continuous cycle, no matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like a different time and space. That's right. It shouldn't be a different space-time, right? No one believed it. After all, Yixian's current state was very strange. It's possible that Yixian did this on purpose. Could it be that he wants to express something to us? Express? What do you mean? That's the assessment valley. What's there to be concerned about? Special existence? That's even more impossible. We've been paying attention to this kid all this time. Besides the yellow sand around him, there are only some sand monsters with large mouths. There's nothing to be suspicious about. At this moment, not only did Yixian fall silent, but even the people from Emoshang's training camp fell into deep thought. Of course, they were only wondering why Yixian was doing this. At the same time, Yixian's existence and non-existence attracted attention. In fact, although no one said it out loud, almost everyone had their suspicions. Could it be that there was something wrong with this Yixian? Yixian's inexplicable behavior made it easy for people to wonder if he could create such an atmosphere, so that no one could find him while he was doing something. However, Yixian was recommended by Lingxian Court's Pavilion Guardian Elder after all. His identity was special, so no one dared to say it out loud even if they had such thoughts. One had to know that if such thoughts were true, it wouldn't be as simple as just Yixian. It would affect the entire Emoshang's training camp, including the relationship between Missouri Shang Court and Lingxian Court. Yixian wasn't important, but the power behind him couldn't be underestimated. Of course, Yixian didn't know about this. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. At this moment, another strange thought appeared beside Yixian. Just a moment ago, 2 disciples from the training camp walked past Yixian as if they were looking for something. However, Yixian shouted at them, but those 2 didn't notice Yixian at all. One had to know that Yixian was only a dozen meters away from those 2. How could they not hear him? Didn't see Yixian? That's impossible. However, those 2 walked past Yixian as if Yixian was invisible. What's going on? Yixian couldn't keep calm anymore. He was now certain that he must have encountered something special. However, so what if he knew? Yixian didn't have a way to solve it. Even the system couldn't do anything. Calm down, I must calm down. I've never encountered such a situation before. Looks like I need to use other methods. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host. The system upgrade is complete. A custom subsystem function has been unlocked. The host can set this subsystem according to his wishes. Ding! System notification. Please set it as you wish. The system's functions are very powerful. As long as the settings are reasonable, the system can do it. All of a sudden, the system notification sounded. Previously, the system had been upgrading. Although it didn't affect Yixian's use, it was still upgrading in the background. Now it was finally done. A custom subsystem? Yixian frowned. Now that the system upgrade was complete, what use was it to him? He couldn't even get out of this place. Moreover, he didn't know what was going on. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Yixian had a flash of inspiration. It seemed that the custom subsystem provided by the system could help Yixian. At this thought, Yixian immediately said to the system, "System, do you have a way to strengthen the enhancement function? System, do you have a way to strengthen the detection function? The detection I'm talking about isn't just a simple investigation. It's something like an automatic warning system, an automatic detection of the environment, and something like that." Chapter 2155. Ding! System notification. Host's request has been met, but there is no need to use a subsystem. Only a new ability needs to be added to the main system. Host, are you sure you want to activate it? Ding! System notification. The new ability will allow the system to maintain an alert state at all times. It will also take over the host's special defensive treasure. When the host is in danger, the system will automatically activate the treasure's defense. Ding! System notification. The new ability has the ability to automatically investigate and analyze the surrounding environment. The system will use all the knowledge that the host has come into contact with, as well as the system's own calculation ability to detect and locate the host's environment. The three notifications had clearly stated the functions that Yixian wanted. It could be said that this was indeed what Yixian wanted to use. Alright, let's do it this way. I agree. Yixian said to the system. Ding! System notification. The system has successfully upgraded part of the system. Early warning ability has been activated. Pathfinding and comprehensive analysis ability has been activated. Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. Host, please authorize the system to collect all the information in the host's possession, including all the information in the host's memories. To be honest, this was not a good feeling. The system's request, simply put, was to read Yixian's memories. However, Yixian did not care about this at all. To put it bluntly, this system was Yixian's personal belonging. It was something that had long been integrated into the system. For example, the system was equivalent to Yixian's other hand. Would anyone mind if their own hand touched their own head? Or rather, would their own hand hit themselves? No one would mind. Hence, Yixian did not hesitate and immediately agreed. Ding! System notification. Data synchronization complete. Ding! System notification. The system has become more human-like. Who would have thought that synchronizing memories could make the system more human-like? This was possible, but it was a pity that Yixian's memories could only be synchronized once. Could not be synchronized multiple times. System, do you have any good suggestions regarding the current situation? Since he said that the data had been synchronized, then Yixian naturally had to ask the system. Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. The current situation is unknown. The immemorial emperor's inheritance in the host's possession contains a vast amount of knowledge. Perhaps it can help the host. Immemorial emperor's inheritance? Yixian frowned slightly. What did that mean? What did the immemorial divine emperor's inheritance have to do with his current situation? How could it help him? At the very least, Yixian did not understand. However, since the system had given a suggestion, then Yixian would have to take a good look at it. In Yixian's eyes, the inheritance of the primordial divine emperor was a passive existence. To put it simply, it was something that was placed there. When Yixian was strong enough, he would be able to unlock it layer by layer. However, he never expected that there would be a part where Yixian would take the initiative to investigate. To be honest, Yixian had not taken the inheritance of the primordial divine emperor seriously from the very beginning. From the very beginning, Yixian had only taken note of the resources and power that could be obtained from the inheritance of the primordial divine emperor. He had not paid much attention to the memories of the primordial divine emperor and the insights that he had left behind. One must know that the primordial divine emperor had initially treated Yixian as his successor and nurtured him like that. Furthermore, he could not possibly say that he had the time to nurture Yixian. Naturally, he would leave behind some long-winded memory fragments for Yixian to refer to. Yixian did not care about this. He did not care in the past and he did not care now. Fortunately, he had the system to help him now. System, since you said that there is something in the inheritance of the primordial divine emperor that I need, then take a look at it. Yixian instructed the system. Ding! System notification. Retrieving data, synchronizing data. Ding! System notification. Data analysis complete. Ding! System notification. Insufficient data. Unable to provide reasonable suggestions for the host. It is recommended that the host level up and unlock new data on the primordial divine emperor. Does it want me to level up myself? Yixian nodded. Since the system had suggested that he level up himself, it was likely that it had found something useful in the inheritance. Since that was the case then, Yixian turned around and looked at the gigantic sand monsters. These guys were the only life forms that Yixian could see after being trapped here for so long. Since that was the case, he might as well kill them and use them to level up himself. Thousand Beast Sword Servants. Come out. Divine Mounts, come out too. Kill them all. Without the slightest hesitation, Yixian directly pounced towards the giant sand monsters. There was no suspense in the slaughter, no suspense in the battle. In an instant, death began to unfold. Yixian was not idle either. He continued to devour the corpses of the gigantic sand monsters and leveled up continuously. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a lower level for Heavenly God. Not enough, it's far from enough. The inheritance of the primordial divine emperor will only be unlocked once at every realm. Right now, Yixian must level up to the middle level of the Heavenly God realm in one go in order to unlock new information. Kill. Continue to kill. Kill all the monsters you see. The massacre lasted for a very long time. What Yixian did not expect was that he could not leave this place and was trapped here. However, it seemed that the monsters were not affected at all. The smell of blood attracted even more monsters. Fortunately, Yixian's divine mount summon had a critical hit this time. He had summoned a total of 200 gold and platinum divine mounts. Otherwise, even Yixian would not have been able to withstand them. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a middle-level Heavenly God. Had he finally leveled up to a middle-level Heavenly God? System, quick! Check the data. Ding! System notification. Searching for data. Analyzing data. Ding! Analysis successful. Host, please be aware that the host may be trapped in a different space. According to the primordial divine emperor's inheritance, this is a legendary thing. If you can control it, you will obtain extremely powerful abilities. System notification. Different space? Yixian was slightly stunned, but he quickly reacted. If that's the case, then system, can you do it? Yes, so what if he knew? The most important thing now was whether he could unlock it. Chapter 2156. Yixian had not used Wei Zhentian during this period of time. Wei Zhentian could transform into any form of treasure, and its functions were extremely powerful. However, according to the system, the fusion this time was not necessarily a good one. The system said that not only did it require all of Yixian's resources, but it also required him to completely fuse with the Godslayer. Wouldn't that mean that Wei Zhentian's form would be fixed in the future? Wouldn't that mean that Wei Zhentian's original characteristics would be erased? This was something that Yixian did not want to accept. However, this was the last resort. Unless Yixian did not want to leave this place, this was the only way. Alright, I agree. Yixian gritted his teeth and agreed. Whether this was a blessing or a curse, it was up to the heavens. Ding! System notification. Fusion begins. Suddenly, a bright light erupted from the Godslayer in Yixian's hand, and countless resources flowed out from Yixian's body. At the same time, there was no Wei Zhentian. Yixian could clearly feel all of these changes, but he could not see them. The speed of the fusion was very fast. After just 6 hours, the system notification sounded again. However, this time it did not seem to be good news. Ding! System notification. Fusion has changed. Wei Zhentian has swallowed the Godslayer in reverse. The Godslayer has randomly developed the ability to swallow, automatically swallowing all of the host's treasures. Ding! Swallowing complete. System adjustment. Deactivating automatic swallowing ability. After another 6 hours, there was finally good news. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for successfully fusing with Wei Zhentian. Ding! Changes have occurred to the Godslayer. Please take a look. Yixian hurriedly looked at his Godslayer. At this time, the Godslayer had changed its appearance. From the outside, it looked no different from an ordinary longsword. However, there was a circle of white light swimming around the hilt. That white light was like a swimming dragon, and it was so unpredictable. Godslayer. Created by Wei Zhentian swallowing fusion. New special ability 1 Devour. The Godslaying sword's growth space has been increased. Furthermore, the host can give any item, including treasures, resources, and even monster corpses, to the Godslaying sword to increase its level. New special ability 2. Absolute defense. The Godslayer has fused with the mystical alternate space and has undergone a special mutation. It will use its spatial ability to provide absolute defense to the host once. Please note that every time this defense is used, it will take a year to activate. Furthermore, every time it is activated, it will require an alternate space to be reactivated. This defense borrowed the power of the natural laws of heaven and earth and could ignore all attacks. The host will be randomly teleported away. New special ability 3. Unlimited growth. Because Wei Zhentian has completely devoured the Godslaying sword, the Godslaying sword has synchronized with Wei Zhentian's ever-changing ability. At the same time, Wei Zhentian has become the Godslaying sword's weapon spirit, giving the Godslaying sword unlimited growth potential. The Godslaying sword's special nurturing ability has been activated. Wei Zhentian can strengthen himself by devouring the attributes of other special treasures, giving the Godslaying sword a chance to obtain special abilities. Looking at the Godslayer, Yixian was stunned. Wasn't this Godslaying sword a little too awesome? These 3 new abilities were simply one crazier than the other. Devour? That's fine. Absolute defense. Ignores all attacks. F***ck. Was there a more powerful defense than this? Of course, that restriction was also a bit of a pain in the ass. Let's not talk about the 1-year period, let's talk about the alternate space. Was that something that could be obtained just because one wanted it? Of course, with such an ability, Yixian was already very satisfied. Besides, could it be that Yixian was so unlucky to encounter attacks that he could not defend against from time to time? How was that possible? As for the last ability of unlimited growth, Yixian was even more speechless. This was basically telling Yixian that there were only more and more amazing things, and no more amazing things. Most importantly, Wei Zhentian had not been devoured. Instead, he had devoured the God-slaying sword and become its weapon spirit. Did this count as giving Wei Zhentian a place to live? At this moment, not only did Wei Zhentian permanently possess the ability to control the God-slaying sword, his original attributes were still there. This time he had profited big time. Yixian couldn't help but feel excited. This kind of luck was unparalleled. Of course, Yixian didn't want to know about the alternate space right now, nor did he have the time to find out. Right now, to Yixian, the most important thing was to pass this test. After entering the test space for so long, Yixian did not even know what the test beast looked like. It was obvious that when Yixian advanced this time, he did not have the same feeling as before. It was not to the extent that he could not get out of this place. Yixian lifted his feet and moved forward quickly, searching for his target. And when Yixian moved, the people in Mozhang training camp became even more excited. They did not understand how Yixian had been able to raise so many levels in such a short period of time. But they did not know how Yixian had done it. In fact, Yixian's condition was very special. They did not even know if Yixian existed, let alone find out how Yixian had done it. 3 days of low-level celestial, 1 mid-level true god in one go. Was there anything crazier than this? For others, they had to work hard for hundreds of thousands of years. Most of them were stuck at peak-level celestial for their entire lives, unable to break through. Even in the entire history of Mozhang training camp, the most powerful genius had only raised 3 levels in a day. One had to know that they were now celestial gods, not mortals. So what was Yixian? Could it be that he had broken the highest record in the entire Mozhang training camp? The genius ranking was updated. Yes, the 3 rankings of Mozhang training camp had indeed changed. After all, everyone was improving, so it was normal for there to be changes. But the genius ranking had not changed for decades. But this time there was a sudden change. A name that had only been in Mozhang training camp for 3 months had appeared on the ranking. And it was not as simple as appearing, but occupying the first place. Mozhang training camp, first place on the genius ranking. Yixian. In an instant, it was not only the training camp that was shocked, but also many other factions. First place on the genius ranking, what kind of existence was this? What kind of talent did this person have? No one knew, but at the same time, everyone knew that this person was definitely not simple. 150 days was the duration of the assessment, but in reality, many people did not need that long. Most people only needed a few days to complete the assessment. In Mozhang training camp, it would only take a few hours. After all, the mission objective was clear, and it was not the first time they had entered the assessment space. Of course, there were many people who were still fighting hard. There were special rewards after the assessment. Ordinary people did not qualify, but some people were determined to win. Unfortunately, it seemed that this year's greatest reward had already been decided before the examination had even ended. Chapter 2157. I'm afraid that only Yixian can do it. Of course, there were also rumors that since Yixian could destroy the genius leaderboard in a single day, could he accidentally destroy the other 2 leaderboards in the future? Perhaps the combat strength leaderboard was a little uncertain, but what about the power leaderboard? One had to know that Yixian's true identity was still unknown to the people of Kampuchea. The only thing they knew was that he had an extraordinary relationship with Lingxian Pavilion. If Yixian's true identity was truly incomparably powerful, wouldn't he be able to destroy the power leaderboard? Destroying the power leaderboard was a joking term in the training camp. Many people would say this in private. To put it simply, it meant that the rankings could change rapidly in a short period of time. Of course, this time Yixian had completely destroyed the power leaderboard. He had eliminated all the geniuses in one go. What was power? This was true power. Who wouldn't be convinced? Then, if they had the ability, could they also be like Yixian and advance 6 levels in a day? Could anyone do that? After coming out of that alternate space, perhaps Yixian's bad luck had really passed this time. Thus, he quickly found the assessment beast and killed it without any suspense. He had completed his assessment mission. This was a nightmare level. This was a nightmare level assessment. However, in the eyes of the examiners of Mozhang training camp, why did it feel like Yixian was just a game? They were baffled and stopped in their tracks, not knowing what to do. All right, he had suddenly advanced to mid-level rank 1 celestial god in one go, turned around and completed his mission. What was this? It could be said that this was the most inexplicable assessment they had ever seen. Even so, they didn't dare to say anything. Being number 1 on the genius leaderboard was an honor and a privilege. Once Yixian matured, no one knew how terrifying he would be. Some people even felt that Yixian would become a lord god in the future. A lord god was an incomparably powerful existence in the eyes of the masses. In their eyes, a lord god was their ruler, their emperor. The assessment was considered over. However, Yixian had no intention of leaving because Yixian had his own plans. There were many strange divine beasts in this desert world. Although Yixian didn't know what these divine beasts were, it was a good opportunity to collect them. Yixian was very poor now. Now he could be said to be so poor that he didn't have any resources on hand. After all, when Might Zhentian and the god-slaying sword merged, even the divine crystals that Yixian had been completely devoured. Yixian was now a true pauper. No one had said might in Yixian and divine beasts. Since no one said anything, it meant that it was allowed. In that case, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't let it go. He might was Xian. Continued slaughter was continuous slaughter. Yi Xian was completely unscathed in this incomparably dangerous nightmare-grade assessment zone. With the early warning ability, Yi Xian could easily dodge those sudden disasters. Yi Xian, in the eyes of others, wasn't affected in the slightest. Ding! Attention, host. A huge pillar of fire is about to appear on your left. Damn it, another pillar of fire. What's going on here? Why is there all kinds of things? Yellow sand, lightning, hail, poisonous fog, and now a pillar of fire. Yi Xian took a small step to the right and easily avoided the pillar of fire, but his mouth was full of doubt. Of course, he was just muttering to himself. After all, he couldn't do anything about it. Of course, because Yi Xian had collected the dangerous point of origin that was being repaired by the laws of nature, the environment here was much better. At the very least, Yi Xian hadn't seen the most mysterious and powerful void fissure yet. Before Yi Xian collected that thing, the void fissure that appeared from time to time was the scariest. That thing could swallow any living thing in an instant, and not even leave a bone behind. Even if you were a god, you wouldn't be able to resist it. In other words, even if you didn't die after being sucked in, it would be extremely difficult for you to come back. However, at this moment, a voice sounded in Yi Xian's ears. The assessment will end in 2 hours. Everyone, please be prepared. After 1 hour, you will be forcibly teleported out. Needless to say, this was the voice of the training camp's examiner. 2 hours of time? In that case, Yi Xian wouldn't continue his slaughter. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. When the time was up, everyone was teleported out. Some returned satisfied, but of course there were also those who failed the assessment. For these ordinary disciples, even entering the difficult level of this assessment would be difficult, let alone entering the nightmare level. It seemed that some of the disciples had lost their 500 points. There were even people who were fired because of this. Alright everyone, have a good rest. Tomorrow, the final assessment and award ceremony will be held. This was the usual practice. Since the Mo Shang training camp set up those special rewards, it would naturally be a public award ceremony. Yi Xian didn't mind and walked towards his room. Ding! System notification. Fian appeared behind the host. Yi Xian chuckled. This time that girl couldn't appear by his side without anyone noticing, right? Yi Xian turned around and looked at Fian, then said, "How was it? Did you pass the assessment?" Is the young master asking me? Although this little girl is not talented, this kind of assessment doesn't seem to be difficult for this little girl. Fian smiled faintly. However, this time, Yi Xian was keenly aware that many people's attention was focused on him. Most importantly, they were all girls. What happened? Yi Xian found it strange, but of course he didn't say anything. The assessment is over. Why aren't you resting? Why did you come to my side? I think the young master must be tired after going through the assessment. This little girl learned some cooking some time ago, so I boldly want to cook for the young master to taste. Yi Xian blinked. Just for this? This little girl had come to find him just to cook for him. Was this the rhythm of treating him as a foodie? Although since this girl came to Yi Xian's side, Yi Xian did often eat some special delicacies, but it wasn't to the extent of saying that he was that greedy, right? Of course, since Fian said that she had such good intentions, Yi Xian couldn't refuse. Yi Xian nodded and agreed with Fian's words. Then, he walked forward with Fian. That guy is Yi Xian? Not long after Yi Xian left, there was a person in the distance who looked at Yi Xian with incomparably cold eyes. This person was not from the outer camp, but the inner camp, and was originally ranked first on the genius list. Of course, he was only second at this time. Chapter 2158. Yi Xian stole his first place, but he endured it because he knew that only the strong could occupy the top spot. But what he couldn't accept was Fei Yan. In fact, he had seen Fei Yan's true appearance before, so he became infatuated with her and did everything he could to get his hands on her. This was a training camp, and Fei Yan was also a disciple chosen by the training camp. He couldn't use force, so he could only use other methods. But no matter what method he used, Fei Yan didn't even look him in the eye. Later he found out that Fei Yan was Yi Xian's maid. So he wanted to get Fei Yan from Yi Xian. But before he could say anything, Yi Xian used the genius list to give him a blow. At this time, No one dared to say anything because they could see that he was angry. Yi Xian. Yi Xian. Surnamed Yi, I don't know what powerful family or power you have. Ling Xian court? This prince doesn't care. The seventh prince of the Divine Night Empire, Yi Lixio. What kind of existence was the Divine Night Empire? It was the only empire in the 100 realms of Mo Shanggu, who was a general by the overgod's side. It was easy to imagine how powerful its background was. At this time, Yi Lixio was looking at Yi Xian from afar. Who knew what he was planning? After Yi Xian returned to his room, he saw Fei Yin take out some ingredients from her yin and yang ring. One should know that once one reached the God realm, it could be said that most people no longer needed to eat. However, there were still many ordinary people in the divine world. These ordinary people naturally needed to eat. Therefore, the divine world also had its own unique food. Is this shadow grass? This is realm powder. 1,000 lotus 100 flourishing flower. Girl, how many good things did you buy? In fact, because gods rarely ate, they wouldn't eat food that didn't have any special effects. But now the ingredients Fei Yin took out were all high-quality divine medicines. Their value wasn't simple. Did you buy all these things? Yi Xian asked Fei Yin again. Yes. Fei Yin busied herself and began to prepare. She took out a dozen pill furnaces at the same time. Alchemy furnaces were originally used to refine pills and the like. But when necessary, they could be used to refine ingredients. At this time, the first thing Fei Yin had to do was refine all the ingredients. Don't look at the pile of things in front of Yi Xian. In fact, these things were only enough to make 3 or 4 dishes at most. Hearing Fei Yin's reply, Yi Xian thought of a question. When Yi Xian bought Fei Yin back then, Fei Yin was just a slave. Then where did Fei Yin get the money to buy these things? Girl, where did you get the divine crystals? Oh. At least. Thinking of this, Yi Xian hurriedly asked. 3 tests. That. 3. Flying Smoke replied indifferently. However, Yi Xian felt that something was amiss. All of a sudden, he came to a realization. Wait a minute, little girl. You mean to say that you've taken the first place in all 3 tests? Since Fei Yin said it so casually and did not care at all, but said that he used points to exchange for ingredients, then there was only one possibility. Replying to the young master, this little girl has won all 3 first places, so I can get 150 points every month. And these ingredients only cost me 100 points. Yi Xian was speechless. He wasn't speechless because Flying Smoke had used her points to exchange for ingredients, but because Flying Smoke had so casually said that he had taken all the first place. One had to know that in this Emoshang training camp there were quite a few capable people. Yi Xian could not understand how Fei Yin was able to monopolize 3 first places by herself. One had to know that these 3 tests were the Comprehensive Knowledge Mastery Test. The contents of the test were the things that they had learned in the past month. This was simple, and it was not impossible to get first place. The second test was a strength improvement test. To put it bluntly, it was a test of how much everyone's strength had improved in the past month. No matter how much, as long as you had the greatest improvement among everyone, you would be able to obtain a reward. In that case, wouldn't Fei Yin be the person who improved the most every month in their 7th division? As for the third test, it was even more complicated. It was a test of comprehensive strength. Everyone would be positioned on a ladder, according to their ability, when they entered the training camp. That ladder was called the inner camp ladder in the training camp, because the inner camp disciples were also selected based on the performance of this inner camp ladder. On this inner camp ladder there were all kinds of tests. Among them, the most important was the battle between disciples of the same realm. According to the battle performance they would be evaluated. Didn't that mean that Fei Yin was also the first in their first division in terms of comprehensive ability? He didn't expect Fei Yin to be so amazing. In fact, Yi Xian had not even gotten first place once until now. Not to mention first place, he was basically at the bottom. Yi Xian could easily win the comprehensive battle, but Yi Xian was too lazy to participate. Well, it seemed that Yi Xian had really underestimated Fei Yin. Yi Xian did not speak anymore, but watched Fei Yin busying herself. He saw Fei Yin use the tricolored divine flame to extract the essence of those ingredients. After that, she used divine water and various special seasonings to blend them. After that, it was time to cook. However, cooking was different from cooking with pots and bowls. First of all, the flames used were undoubtedly divine flames. In order to not lose divine power, the control of details was extremely high. In this way, it involved the fine control of divine sense. Other than that, it also involved the professional technique and ability. It could be said that if one wanted to make a delicacy, it was not something that could be done just by talking. This was an extremely complicated process. Refining pills? In front of exquisite food, there was no comparison at all. However, Fian did it. After about 2 hours, Fian finally finished cooking her food and brought it in front of Yixian. "Young master, please eat. This is the heart-clearing porridge, which can permanently strengthen divine sense. This is a mind-seeking beast, and it also has the ability to strengthen one's divine will. As for this dish, it's called the Dragon Phoenix Soup. It uses the hearts of the 3-clawed golden dragon and the crownless phoenix, which can strengthen one's physique." Chapter 2159. Yixian looked at the food in front of him, but he was stunned. Good Lord, there was actually such a big deal. What happened to yours? Are you not going to eat? At this moment, Yixian saw that Fei Yan had only prepared his own food, but she had not, so he immediately asked, "How could this little girl have the fortune to enjoy these precious ingredients? Young master, please eat as much as you want. This little girl has prepared other food." Fei Yan's answer made Yixian frown slightly. In name, Yixian seemed to be Fei Yan's master, but in reality, Yixian had never treated Fei Yan as a slave. Moreover, he had never given Fei Yan anything. But Fei Yan used her harvest to make food for Yixian. Of course, Yixian was not that thick-skinned. "Let's eat together. These are all made by you. If you don't eat them, I'll eat them alone. I'm not that thick-skinned." Fei Yan's eyes flashed slightly. No one knew what she was thinking, but she said, "Young master, you should eat quickly. How about this? This little girl promises young master that next time, this little girl will prepare enough ingredients. This little girl and young master will eat together. But this time, the ingredients are not enough. Then, I ask young master to forgive this little girl for not listening to young master's arrangements. It was just a meal, so Yixian wouldn't really take it seriously. Since Fei Yan said so, Yixian did not hold back. Needless to say, this ingredient could actually strengthen Yixian's strength, even though it was very weak. But if it was eaten for a long time, one could imagine. No wonder it was so expensive. Not only was it delicious, but it also permanently strengthened one's strength. As long as one had strength, they would not be polite. After eating the food, Yixian went to bed early. After Fei Yan tidied up the house for Yixian, she also left. Early the next morning, Yixian came to the central square of the training camp. Usually, if there was anything big, it would be held here. Without a doubt, the annual examination award ceremony was naturally a big deal. To be honest, Yixian had not experienced an award ceremony for a long time. This Emoshang training camp was a bit special. Everyone is here, right? Today is the annual reward day of our Emoshang training camp. According to the usual practice, the person who gets the first place in every exam will receive a special reward. However, this year a special person appeared in the first division. His reward belongs to another category, while the second place can receive the first place reward. This special person is Yixian. Now I will first present this super reward to Yixian. This time, Yixian will receive 1,000 points, 1 million divine crystals, and the right to choose one treasure from the first 3 floors of the treasure pavilion. Yixian did not recognize the person who spoke, but as soon as he finished speaking, the entire square went into an uproar. It was Yixian again. It was this Yixian again. A few days ago, he had become number 1 on the genius rankings and attracted the attention of everyone in the training camp. Who would have thought that at today's award ceremony, he would be the one to receive the super award again? 1,000 points, 1 million divine crystals, this was a huge amount of wealth. Of course, some people might not be interested in these things, but the right to choose one treasure from the first 3 floors of the treasure pavilion was enough to tempt them. Emoshang Training Camp's treasure pavilion had 9 floors, but the majority of the disciples could only enter if they performed exceptionally well, or if they used their points to exchange for something. The items on the first floor cost 500 points, but the second floor cost 5,000 points. As for the third floor, it was 50,000 points. 50,000 points, Many people completed countless missions and spent hundreds or even thousands of years, only to earn a few tens of thousands of points. In the divine world, the tempo was much faster than the first to eighth heavenly layers. In the eighth heavenly layer, 100,000 years was child's play to those false gods and half-gods. However, in the divine world many things could happen, and even change the structure of the divine world. Simply put, the divine world was very dangerous and it was not peaceful. Those who could live for 10,000 years were already extraordinary, those who could live for 100,000 years were already rare existences. Therefore, in the divine world, luck was very important. If one was lucky, one could live for a long time, but if one was unlucky, one could die in 100 years. Therefore, points were very hard to come by in Emoshang training camp. However, this Yixian was actually rewarded with a chance. How could such a huge reward not make people jealous? However, this was not all. When Yixian walked up, he heard the mysterious voice of a god. Add one more reward for Yixian. Let him enter the Void Shadow Pavilion for 1 day. Void Shadow Pavilion. It was actually the Void Shadow Pavilion. Not to mention the ordinary disciples, even the instructors were shocked. No one had seen the owner of this voice before, but everyone knew his identity. He was the camp commander of Emoshang training camp. Void Shadow Pavilion, that was the Void Shadow Pavilion. What was the Void Shadow Pavilion? In the ancient era there were countless divine abilities, but most of them were lost. However, even if they were lost, there were still some things left. Some were written records, some were engravings. Among them, the most special and easiest to comprehend was the Inheritance Shadow Pavilion. Even if one comprehended the Inheritance Shadow Pavilion and didn't comprehend the divine ability, it was still very beneficial. So many people dreamed of obtaining it, yet Yixian had obtained it so easily. The Inheritance Shadow Pavilion was a place you didn't have the qualifications to enter, even if you used points to exchange for it. Only those who completed special missions or made great contributions to the training camp would be rewarded with it. In fact, most of the time these people were instructors. Yixian had actually been promoted to the Inheritance Shadow Pavilion. Who wouldn't be jealous in an instant? However, Yixian didn't even know what it was. With Yixian's reward, the others' rewards were practically insignificant. At this time, many people looked at Yixian in a different light. This time there was probably no one in the entire training camp who didn't know about Yixian. Of course, there was no lack of trouble that couldn't be avoided. Yi Lixio's eyes were incomparably sinister as he looked at Yixian with killing intent. Go teach him a lesson. Let him know whose territory this is. Yi Lixio said to someone beside him. This person was also an inner camp disciple, so his strength was definitely not simple. That person nodded slightly and walked towards the back. Clearly, he was going to make arrangements. After the rewards were distributed, Yixian didn't leave, because someone stopped him. Yixian, come with me. I'll take you there now. Do you want to go to the Treasure Pavilion first? Or the Void Shadow Pavilion? Yixian thought for a moment, then replied, Let's go to the Treasure Pavilion first. After all, Yixian didn't know what the Void Shadow Pavilion was, so it was better to go to the Treasure Pavilion and see what treasures it had. Soon Yixian was brought to the Treasure Pavilion of the Emoshang training camp. It was a 9-story pagoda with countless seals on top. There were also several powerhouses guarding it. Halt! What business do you have? A guard blocked Yixian's path. Yixian's instructor immediately stepped forward. This person's name is Yixian. He came here this time to receive his reward. You're Yixian? It was obvious that the guard had heard of Yixian before. Yixian nodded. The guard carefully sized up Yixian again before saying, You may enter. Alright, you can go in. You can take one treasure from the first 3 levels. You have 6 hours to choose. After 6 hours you must leave. Alright, I understand. Was 6 hours a short time? Chapter 2160. He knew that the higher the floor the better the items. Hence, Yixian did not hesitate and went straight to the 3rd floor. When Yixian entered, he was immediately attracted by the various treasures. After the Emoshang training camp's treasure room, there were many good items. Unfortunately, Yixian did not have many that caught his eye. Although there were many treasures here, whether or not they were suitable for Yixian's use was another matter altogether. Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. Special item detected. Can be used to strengthen the Godslayer. Suddenly, the system notification sounded. Can be used to strengthen the Godslayer? It seemed that it wasn't true that there wasn't anything good here. After the system's upgrade, it was much easier to use. If it was not for this notification, Yixian might have missed it. Under the guidance of the system, Yixian quickly found his target. It was an ancient coin. Yes, it was an ancient coin. A very strange ancient coin. There was only one strange word on the ancient coin. Yixian did not recognize it. Or rather, no one could recognize it. System, what is this? Ding. System notification. Target specified is one of the Ancient Nine Spirits Divine Coins. Ancient Nine Spirits Divine Coins? What was this? Yixian was puzzled. He had never heard of such a thing before. System, can you tell me in detail what is so special about this ancient coin? Ding. System notification. Please take note, the Ancient Nine Spirits Godly Coin is not a currency, but a special kind of magic treasure. It just looks like a coin, which is why it got its name. Try it, it is specially used to store faith points. Faith. Hearing this, Yixian seemed to understand something. Yes, this was the realm of the gods. Every one of the strong people here was a god. Gods were supposed to be worshipped. However, Yixian had been in the realm of the gods for some time, but he had never heard of such a thing. Why was that? The system notification continued to sound. Ding. In ancient times, every god and divine beast had their own believers. The gods used their own abilities to protect their believers, and the believers' faith would transform into a special power to strengthen the gods. This is the fundamental reason why many divine abilities have been lost. However, due to certain special powers and matters, the current divine realm no longer has the power of faith. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a special hidden mission in the divine realm. Rebuild faith. This mission is accepted by the host by default. This mission is not mandatory, and there are no completion criteria or rewards. Ding! System notification. Rebuilding faith will greatly enhance the host's strength. It is recommended that the host complete it with all his might. Not a compulsory mission, and there were no standards for it? Yixian was slightly taken aback. Such a mission was rare. But the system had already made it clear that this mission wouldn't do any harm to Yixian. It would only benefit him. So of course Yixian would do it. Isn't it just establishing a new faith? That's simple. In fact, those people in Yixian's devouring space could also be used to gather the power of faith, right? However, just as Yixian was thinking about this, he heard the system notification. Ding! Host, please take note. The power of faith is divided into two types. The power of faith of the divine realm and the power of faith of the mortal world. The values are different as well. Host, please take note. Could it be that the system knew what he was thinking, so it gave him a special notification? Yixian was slightly taken aback. Alright, so the power of faith was divided into two types. Of course, this wasn't a simple matter. Even if Yixian wanted to do it, he couldn't do it in a short period of time. So Yixian turned his attention to the ancient coin. Oh right, system, you said that this thing can strengthen the Godslayer. But why do I feel that the value of this ancient coin isn't that simple? Wouldn't it be a waste to use it to strengthen the Godslayer? Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. Every god's power of faith cannot be used by other gods. Although the host can obtain the power of faith left behind by other ancient gods through devouring space, the host can only convert 1/10,000th of the power of faith. It is not recommended that the host use it. So that was the case. It seemed that the power of faith wasn't that simple. Alright, I understand. Since there was nothing else in the treasure hall that was worth Yixian's attention, there was no need for Yixian to waste any more time. So Yixian took the ancient coin and walked out. Are you sure you want this? The treasure pavilion guard looked at the item in Yixian's hand in surprise. It had to be known that they didn't know what this ancient coin was used for. It was only because it contained a powerful force that they placed it on the third floor. Seeing Yixian holding the ancient coin, the guard was puzzled. I'm sure I want this. If that's the case, then fine. You can just take it away. Yixian nodded and walked out. However, his heart was filled with sorrow. It seemed that the current gods had forgotten about the power of faith. They didn't even know what kind of power the ancient coin contained. System, do you know the reason for this? Logically speaking, even if the current gods don't collect the power of faith, they should still know. Ding! System notification. In the past, the Annihilation Organization had done many things to target the power of faith. Among them, the greatest achievement was to cut off the inheritance of the power of faith. In addition to the help of other forces, this led to the current situation. It was the Annihilation Organization again. This organization really jumped out whenever something big happened. However, what was the point of other forces? One had to know that no matter what kind of god it was, whether it was a demon god or a spiritual god, they could all wait until the power of faith strengthened them. Who would do such a thing that harmed others without benefiting themselves? Who cares? These were all things from countless years ago. It was too far away from Yixian. After walking out of the treasure hall, Yixian was brought to the Void Shadow Pavilion. There were special inheritances of ancient matters here. However, what Yixian didn't expect was that there were only 12 Void Shadow inheritances in the Emoshang training camp. Yixian could only choose one of the 12 Void Shadow inheritances. He wasn't allowed to look at the other Void Shadow inheritances. None of the 12 Void Shadow inheritances had been comprehended by anyone. Therefore, these 12 Void Shadow inheritances were basically the same. He knew nothing about them. Other than knowing that they were inheritances left behind from ancient times, he didn't know anything else. So which one should Yixian choose? Yixian frowned slightly. This time even the system couldn't help him. After all, the system didn't know which of the 12 Void Shadow inheritances was better. I choose you. Chapter 2161. You only have one day. After 24 hours, you will be forcibly transported out. Take care of yourself. Just as Yixian made his decision, a voice rang out. This voice was a little strange because Yixian could not see where the voice was. Needless to say, it was probably the guardian of this place. Yixian naturally understood this, so he did not say anything. Most likely, these 12 inheritance phantoms were the greatest assets and wealth of the Moshang training camp. After Yixian walked into the hall of the inheritances, he saw that there was nothing inside. It was empty and he could not see anything. However, just as Yixian was puzzled, a ray of light suddenly appeared, silently showing a battle. The so-called inheritances here were actually just images of a battle. It was no wonder that no one could understand them. If anyone could understand them like this, they would really be heaven-defying geniuses. However, if others could not do it, could Yixian not do it? System, record the images and analyze them. Yixian said to the system. Yes, he had the system. Then what could Yixian not do? Even if he could not restore the mystique, he should be able to gain something. In the soundless images, a powerhouse in golden armor was like an invincible emperor. He stood proudly in the air, as if he was saying something. Opposite him was a huge army, an army of foreign tribes. Yixian had never seen such people before, but he was sure that they were from foreign tribes. The army was huge, probably numbering in the hundreds of millions, and there were many powerhouses among them. However, after the powerhouse in golden armor finished speaking, he waved his hand towards the sky. Then he seemed to be holding a ball of lightning in his hand. As the powerhouse in golden armor waved his hand, the lightning instantly turned into a powerful mystique that covered the sky and the ground. The entire world was taken over by the lightning. In the sky, on the ground, and even under the ground, countless people were wailing in agony. Unfortunately, it was useless. Wherever the lightning passed, there were no survivors. Although there was no sound in the images, Yixian could still feel the immense power. Just how powerful was this divine ability to be able to possess such powerful might? Although Yixian didn't know the average strength of this army, at the very least, these people were all able to fly and had all sorts of abilities. Not to mention that they had over 100 million people. Hundreds of millions of people had been insta-killed in one move. Not even a stone on the road or a blade of grass was harmed when he insta-killed those people. Yixian was extremely shocked. What kind of power was this? Could it be that this was the so-called divine ability of the ancient times? So strong. He was really strong. Unfortunately, there was only so little of the image and there was no sound at all. The video repeated over and over again, and Yixian watched it over and over again. Yixian seemed to be fascinated by it. He kept trying to figure out what kind of secret it held. Unfortunately, he couldn't figure it out. Of course, the system was also constantly analyzing. Yixian did not know how the system had analyzed the situation, and he was not in the mood to ask. His heart had long been conquered by the astonishing power of this divine ability. To be honest, one day was a very short period of time. Suddenly a voice sounded. "Time's up. You can go out now." An enormous force directly took Yixian out. Yixian did not even have the slightest ability to defend himself. Yixian looked at the void shadow pavilion, but he was rather unwilling to accept it. Was it gone just like that? Fortunately, the system had probably recorded it again. However, how could there be 11 void shadow legacies? Then what kind of ancient divine ability was recorded in one void shadow legacy? Yixian secretly decided that sooner or later, he would take a look at all 12 void shadow legacies. Ancient divine abilities, those incomparably powerful ancient divine abilities. How many more were there? Even if he couldn't learn them, Yixian would be very satisfied just by looking at them a few times. This kind of power was probably something that no god could do now. Perhaps there were some incomparably powerful gods who could do such a thing. However, Yixian didn't think anyone could do such a thing if they didn't want to harm a single flower or a single stone. Yixian returned to his room. The two big rewards this time shocked Yixian greatly. At the same time, he was full of anticipation. Yixian had profited greatly from this reward. As soon as he returned home, Yixian asked the system without much expectation. "System, what's the result of your analysis? Can you crack it?" Ding! System notification. Insufficient data. System cannot crack it. Although it was within expectations, Yixian still felt rather regretful. What a pity. If Yixian could learn such a powerful divine ability, that would be awesome. Ding! System notification. Host, please pay attention. The system has made some simple analysis and is now going to further strengthen it. The next time the host fuses a skill, the system will automatically add this analysis into the new skill. It seems that the system has gained something. The next time the skill is fused, it will be added into the new skill? In that case, all Yixian had to do was wait. When the next skill fusion happened, he wanted to see what kind of good stuff he could get. After toying with the ancient coin for a while, Yixian said to the system, "System, since the divine ability hasn't been strengthened yet. System, since there is no result from that divine ability, then let's strengthen the Godslayer first. I want to see what kind of special divine ability this Godslayer, which has the power of faith, can strengthen." Ding! System notification. Fusion begins. Ding! System notification. Fusion. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Godslayer has gained a new ability, Soul Devouring. Soul Devouring. When the host uses the Godslayer to attack, there is a certain chance that it will devour the opponent's soul and transform it, turning the opponent into a loyal follower of the host. Yixian, who was drinking water, almost spat it out. Who would have thought that such an ability would come out of the system? Isn't this a little too awesome? He was clearly fighting with himself, but as they fought, his opponent's soul was transformed? Wasn't this a little too crazy? However, when Yixian saw the probability, he was speechless. What the F***ck, this was a completely useless ability. Because the chance of triggering it was 1 in 10,000. 1 in 10,000 was just a probability, not an absolute. In other words, even if Yixian slashed 1,000,000 times, it might not trigger. What could Yixian say about such a useless ability? He could only say that it was just for show. Of course, if there was a chance in the future, perhaps he could strengthen it. However, from the looks of it, with that 1 in 10,000 chance, how could he strengthen it to the point where it could be used? Forget it. Yixian threw this aside and treated it as if he had not gained it. Chapter 2162. The Withered Bone Sword Servants were constantly investigating this secret. However, their strength and abilities were limited, so they couldn't find much useful information. It was the same for the members of the Fire Clan. Their strength wasn't enough to come into contact with this secret. As for the news from the 100 Calculation Clan, they didn't report back. Yixian asked twice along the way. He only knew that the 100 Calculation Clan had already sent people out of Mo Shangji's sphere of influence to investigate, but they still didn't find anything. It seemed that they could only slowly search for Luo Luo's whereabouts. However, what Yixian didn't know was that the calm on the surface was just the night before the storm. QWPM at this time, a mysterious force had already gathered together for the sake of getting Yixian, or even taking Yixian's life. Finally, what was going to come would come. On this day, Yi Xian was bored in the training camp. One must know that Yi Xian was only interested in the history of the God realm. If it was about the cultivation of any sacred art, Yi Xian didn't take a fancy to it. However, the originally peaceful days were disrupted by the intrusion of a young girl. Yi Xian Gongzi, quick, come with me. Yi Xian didn't recognize this young girl. Why was she looking for him so anxiously? Who are you? Why are you looking for me? Yi Xian Gongzi, quickly come with me. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. Fian will definitely be taken away by them. What Fian? Yi Xian was shocked. He immediately stood up and rushed out with the young girl. On the way, Yi Xian roughly understood what had happened. It turned out that Fian would make food for Yi Xian every half a month. Although a portion of those ingredients were directly exchanged from the training camp, there were still some that were exchanged from outside. Among them, most of the ingredients for the divine beasts could only be exchanged from outside. Today, Fian and this young girl called Luo Qi went to an inn together in order to get the divine beast ingredients that had been ordered long ago. This ingredient was something that Fian had exchanged for in the training camp long ago. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any problem. However, when they arrived at the inn, they were immediately surrounded by a group of people. These people came inexplicably, causing Fei Yan and the girl to be unable to react in time. Luo Qi was only an inferior heavenly god, and Fei Yan was only a deity. The people surrounding them were 5 low-level heavenly deities, 2 mid-level heavenly deities, and 1 high-level heavenly deity. Could be said that they had no chance of winning. At the last moment, Fian used a special method to teleport Luo Qi away. Luo Qi immediately thought of Yi Xian. Because in Luo Qi's heart, Yi Xian was a very important figure, and even Fian was only his maid. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and directly ran over to find Yi Xian. The two of them moved very quickly and soon arrived at the inn. At this time, there were quite a few people gathered around the inn. However, they were all watching and no one interfered. Have you heard? That girl is actually a slave, and the people surrounding her are from the slave pavilion. Not only do the people from the slave pavilion often get some slaves, they also capture escaped slaves. This girl is really unlucky. Looking at her current appearance, she seems to be doing quite well, but who would have thought that she was actually a slave? What a pity. Yi Xian heard the discussion from afar, so he was naturally certain that it was Fian. Damn it! Who said that Fian was a slave? In Yi Xian's heart, he had never, not even for a moment, treated Fian as a slave. Slave pavilion. What a good slave pavilion, who gave them all their strength to capture people. Boom! Yi Xian's figure moved, and he directly rushed into the inn. At this time, a faint restriction was set up around Fian's body. Clearly, this was a defensive restriction that Fian had set up herself. And around her, 8 people were looking at Fian calmly. Hee lowly slave, I want to see how long you can hold on. It doesn't matter, I have time to play with you. It turned out that outside the restriction set up by Fian, these people had set up a special restriction, which was constantly wearing down Fian's defensive restriction. With the strength of 8 people suppressing Fian, how could Fian resist? Suddenly seeing Yi Xian come in, the person closest to Yi Xian casually said, "Young man, watch the show and stand further away. My slave pavilion is currently capturing escaped slaves. Be careful not to accidentally injure you later." "I'll accidentally injure your grandpa." Suddenly Yi Xian attacked. Once he attacked, it was with all his strength. Deity vanquishing slash. Go to hell. Yi Xian released this sword in anger, without the slightest mercy. Boom! Just one sword instantly killed that person. Even the rest of the people in the slave pavilion did not have time to react. It was not until Yi Xian killed that those people reacted. Damn it, brat, do you know who we are? But before this person finished speaking, he was interrupted by Yi Xian. Moreover, it was interrupted with the Godslayer. Boom! It was another sword strike, and it was still as violent as before. Another disciple of the slave pavilion was directly killed on the spot. How could the remaining 6 people dare to be careless? They instantly retreated, pulling away from Yi Xian. Seeing Yi Xian kill people, the surrounding onlookers all revealed strange expressions, and many people also took the initiative to retreat. However, Yi Xian did not care so much now but directly attacked. Without even seeing Yi Xian move, he directly broke the restriction set up by the people in the slave pavilion. Girl, are you all right? Yi Xian looked at Fian with concern in his eyes. I've made you worry. This little girl deserves death. What did you say? These people dare to have ideas about you. Come here and help me take care of the girl. I want to kill all these people. Yi Xian said the latter half of the sentence to Luo Qi. At this moment Luo Qi was already dumbfounded. In her eyes, although Yi Xian's strength had risen to the intermediate true god realm, Yi Xian had not been promoted for long. However, Yi Xian was facing 8 disciples of the slave pavilion who were not weaker than him, and still did not hesitate to attack. He even killed 2 of them consecutively. Oh, okay. Luo Qi was already stuttering, but she quickly came to Fian's side and carefully protected her. Are you her master? At this moment, the leading heavenly god looked at Yi Xian. His eyes were filled with anger, but he suppressed his anger and asked Yi Xian. Would Yi Xian answer him? No, he would not. In Yi Xian's mind, there was only one path for these people, and that was death. Therefore, Yi Xian slowly turned around and clenched the Godslayer in his hand again. The environment here was not suitable for summoning the 1,000 beast sword servants. However, Yi Xian was alone and would not be afraid of these people. Boy, since you are her master, then things will be easy. Our slave pavilion is willing to pay a high price to buy this slave. You can name a price. It turned out that they just wanted to snatch her. Name a price? Okay, I'll give you a price. Deity Slayer. Chapter 2163. Boom. Yi Xian's price was death. Another slave pavilion disciple was killed. Even if they were at the same cultivation level as Yi Xian, they would be killed by Yi Xian if they were careless, not to mention these people whose cultivation level was lower than Yi Xian's. Even if there was no critical hit, Yi Xian could still kill them in an instant. Magic treasure? Using a magic treasure to withstand the power of the god-slaying sword? Was that even possible? Killing 3 people in a row. How much time had passed since he entered? Yi Xian had already killed 3 people in a row. How could the people of the slave pavilion hold back? Damn it, kid, you're courting death. How dare you kill the people of my slave pavilion? Today you will die without a doubt. Go kill him together with me. Bring the mission target. A word caught Yi Xian's attention. Mission target? It seemed like these people did not find Fei Yan for no reason. However, Yi Xian did not want to ask so many questions. His figure flashed and appeared outside the inn. At this time Luo Qi had already brought the weak Fei Yan out of the inn. That was why Yi Xian came out. He wanted to kill these people of the slave pavilion. Moreover, he wanted to torture them to death. He wanted these people to regret finding trouble with Fei Yan. Of course, even if they regretted it, they would die without a doubt. 5 people quickly rushed out and pounced on Yi Xian. The 3 people Yi Xian killed were only low-level heavenly gods. Among the remaining 5, there was 1 high-level heavenly god and 2 mid-level heavenly gods. Therefore, they felt that victory was in their hands. Even the onlookers were not optimistic about Yi Xian's chances. Some of them could see that Yi Xian was only a mid-level heavenly god. Moreover, he was only a first-level heavenly god. He was facing 3 people whose cultivation level was higher than him. One of them was an entire realm higher than him. Therefore, they did not think that Yi Xian could defeat his opponents. However, who told them that Yi Xian was going to do it himself? Come out, 1,000 beast sword servants. 1,000 beasts parade. Suddenly, 1,000 divine beasts appeared and surrounded the 5 people without any hesitation. With a wave of his hand, he summoned thousands of powerful war beasts. Such a method shocked the people in the slave pavilion and the surrounding onlookers. Everyone was familiar with the battle beast, and many people would get their hands on a few. QWPM but 1,000 heads. Let's not talk about whether you can control it or not. Even if you can capture it, it won't be that easy. To be able to raise 1,000 divine beasts, there was no doubt that they were all people of a certain status. Not to mention he was so powerful. Of course, Yi Xian did not know what they were thinking, nor did he care. Yi Xian ordered as he looked at the people of the slave pavilion. Kill them all. Roar! Roar! The 1,000 deity rank mounts charged at the 5 slave pavilion disciples without hesitation. Although Yi Xian had only summoned 3 platinum level and 17 gold level Ares mounts this time, he had only summoned 3 platinum level Ares mounts. However, such a valiant strength was more than enough to crush these people countless times. That's right, it was a crushing defeat. This was simply not a battle of strength. It was not a battle from the very beginning. Of course, at the beginning, Yi Xian was at a disadvantage on the surface. However, the outcome of the battle was determined from the very beginning. The 5 slave pavilion disciples did not have the slightest ability to resist. 4 of them were killed by the 1,000 beast sword attendants. Only the high-level heavenly god slave pavilion disciple managed to withstand the first wave of attacks. Could it be that you don't want to know why we captured him? Shouted the slave pavilion disciple loudly. He hoped that Yi Xian would forgive him because of this secret. Unfortunately, he was thinking too much. Yi Xian did not care at all. That was because Yi Xian had his own methods to investigate this matter. I don't want to. After saying that, the 1,000 beast sword attendants directly attacked. They killed him without any suspense. The last slave pavilion disciple fell to the ground with boundless unwillingness. He was extremely regretful in his heart. Why did he accept this mission in the first place? Back then, when that person gave them the mission, he did not say that this young man possessed such terrifying strength. If they knew, they would not have gone to the upper realm even if they were beaten to death. Slave pavilion, humph, what a good slave pavilion. Yi Xian will remember today's matter. In the future, I will definitely exterminate your slave pavilion. Yi Xian's indifferent voice reached the ears of the surrounding people, but no one said a word. At this moment, Yi Xian turned around and looked at Flying Smoke with some anger. Why didn't you leave? Others did not understand, but Flying Smoke understood the meaning of this sentence. Flying Smoke could quickly teleport to Yi Xian's side from anywhere. If she encountered trouble at the beginning, then she could teleport directly and definitely avoid it. However, Flying Smoke replied, "Yes. It's too late." As for Yi Xian, he also understood these words. Who did Flying Smoke mean? At the beginning, in order to cover Luo Qi's escape, she missed the opportunity, and later, it was already too late to leave. It seemed that this Luo Qi was Flying Smoke's good friend. Regarding this point, Yi Xian couldn't say anything. He couldn't possibly order Flying Smoke not to make friends or anything, right? I'll undo the slave imprint for you. As he spoke, Yi Xian took out Flying Smoke's divine deity fragment. Yi Xian had mentioned this request before. However, Flying Smoke refused. He didn't expect that this time Flying Smoke would refuse once again. No, this little girl is willing. This little girl is willing to be young master's servant for the rest of her life. I hope that young master can fulfill my wish. Suddenly, Flying Smoke directly knelt on the ground. It seemed that Flying Smoke, who was not afraid of the threat of death, was actually afraid of coming into contact with Yi Xian. Yi Xian frowned. He didn't understand, he really didn't understand. Normally speaking, even if Yi Xian removed the master-slave relationship with Flying Smoke could still stay by Yi Xian's side. What was the difference between now and now? Why was Flying Smoke unwilling? She was unwilling to remove this master-slave relationship no matter what? She was even willing to die, but she was unwilling to remove the master-slave relationship. Yi Xian really couldn't understand. He couldn't understand what Flying Smoke was thinking. Seeing such a resolute Flying Smoke, Yi Xian naturally couldn't say anything. Instead, he took a few steps forward and swallowed Flying Smoke. All right, since you're still unwilling, I won't force you. Flying Smoke smiled slightly. Her eyes were filled with gratitude. Why would Flying Smoke be unwilling to come into contact with Yi Xian's master-slave relationship? In fact, it was also because Yi Xian swallowed the Flying Feather Divine Deity fragment in the space. As for the reason, it was likely that Yi Xian would only be able to understand it after a long time. Luo Qi couldn't understand Yi Xian and Flying Feather, this pair of master and servant. As the master, he wanted to remove the master-slave relationship, but on the contrary, it was the slave who was unwilling to be beaten to death. It was rare to see such a strange combination, and only at this time did Luo Qi understand why Flying Smoke was so loyal to Yi Xian. This wasn't because of the master-slave contract, but because Flying Smoke was absolutely loyal to Yi Xian from the bottom of her heart. Of course, only Flying Smoke herself knew that her loyalty was not only directed at Yi Xian. Chapter 2164. However, this scene was clearly seen by a group of people in the distance. I didn't think that Yixian would be so strong. No, to be more precise, it's his war machines. I didn't think that he would have so many powerful war machines. It seems that I've underestimated him. These useless slaves can't even handle such a small matter. Clearly, this was the person who'd issued the order to capture Fei Yan. Fei Yan, oh Fei Yan, you're mine. You're mine. This person was none other than Yi Lixio. He hadn't defeated Yixian yet, but he couldn't wait to get Fei Yan in advance. Especially when the family guard beside him told him that Fei Yan was a slave, and a virgin at that. He couldn't wait to get his hands on her. Naturally, the slave pavilion had a special method to make Fei Yan's godhead fragment lose its effect and create a new one to control Fei Yan. This method was something that almost no slave pavilion had. However, due to the special nature of qi, very few people knew about it and rarely used it. This time Yi Lixio had prepared a sufficient price to obtain Fei Yan in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, he'd failed in the end. Go pass down this prince's orders. Launch an all-out operation against that guy. War machine. I want to see how you'll deal with it in the training camp when you can't use your war machine. It wasn't that the Mozhang training camp didn't forbid the use of war machines, but the rule was that disciples could only rely on their own strength when fighting against each other. Clearly, Yi Lixio had also set up a big game of chess, one that targeted Yixian, and now he'd finally made his move. Yixian brought Fei Yan back to his residence. Unexpectedly, Luo Qi had followed him. At this moment in Luo Qi's heart, Yixian was a super-perfect man. After finding out that Fei Yan was Yixian's slave, Luo Qi was stunned. Servants were more common, but slaves, to be honest, weren't that common. This was because many people would rather die than become slaves. Thus, the number of slaves was very small. Of course, if you were talking about ordinary people as slaves, there would be a lot of them. However, there were very few who were willing to become slaves after becoming gods. QWPM what's more? A strange combination like flying smoke and Yixian? The master wanted to get closer to the master-slave relationship, but the slave was unwilling. Is flying smoke beautiful? Very, very beautiful. As long as one had seen flying smoke's true appearance, men would fall head over heels for her. As for women, they wouldn't even be jealous of her. Was flying smoke powerful? Very powerful. In the 7th division, Fian was publicly recognized as a genius. Although her realm was not high right now, her strong learning ability and outstanding talent allowed her to be ranked on the genius ranking. However, because the light from the Yixian was too strong, it was blocked. Moreover, Fian was even versed in many mysterious divine abilities. It could be said that flying smoke was simply perfect. However, such a perfect woman was willing to become Yixian's slave. For a moment, Luo Qi was even more curious about Yixian. Fian did not rest. Even though he had just experienced a battle and had lost a lot of energy, she did not rest for a moment. Instead, she was busy preparing food for Yixian. Moreover, no matter how much Yixian requested, Fian only smiled and did not have the slightest intention of stopping. In the end, Yixian also gave up. Only after watching Yixian eat the food that she had prepared did Fian leave with Luo Qi in satisfaction. What happened today undoubtedly gave Yixian a wake-up call. It made Yixian understand that he was not necessarily safe in the MO training camp. On the way back, Luo Qi kept asking Fian about Yixian. Fian was very direct. As long as it could be said, she would say everything she knew. In fact, it was obvious why a girl was inquiring about a man. Unfortunately, Yixian did not care about Luo Qi at all. If it wasn't for the fact that Luo Qi was Fian's friend, Yixian probably wouldn't even look at her. This Luo Qi was actually not simple. The Luo family also had a certain amount of strength in the 100 realms of Mo Shanga. And Luo Qi was the only successor of the Luo family. One could imagine that there were definitely many people chasing after her. So what if it was the God realm? Of course, things like love between men and women were also extremely normal. After the two girls left, Yixian found the people from the Fire Clan. He needed to know who the slave pavilion accepted the mission from, and then went to find trouble with Fian. He wanted to catch this person and then deal with him ruthlessly. Unfortunately, this time Yixian miscalculated. He couldn't find any useful information at all. It was as if that mission was only accepted by those 8 people in private. When Yixian received the report, he secretly snorted at the slave pavilion. Since that was the case, then don't blame Yixian for destroying the slave pavilion. However, before that, Yixian encountered trouble. Yixian, get out here. Just as Yixian was bored in the first section, he heard a shout outside the door. Yixian frowned slightly. Who was looking for him? Moreover, he was so angry. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and directly walked out. Who are you? Yixian looked at that person. He didn't know this person. It could even be said that he had never seen this person before. But why did this person come to find trouble with him? Yixian, you hypocrite. Who am I? I am the brother of Hongyuan, who was defiled by you. Today, I must avenge my sister and kill you. It really is Hongyuan's brother. Hongyuan is from the 9th section, and she looks very beautiful. I didn't expect that this Yixian would actually be such a pervert. Yixian was slightly stunned. What Hongyuan? He didn't know her at all. Yixian wasn't such a person. It seemed that this person had found the wrong person. I don't know who your sister is. Moreover, Yixian would never do such a despicable thing. You should leave. You found the wrong person. You found the wrong person? Of course you won't admit it. Don't worry, you'll admit it after I kill you. That person actually attacked directly. He didn't care about the training camp's rules at all. He used a killing move as soon as he attacked. At this moment, many people, including the instructors, still didn't understand what was going on. Therefore, no one was prepared at all. However, this person clearly came prepared. The moment he attacked, he summoned the phantom of a demon god. This phantom of a demon god was obviously not something that a person like him could possess. This was because the strength of this phantom had already reached the peak of the heavenly god realm. Ding! Attention host, a powerful attack has been detected. Host, please prepare your defenses. Damn it! Chapter 2165. This was the phantom of a peak heavenly god realm demon god. That person was also a superior heavenly god. At this moment, not only did the phantom of the demon god charge towards Yixian, that person also charged towards him at the same time. Damn it! Yixian was slightly angered, but his hands were not idle. A ball of light exploded around the Godslayer, protecting Yixian within it. That powerful attack was blocked the moment it reached Yixian's side. This time Yixian did not control the Godslayer. Instead, it flew out on its own. Of course, to be more precise, it was Wei Zhentian who made his move. Wei Zhentian had been residing within the Godslayer all this while. Now that Yixian was in danger, Wei Zhentian naturally would not ignore it. When the phantom of the demon god and the superior heavenly god charged over, Wei Zhentian did not hesitate to activate the Soul Devourer shield, blocking all of their attacks. At this moment, Yixian was still standing there leisurely as if he was taking a stroll in the park. Above his head, the Godslayer emitted a faint glow protecting Yixian. Meanwhile, Hongyuan's brother continued to surround Yixian and launch a series of fierce attacks. Of course, it was all in vain. At this moment, the surrounding people were also shocked. They were shocked that Hongyuan's brother could unleash such a powerful attack. After all, Hongyuan's brother did not have such a powerful technique in the past. At the same time, they were even more shocked by Yixian's defense. Ignored. He was simply ignoring such a powerful attack. To be able to withstand the attacks of a peak heavenly god realm demon god and a superior heavenly god, many people could do it. Some of them could even do it more easily than Yixian. However, that was because they were already very strong, surpassing Hongyuan's brother. However, Yixian was different. Yixian's strength was only at the middle stage grand profound stage of the first stage. In fact, a few months ago he was just a true god. QWPM however, it was this person who was obviously at an absolute disadvantage, who was able to defend against the attack of a heavenly god, who was many times more powerful than him with such ease. In such a situation, what could the surrounding onlookers say? It's that Dharma treasure, that sword, seems to be very powerful. Someone said. At this moment, the most eye-catching thing in Yixian's performance was the Godslayer sword. It could be said that all of this happened without Yixian's control. Or rather, it could be said Wei Zhentian. In the eyes of others, it was natural that they were surprised. There were many weapons or equipment. There were quite a few who could fight on their own. However, an artifact spirit was still an artifact spirit, and its flaws were very obvious. If an artifact spirit was allowed to fight on its own, its power would be greatly reduced. This was something that everyone knew. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no one would allow an artifact spirit to fight on its own unless it was absolutely necessary. But what was Yi Xian's situation now? The sword was clearly fighting on its own. How could it suppress the demon god's shadow and Hong Yuan's brother? A weapon spirit could never surpass its master's strength. This was an iron law that no one could violate. They couldn't understand it. Everyone was confused. They couldn't understand the current battle. They couldn't understand why Yi Xian's sword was so strong. Yi Xian didn't want to fight. It was obvious that this guy was here for revenge because his sister had been defiled. Although this wasn't Yi Xian's doing, Yi Xian pitied him. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't want to fight with this guy. Alright, that's enough. I've said it before, I didn't do anything to your sister. Although I don't know where you heard this news from. If I didn't do it, then I didn't do it. I, Yi Xian, will never hide my actions. You didn't do it? Yi Xian, you damn guy. I saw you walk out of my sister's room with my own eyes. Don't tell me you're still trying to deny it. Yi Xian was amused. She saw him with her own eyes? When did you see me? Last night. Yi Xian, you don't have to deny it. I'll kill you today. Yi Xian laughed. Last night? He didn't even leave the house last night. However, he couldn't allow this guy to continue causing trouble. Alright, I said it wasn't me. But since someone dares to defame me, I'll catch them no matter who they are. Don't worry. Yi Xian will handle your matters for you. Consider it for myself. I'll keep that person's head for you. Yi Xian indifferently said. His gaze had already looked around. At this point, Yi Xian naturally understood that someone wanted to frame him. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had some strength, then Hong Yuan's brother would be enough to kill Yi Xian. The person hiding in the dark had a good plan. He didn't even need to make a move to get rid of Yi Xian. Unfortunately, his wishful thinking was too good. Yi Xian wasn't someone who would allow himself to be trampled on. Back off! Yi Xian shouted. Wei Zhentian and Yi Xian had a tacit understanding. In an instant, two beams of light erupted. Deicide slash. Yes, it was the deicide slash. In Yi Xian's hands, the Godslayer could only release one deicide slash at a time. But when Wei Zhentian took over control, he could release two at once. Boom! 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 The two beams of light forced Hong Yuan's brother and the demon god projection to retreat. Moreover, because the Godslayer was bound to deal a critical hit to the demon god projection was severely injured. In fact, although Hong Yuan's brother was anxious and angry, he was still rational. From Yi Xian's refusal to make a move to Yi Xian's explanation, combined with his own situation, Hong Yuan's brother was still a little confused. The day before, his demon celestial phantom was merely an intermediate heavenly god. However, after the incident with his sister, someone inexplicably bought him a precious treasure at an extremely low price. It was a precious treasure that could temporarily increase the strength of his demon celestial phantom. That treasure could allow the demon god projection to unleash the strength of a peak heavenly god for 2 hours. Hong Yuan's brother had never encountered such a good thing in the thousands of years he had been in the training camp. Why did he encounter it yesterday? Also, it seemed that someone had deliberately led him to Hong Yuan's residence. At that time, someone had told him that his sister was in danger. That was why he had rushed over immediately. Coincidentally, just as he went over, he saw the scene of Yi Xian coming out. If Yi Xian had directly attacked him, he might not have suspected anything. However, Yi Xian had only fought with his sword and was already able to force him to retreat. Chapter 2166. If Yi Xian could force him to retreat without making a move, didn't that mean that Yi Xian had the ability to defeat or even kill him? Yi Xian didn't do that. Instead, he faced him calmly. Without a doubt, Hong Yuan's brother slowly calmed down. You really didn't do what happened to my sister? Yi Xian lifted his head and said calmly. I said it wasn't me, so it wasn't me. If I really did it, do you think you would still be alive to cause trouble for me? As for your sister, I don't even know who she is. Why would I cause trouble for her? Don't worry, since I'm involved in this matter, I'll get to the bottom of it. Just wait. I'll catch the mastermind very soon. Yi Xian always kept his promises. Moreover, Yi Xian knew very well that he had to find a solution for today's matter. If he didn't catch the mastermind, then similar incidents would happen again. However, Yi Xian still underestimated the methods of those people. After Hong Yuan's brother left temporarily, Yi Xian began his investigation. He asked Fian and the people from the fire division to investigate on his behalf. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. Of course, Yi Xian also knew that the power he could use now was far too little. However, Yi Xian didn't pay too much attention to it. Since the mastermind had caused trouble for Yi Xian the first time, then there would be a second time and a third time. It could be said that as long as those people didn't achieve their goal, then similar incidents would happen again and again. Another few days passed. On this day, Yi Xian was originally just staying in the training camp. However, a sudden attack erupted. They were all from the training camp. 5 people, 5 heavenly gods from the 10th division. The strangest thing was their reason. It's him. That's right, it's Yi Xian. He's gone too far. He's such a bully. That's right. Today we must find him for revenge. Why? He's a genius. Fine, we're just ordinary people. We can give in to him or even hide from him. But why does he have to force us step by step? Since he doesn't give us a way out, then let's die together. When the 5 of them arrived in front of Yi Xian, they first discussed amongst themselves before directly attacking Yi Xian. The moment he attacked, it was a killing move. It was as if he wanted to perish together with his opponent. Die, you damned bastard! Boom! Yi Xian didn't even understand what was going on when he was suddenly attacked. While the 5 of them were discussing, Yi Xian also heard them. However, he didn't expect them to be talking about him. However, the 5 of them did not hesitate at all when they said they would attack. Ding! A powerful attack has been detected. Attention host! Along with the system notification, Wei Zhentian once again controlled the Godslayer to automatically protect its master. Ding! Host, please take note. The host does not have enough soul fragments. The defense has been broken. Boom! Yi Xian was sent flying by a punch. Even with the Godslayer's defense, he was still sent flying by a punch. Fortunately, Yi Xian was not hurt at all. He only took a few steps back. However, this was still unacceptable. Damn it, what are you doing? Yi Xian looked at the 5 of them, anger rising in his heart. 5 upper-level heavenly gods. Could it be that these fellows had eaten the wrong medicine? QWPM humph, you know what we're doing. Everyone, let's attack together and kill him. The 5 of them charged towards Yi Xian again. Yi Xian grabbed the Godslayer and prepared to summon the 1,000 beast sword servants at the same time. However, he suddenly held himself back. It was obvious that these people were being used by someone else to cause trouble for him. If Yi Xian attacked now, he might not be able to defeat these people. Even if he did, he would only fall into the trap of the mastermind. Therefore, even if Yi Xian was unwilling, he could only hold himself back. Everything was the work of the mastermind. As for these people, they were just innocent people. It could even be said that they were victims as well. All of you stop. Alright, since you want to cause trouble for me, then tell me clearly how I offended you. Haha, how did you offend us? Yi Xian, oh Yi Xian, to think that you're number 1 on the genius leaderboard. With your talent and strength, we are no different from ants in front of you. Yi Xian, you can kill us. We're not strong enough. We're just ordinary people. We can't beat you and we don't have anyone to back us up. We'll admit it. However, why do you have to toy with us and even use our families? Yi Xian, the 182 people in Liujia village are all ordinary people I brought up from the mortal realm. What threat do they pose to you? Or rather, what threat do I pose to you? Why do you want to kill all of them? The 5 of them spoke one after another. Their voices were extremely agitated, and they were even a little incoherent. However, Yi Xian still understood. What these people meant was that Yi Xian had started causing trouble for them a few days ago. At first, he wanted them to hand over their families to Yi Xian and use them as slaves. Naturally, they didn't comply. Then Yi Xian used all sorts of methods to deal with them. He even destroyed their families in the end. F***CK. Damn you! Yi Xian cursed after hearing this. Yi Xian, how dare you be so arrogant? Brothers, let's attack together. Today we must kill him. Even if we die, we must avenge our families. The 5 of them were extremely agitated. However, Yi Xian was even more agitated than them. All of you stop. Boom! 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 Thousands of god-level mounts instantly appeared and surrounded the 5 of them. However, they didn't attack. At the same time, Yi Xian spoke to the 5 of them. A bunch of fools. What do I need your families for? Slaves? Do you think I, Yi Xian, lack divine crystals? Damn you, are you trying to label me as a pervert again? Previously, you labeled me as a pervert. Why? What is it this time? Yi Xian was extremely agitated. Wasn't that person in the dark a little too much? Slaves? It seemed like he had to pay a visit to the slave pavilion. You 5 pigs, come with me now. Yi Xian looked at the 5 of them and said in an unquestionable tone. To be honest, if the 5 of them hadn't been forced into a corner, they wouldn't have dared to cause trouble for Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian's strength was quite strong in the training camp. Other things aside, just his title as the number 1 on the genius leaderboard was enough for Yi Xian to enjoy a lot of privileges in the training camp. After being scolded by Yi Xian, the 5 of them shriveled up. They had mustered up their courage to look for Yi Xian. In reality, they were already prepared to die. They had no intention of leaving alive. However, cultivation wasn't easy. Chapter 2167. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Although family was important, their own lives were important as well. The 5 of them weren't crazy enough to do anything for their family. At this moment, Yi Xian directly walked forward, and the 5 of them followed. QWPM. It wasn't just the 5 of them, but also the surrounding onlookers. Yi Xian had been in the limelight recently, and it was hard for him not to be noticed. Now Yi Xian was finally going to make a move. Regardless of whether they suspected Yi Xian or believed that Yi Xian wasn't a good person, they all wanted to see what Yi Xian was going to do. Yi Xian was only a mid-level heavenly god, so they weren't afraid of Yi Xian. In an instant, more than 100 people followed behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian put away his god-grade mounts, frowned, and went straight to the Lingxiao Pavilion branch in Mo City. Everyone knew that Yi Xian was related to Lingxian Pavilion, but no one knew what that relationship was. However, when Yi Xian arrived at Lingxian Pavilion, they knew that Yi Xian had an extremely high status in Lingxian Pavilion. This disciple greets the Pavilion Guardian Elder. This time Yi Xian didn't hide his identity at all. Instead, he flashed his token. Yi Xian didn't care about hiding his identity. Since the plan was to attract Mo City's attention while the Withered Bone Swordsman, Fire Division, and the others investigated in secret, he had to be arrogant to the end. Almost everyone in Lingxian Pavilion's branch knelt in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian's Pavilion Guardian Elder's token was the real deal. Even if he was just a general without an army, he still had a lot of authority. You send a message to Elder Ku and tell him to come see me quickly. This Pavilion Protector Elder, Vice Pavilion Master Moonless, this lowly one doesn't dare. Although that person didn't say it explicitly, his meaning couldn't be any clearer. What he meant was that Yi Xian was just a guardian elder. Although he was powerful enough, Ku was now a guardian lord. It was unreasonable for Ku to meet Yi Xian. Yi Xian could not be bothered to waste his breath. He immediately released a voice transmission talisman. If these people did not dare, then he would do it himself. In any case, Yi Xian had never paid much attention to this Pavilion Guardian Elder from the very beginning. He was only looking for Missing Moon to ask for his help. Behind Yi Xian, the people from the training camp were dumbfounded. They did not understand what Yi Xian was doing. In fact, perhaps even Yi Xian himself didn't quite understand. Under normal circumstances, what was Yi Xian? His relationship with Master Moonless was probably not good enough to order him to do anything. However, Yi Xian could only ask Missing Moon for help now, so he couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. Soon, a figure walked out of the transmission array of this Lingxian Pavilion branch. It seemed like he was still doing something and was still holding a pile of materials in his hands. Grandmaster Yi, why did you call me over in such a hurry? Master Moonless came to Yi Xian and looked at the angry Yi Xian in confusion. I need your help, Yi Xian said without hesitation. Haha, Grandmaster Yi, are you kidding me? Given Grandmaster Yi's abilities, what can't he do? Although Yi Xian's cultivation base was not high, his restriction Grandmaster clone was extremely powerful. At least, in the eyes of someone like Missing Moon, Yi Xian definitely had a lot of super powerful followers by his side. After all, Any powerful restriction master would have powerful followers by his side. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Yi Xian didn't care about restriction masters at all. Seeing Yi Xian's cold eyes, Master Moonless could tell that Yi Xian really had something to ask of him this time. Therefore, Master Moonless stopped smiling and said directly, "Grandmaster Yi, what do you need from me? I owe my life to you. As long as you have any orders, I will do my best to help you." Boom! That one sentence made everyone go crazy. Who was Master Moonless? He was the deputy pavilion master of Lingxian Pavilion. Although his cultivation base was not high, it was the result of being trapped for countless years. In fact, Master Moonless' status was equivalent to the second sect master in Lingxian Pavilion because even the sect master had to give in to him. However, such a person had said that he would do his best to help Yi Xian as long as Yi Xian asked him to. What did that mean? Didn't that mean that as long as Yi Xian was willing, the entire Lingxian Pavilion would be at his disposal? This time, the people from Emoshang training camp truly understood how terrifying Yi Xian was. As for the two people following behind Yi Xian, their faces turned green. There was no doubt that these people had participated in plotting against Yi Xian. Now, when Yi Xian was ready to shed all pretense of cordiality, they knew that they had seriously underestimated Yi Xian's strength. "Alright, I'm glad to hear that. I'm currently in Emoshang training camp and I'm very annoyed. Someone has been plotting against me one after another. I want you to help me find out who that person is," Yi Xian said. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw a strange expression on Master Moonless' face. "Wait a minute, Master Yi. What did you just say? Where are you?" "I said that I'm an apprentice in the outer camp of Emoshang training camp. What's wrong? Is there a problem?" "Of course you can do whatever you want, Master Yi. However, Master Yi, even if you wanted to set up a training camp stronger than Emoshang training camp, it would only take a few words. Why would you run off to be an apprentice? Don't tell me you have nothing better to do?" Master Moonless' words left Yi Xian somewhat unable to react. Of course, this kind of misunderstanding couldn't be blamed on Yi Xian or Moonless. After all, Master Moonless couldn't possibly know that Yi Xian's restriction skills were completely dependent on the system. Yi Xian also couldn't possibly know that Moonless meant that he wanted Yi Xian to use his status as a restriction grandmaster. Yi Xian was in a daze. However, Master Moonless said somewhat helplessly, "Master Yi, you really like to joke around. Grandmaster Yi, you really like to joke. You came to me for such a small matter. However, this also shows that Grandmaster Yi doesn't treat me, Moonless, as an outsider. Alright, this matter, no matter what, I, Moonless, will do it beautifully for you. Just wait for the good news." After Moonless finished speaking, a dumbfounded Yi Xian led the similarly dumbfounded members of the training camp back. At this moment, no one doubted Yi Xian anymore. After all, even someone like Lingxian Court's vice pavilion master had been so submissive in front of Yi Xian. Anyone who wasn't a fool would know that Yi Xian's identity wasn't simple. This matter was just a momentary impulse for Yi Xian. However, he didn't know how big of a crisis it had caused. The few times Yi Xian had been targeted, there was no doubt that it was Yi Lixio's doing. He was the one who arranged for people to scheme against Yi Xian. According to Yi Lixio's plan, he wanted to play Yi Xian to death. Chapter 2168. However, when Yi Xian exploded, he realized that he had provoked a powerful figure. Lingxian Court was actually going all out to help Yi Xian. Yi Lixio had no choice but to seek help from his family. As for Master Moonless, he immediately met with the sect master of Lingxian Court after Yi Xian left. Master Moonless had never expected that Yi Xian, who had originally been prepared to use his own strength to help Yi Xian because he owed Yi Xian a debt of gratitude. However, the sect master of Lingxian Court had asked everyone in Lingxian Court to help Yi Xian. Take note, everyone in Lingxian Court. In other words, this included Lingxian Court's allies. Moreover, when he said this, the pavilion master of the Lingxian Pavilion was actually extremely happy. It was as if being able to help Yi Xian was a glorious thing. Master Moonless had always known that the pavilion master paid special attention to Yi Xian. From the first time he had met Yi Xian, the pavilion master had asked if Yi Xian had participated in the training. Then, the pavilion master had given Yi Xian the status of a pavilion guardian elder without hesitation. It seemed that all of this hadn't been unintentional. In the beginning, Master Moonless had thought that the pavilion master was trying to rope in Yi Xian. However, it now seemed that this wasn't the case. After all, there was no need to mobilize all of Ling Xian Court's forces to help Yi Xian in order to rope in Yi Xian. It seemed that there was more to this than met the eye. A huge storm was brewing. At the center of this storm was the Emoshang training camp, a place that no one had paid much attention to. As for the reason, it was simply because Yi Xian was there. Of course, such a huge storm wasn't something that could happen in a day or two. Because of Yi Xian's sudden explosion, Yi Lixiu had stopped all actions against Yi Xian. At this moment he finally realized what kind of power this seemingly ordinary Yi Xian had. In fact, this power hadn't even been fully unleashed yet. Ling Xuanga alone was enough to force him to stop whatever he was doing. He was only the 7th prince of the Dark Knight Empire. He had some power, but it wasn't that great. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent to the Emoshang training camp. At this moment, his family had already sent him a message, telling him not to make the slightest move. Otherwise, he would be punished according to the family rules. What had originally been a personal conflict between Yi Lixiu and Yi Xian had now turned into a conflict between Ling Xian Court and the entire Dark Knight Empire. Moreover, as long as Yi Xian did not give up on his ambitions, this conflict would continue to escalate. Of course, Yi Xian was still unaware of all this. So, he took advantage of his opportunity to cause trouble for the slave pavilion. The slave pavilion was a power, but in the 100 territories, it was only a small power comparable to the Myriad Beast School. Yi Xian led the 5 people who had been captured at the beginning to the outside of the slave pavilion, a huge ancient town. This was the headquarters of the slave pavilion. There were still many experts in the slave pavilion. To be honest, no matter how one looked at it, Yi Xian and a few people from the Emoshang training camp didn't seem to have the slightest chance of winning. However, when Yi Xian and the others arrived, they discovered that there were only a dozen people left in the slave pavilion's headquarters. The others had all run away. In a fit of anger, Yi Xian burned down the slave pavilion's headquarters. When the people left behind saw Yi Xian coming over, they ran away without a second word. The weakest among those people was a mid-level sky celestial grade. Yet they didn't even have the guts to make a move against Yi Xian. After burning down the slave pavilion's headquarters, Yi Xian's anger was more or less vented. Previously, all sorts of trouble had been stirring up in Yi Xian's heart. However, now that his anger had subsided, Yi Xian calmed down and started to think carefully. It seemed like there was something strange going on around him. There was simply no need for Ling Xian Pavilion to help Yi Xian. Yi Xian and Ling Xian Pavilion didn't have much contact with each other. They only had some contact with Master Moonless. However, Ling Xian Pavilion had helped him. Not only had they helped him, but they had also used all their means to help him. In less than 3 days, Yi Xian received news from Ling Xian Pavilion. He also knew that Yi Lixiu was the mastermind behind the scenes. However, Yi Lixiu had also run away. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared without a trace. When Yi Xian found out about Yi Lixiu's identity, he found it very strange as well. Logically speaking, given Yi Lixiu's background, killing Yi Xian should have been as easy as crushing an ant. However, when the local conflict had erupted, Yi Lixiu had chosen to back down. What was this? What was all this? Yi Xian was really confused. This time he was truly dumbfounded. Even the system, without any information, couldn't understand what was going on around Yi Xian. Of course, one thing was for sure. It seemed like there was a mysterious power helping Yi Xian from behind the scenes. While Yi Xian was pondering this in the training camp, the external conflict was escalating. The first conflict to erupt was between Ling Xian Pavilion and Jubao Pavilion. QWPM within the 100 territories, there was no doubt that there was an irreconcilable conflict between Ling Xian Pavilion and Jubao Pavilion. However, in the past million years the two factions hadn't really had a major conflict. However, in one day, Ling Xian Pavilion had mobilized all their elites and destroyed thousands of Jubao Pavilion's strongholds. By the time Jubao Pavilion had put up a defense, it was already too late. They'd attacked as soon as they'd said so. As for the reason given by Ling Xian Pavilion, it turned out that a young master from Jubao Pavilion had once targeted Yi Xian. Could it be that Ling Xian Pavilion had already made preparations to attack, and was just using me as an excuse this time? Yi Xian thought to himself. This was the only reasonable reason he could think of. Otherwise, how could he explain why Lingxian Pavilion was helping him with all their might? Clouds of mystery surrounded Yixian as earth-shattering changes took place in the outside world. The 100 territories, which had been peaceful for 1,000,000 years, suddenly erupted into conflict. Moreover, it was in the form of battle. Every day, countless people died. Every day, countless battles took place. Lingxian Pavilion was like a madman, attacking Jubao Pavilion and the Anya Empire in the name of avenging Yixian. All this mystery was solved when a messenger from the Fire Tribe found Yixian to report to him. This made Yixian understand why Lingxian Pavilion was so crazy. Your subordinate pays his respects to the God Emperor. On this day, a messenger from the Fire Tribe came to Yixian's room. It's you. What's the matter? Of course, Yixian knew this person. After all, Yixian had seen him before. God Emperor, your subordinate has been ordered to investigate the matter of Emoshanga, and has made some progress. Therefore, I have specially come to report to you. In addition, there is another matter that your subordinate feels the need to tell you. Oh, what is it? Yixian was puzzled. He didn't know what this person wanted to say. God Emperor, this matter concerns Lingxian Pavilion. Chapter 2169. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Yixian's realization. Lord God Emperor. In order to make it easier for our Fire Clan to observe various places, we have set up some organizations in many places. As for the 100 realms of Emoshanga, because the Emoshanga is somewhat special, we have increased our investment. That Lingxian is a force that the third clan leader of the Fire Clan personally established to make it easier for us to investigate the Emoshanga. What? Yixian was dumbfounded. He had never thought that the Lingxian court was actually a member of the Fire Tribe. In other words, the Lingxian court had been part of Yixian's force from the very beginning. Now everything made sense. Why would the Lingxian court give him a clone of a court protector elder? And why would they go crazy when they found out that Yixian had given them an order? Because the Lingxian court belonged to Yixian to begin with. Or rather, it belonged to the inheritor of the ancient God Emperor's inheritance. Yixian was the new God Emperor, so wasn't he the owner of the Lingxian court? Yixian didn't know whether to laugh or cry about this ancient lost clan. After all this fuss, Yixian had been tormenting himself for so long, but it turned out that he had always been under the protection of the Lingxian court. However, Yixian didn't know whether to be happy or angry. Happy. After all, Yixian was pleasantly surprised that he had suddenly gained such a large force. It had also strengthened Yixian a lot. Angry? Damn it. If he hadn't gone to look for the Lingxian court, the people of the Lingxian court would never have told Yixian the truth. Damn, there were so many good things in the Lingxian court. If Yixian had used them directly, he would have broken through many levels by now. Alright, I understand. Yixian sat down speechlessly. Lord God Emperor, the third clan head still has something to tell you. Go ahead. I'm listening. Yes, Lord God Emperor. The Fire Tribe member suddenly knelt on the ground, which made Yixian frown slightly. Then he said, Lord God Emperor, the 3 clan heads wanted me to tell you that because the strength of the ancient E-clan is very limited, and the enemy we need to fight against is extremely powerful, Lingxian court is the strongest force in our Fire Clan. Therefore, we can follow your orders this time. After all, some conflicts have already existed, but only this time. In the future, the Fire Division will not be able to obey your orders so directly. What did he mean? Yixian frowned. The man continued to explain. Lord God Emperor should know how powerful the enemy we are facing is. If we are not careful, our ancient E-clan will be annihilated. Lord God Emperor, please use your strength to increase your strength, and lead us to fight against that powerful existence as soon as possible. When the time comes, I will fight with all my strength. But for now we have to hide our strength. These are the original words of the third clan leader. The third clan patriarch said that if Lord God Emperor wants to blame us, please wait until we eliminate that powerful existence first. Yixian nodded and said, Yes, you're right. Yes, your considerations are correct, I understand. Then let's do as you think. However, we cannot relax our investigation of Emoshanga. We must find out the secrets of Emoshanga. Yes, Lord God Emperor. Alright, there's nothing else. You can go about your business. Yixian waved his hand and dismissed the man. However, after the man left, Yixian smiled bitterly. QWPM. Although the third clan head's words were vague enough, Yixian understood the meaning behind them. Perhaps it was necessary to hide their strength. However, more importantly, the higher-ups of the fire division had not completely accepted Yixian. Because of their ancestral teachings and clan rules, they had no choice but to serve Yixian as their master. However, Yixian was too weak now, so they would not completely submit to Yixian. To put it bluntly, the lost ancient clan belonged to Yixian, but they did not belong to Yixian either. After all, too many things had changed in the span of hundreds of millions of years. It was still unknown how loyal the lost ancient clan was to Yixian. Perhaps they would follow Yixian without hesitation if he was powerful enough. However, Yixian was not powerful enough. Power. Everything depended on power. Sometimes, even if Yixian encountered a great opportunity, he would not be able to control it completely if he was not powerful enough. For example, Lingxian Court could be called the Lost Ancient Clan. However, Yixian quickly adjusted his mentality. Why should he entrust everything to others? Yixian was Yixian. There was nothing that he had to rely on others. Whether the Lost Ancient Clan was willing to obey him or not, Yixian had to improve his own strength. The next morning, Yixian appeared in a place he had never been before. Many people were stunned. The mission hall. In Emoshang training camp, many people usually went to complete missions in exchange for points. However, Yixian had never been there before. This was Yixian's first time here. At the moment, the matter regarding Lingxian Court had already exploded to a new height. Everyone in the training camp had a new understanding of Yixian. It could be said that in the entire training camp, at least in the outer camp, no one dared to say no to Yixian. However, he clearly had great power and authority. Yet, Yixian had come to Emoshang training camp and was preparing to accept a mission today? The girl in charge of issuing missions was dumbfounded. It was not strange for anyone to come to her place, except for Yixian. Yixian's appearance made her somewhat unable to react. "Young Master Yi, may I ask what business you have with me?" "Oh, I'm here to accept a mission. Can I see the list of missions?" Yixian did not care about the gazes around him. They were not him, so how would they know about his affairs? The girl hesitated for a moment. Fortunately, she reacted immediately and directly placed all the missions in front of Yixian. The missions in Emoshang training camp were divided into levels: easy, normal, difficult, and nightmare. These 4 levels represented 4 different types of missions with different levels of danger. Simple missions had an average casualty rate of almost 0. Normal missions had a casualty rate of 20%. Difficult missions had 50%. Nightmare missions had a casualty rate as high as 70%. Of course, according to the missions, the rewards were naturally different too. Moreover, every mission had a minimum realm requirement. Yixian did not have much leeway to choose. In fact, apart from the simple missions in front of him, there were only 2 difficult missions. Mission 1. A powerful divine beast has appeared in the 100-Flower Valley. The 100-Flower Valley seeks help from the Emoshang training camp. The request is to defeat or kill the evil divine beast. However, the requirement is to be an intermediate celestial god. Chapter 2170. These were the only 2 normal missions that Yixian could accept at the moment. As for simple missions, there were a few. However, how could Yixian possibly do such a mission? To Yixian, such a mission was simply a waste of time. "Can I accept these 2 missions at the same time?" Yixian asked the girl. The 2 normal missions only had a reward of 200 points. It was very little, but Yixian could only accept these 2 missions, so he didn't want to miss them. "If young Master Yi wants to accept these 2 missions at the same time, of course you can." At this moment, the entire hall was abuzz with discussion. It wouldn't be strange for anyone to appear here, but it was strange that Yixian had come. In their eyes, how could a high and mighty young master like Yixian accept such a low-level mission? 200 points? What could he exchange for in Emoshang training camp? Perhaps it could be exchanged for many things in the eyes of ordinary disciples, but for someone like Yixian, those things were no different from trash. No one knew what Yixian was trying to do, but Yixian still did it. He knew his own business. Yixian had been a little lazy for some time. He had used up all the resources he had, but Yixian hadn't done anything for such a long time. This wasn't a good habit. Yixian was just a lowly existence in the realm of the gods. What right did he have to be lazy? According to the priority of the mission, Yixian's first choice was the 100-Flower Valley. Was it the evil divine beast? Yixian wanted to see what kind of divine beast it was. Soon Yixian arrived at the 100-Flower Valley. The 100-Flower Valley used to be a place with beautiful scenery. Because of its abundance of beautiful divine flowers, it wasn't exactly famous, but it still had some reputation. The master of the 100 Flowers Valley was a superior deity. He brought his people to live here. In the beginning he was doing well. However, the appearance of the divine beast disrupted everything. Furthermore, when he led his clansmen to encircle and annihilate the mythical beast, he was the one who was heavily injured. He had no choice but to seek help from the Emoshang training camp. When Yixian came over, the valley master of the Centauria Valley clearly didn't trust Yixian. "You are the person sent by Emoshang training camp?" Sitting on the bed, the valley master looked at Yixian with eyes full of distrust. "Yes. I'm here to help you get rid of that divine beast. Little guy, fighting against that divine beast is not a joke. How about this, you can go and take a look first. If you are not sure, don't try to show off. That divine beast has a strange ability, and we can't do anything to it. You must be careful and don't throw your life away." Although these words were a little harsh, the valley master had good intentions. Therefore, Yixian just smiled and didn't say anything. Seeing that Yixian didn't say anything, the valley master sent someone to lead the way for Yixian. The two of them walked quickly and soon reached a mountain top. "Master, it's just ahead. That divine beast is extremely powerful. I dare not go any further. Please be careful." Yixian nodded. This guy was just a mortal. He wasn't even an inferior deity, so it was normal for him to be afraid. In that case, Yixian would go over by himself. Yixian gripped the Godslayer in his hand as Yixian walked forward cautiously. Yixian released his divine consciousness and kept an eye on his surroundings. He didn't know what the divine beast was, but it was always good to be cautious. However, when Yixian saw the divine beast, he was delighted. It turned out that it was a devourer beast. The devourer beast was a good thing for Yixian. He would have to depend on him for the devourer points. He didn't expect to be so lucky. It seemed that he would have to walk around more often in the future. If he hadn't accepted this task, wouldn't he have no fate with the devourer beast? This was a high-level devourer beast. It could give Yixian 3 devourer points. 3 devourer points was not a small number for Yixian. Since he had confirmed his target, there was no need to hesitate. "Let's kill it." "Kill." Yixian's figure flashed as he pounced towards the divine beast. The divine beast noticed Yixian coming over. However, it had occupied this place for a long time and no one was a match for it. Although there were some who came to fight it, they were all defeated by it. Ding! System notification. Detected a special devourer beast. Host, please take note. Killing this devourer beast will not only give devourer points, but also a special material, the heart of a flower. Heart of a flower? What was that? System. What's the use of this heart of a flower? Ding! System notification. The heart of a flower can be used to fuse with a floral spirit swordsman. Floral spirit swordsman? Yixian was stunned. Anyway, the name didn't sound like much. Of course, no matter what, it was still a swordsman. He had to get his hands on it. Deity slaying slash. Boom! Yixian attacked with his sword. What Yixian didn't expect was that the divine beast had lived a peaceful life for too long, or that it had underestimated Yixian. In any case, it was killed in one strike. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining 3 devourer points. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining the heart of a flower. At this time, Yixian began to observe the uses of this floral spirit swordsman. Floral spirit swordsman. Fusion requirement. 10 devourer points, heart of a flower, spirit of a grass, soul of a tree, origin of water. Damn! For special materials and 10 devourer points. Yixian was stunned for a moment. However, as he continued to read, he realized that this floral spirit swordsman wasn't as useless as its name suggested. Floral spirit swordsman special ability 1. Flower tribe. The floral spirit swordsman can summon 100 flower fairies to fight for him. Following the notification of his realm, he can also summon tree fairies, grass fairies, etc. QWPM Special Ability 2. Flower Protection. The flower fairies have extremely powerful recovery abilities. After the host has obtained the Floral Spirit Swordsman, he will also have powerful healing abilities, able to heal others in a large area. This was an ability. Other than that, there was also the increase of his realm. This Floral Spirit Swordsman actually had a lot of room for improvement. It seemed that Yi Xian still had to get his hands on this Floral Spirit Swordsman. After all, a powerful healing ability was able to bring Yi Xian a very powerful combat strength. Especially the current Yi Xian, what he needed was this kind of strength. Moreover, the Floral Spirit Swordsman still had a lot of room for improvement. One must know that the newly fused Floral Spirit Swordsman was only a lower rank one true god. This was a swordsman that needed to be nurtured continuously. Once it matured, it wouldn't be simple. It could be said that if the withered bone swordsman that Yi Xian created was a consumable, then this Floral Spirit Swordsman would become an existence with unlimited potential. Chapter 2171. Yi Xian had accepted 2 missions at the same time. Now that he had completed the first mission, it was time for him to complete the second one. Although Lingbo Lake was called a lake, its surface area was extremely large. It far exceeded the scope of a normal lake. Actually, there was nothing worth paying attention to at Lingbo Lake all this time. However, a few years ago, a large number of fish living in the lake had mutated. The fish in the realm of the gods all possessed a certain level of intelligence. The reason they were cultivating here was, of course, to cultivate a godhead. However, for some reason, the fish in Lingbo Lake continued to mutate into demon gods. Moreover, it was not through conventional cultivation. Instead, it was through a mysterious force that forcefully raised them. Yi Xian had come alone this time. He did not have any helpers by his side. Moreover, there was no one around Lingbo Lake. It was impossible to say that there was no danger. However, Yi Xian would not give up. Since he had accepted the mission, he naturally had to complete it. Yi Xian circled around Lingbo Lake, but did not find anything out of the ordinary. Could it be that there is nothing noteworthy here? That shouldn't be the case. Since the training camp has issued a mission, there must be something strange. Only then would the training camp issue a mission. Then where's the problem? Yi Xian frowned slightly. System, can you scan the surrounding environment? Yi Xian suddenly asked the system. After all, there were some things that Yi Xian could not do, but that did not mean that the system could not do either. Ding! System notification. Scanning environment. Ding! System notification. Hidden restriction detected. Does the host wish to remove it? There was a restriction? Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. To be honest, he had not found any traces of a restriction. The surroundings did not seem to be anything special. He did not expect that there would be a restriction here. What an ingenious concealment method. It actually managed to hide from Yi Xian's detection. Unfortunately, even so, it could not escape the system's scan. Of course, it's easy to break, Yi Xian said to the system. His mission this time was to investigate the Lingbo Lake. Now that he had discovered something unusual, he naturally wouldn't let it go. Ding! System notification. Seal broken successfully. In an instant, a strange little bridge appeared in front of Yi Xian. This small bridge was clearly connected to the center of the Lingbo Lake. It was strange because the bridge was made of plants that lived in the water. Something was off. This time, Yi Xian didn't need anyone to tell him that something was amiss. Without hesitation, Yi Xian stepped onto the bridge. The bridge wasn't too far away. Not long after, Yi Xian arrived at a small island. There was actually a small island hidden on Lingbo Lake? To be honest, let alone Yi Xian, even in Mo Shang's training camp, no one knew. However, when Yi Xian saw the residents on the island clearly, he was slightly taken aback. Mere people weren't considered rare. No matter what kind of creature they were, even if they were plants, as long as they cultivated diligently, they would have the chance to transform into humans. Therefore, there was nothing strange about the mere people. However, what Yi Xian found strange was that there were actually quite a few strong individuals among the mere people. The strongest one had even reached the level of a mid-level true god. Of course, the strangest thing was the behavior of these mere people. It was as if they were being controlled by a mysterious power. There wasn't the slightest hint of joy in them. All that was left was a lifeless atmosphere. All of the merpeople were doing their own things. Their most important task now was to build an altar. Although Yixian was quite far away, he was still able to clearly see the appearance of the altar. After all, the altar was too huge. On top of the altar was a statue of a divine beast. However, there was something special about this statue. Its face was that of a human face. A beast with a human face? Yixian was puzzled. He didn't understand what was going on here, and what kind of secret was hidden here. It seemed that everything that Yixian had seen so far had nothing to do with his mission. However, Yixian's keen senses told him that he needed to investigate this place carefully. He was afraid that this human-faced beast had extraordinary abilities, and was also hiding a huge secret. Who's there? Suddenly, Yixian heard human voices. When Yixian looked over, he realized that there were already a dozen strong merpeople rushing towards Yixian. These merpeople were emitting black flames all over their bodies. Just based on their appearance, Yixian knew that this might be where the secret he was looking for was. Here there were demonized mermaids, and there was a large number of them. No one would believe that there was no secret here. Yixian didn't want to get into a conflict with these merpeople. After all, once a conflict broke out, Yixian would be in constant trouble. When that happened, he might not even be able to keep his life, let alone find out more information. However, these demonized merpeople were Yixian's target after all. Therefore, this battle was simply unavoidable. They were all merpeople, but it was obvious that the demonized merpeople no longer treated other merpeople as their own kind. They were unscrupulously suppressing their own kind. All of this was extremely strange. Thousand Beasts Sword Attendant. In an instant, Yixian also made his move. The Thousand Beasts Sword Attendant was summoned. However, before he could summon his god-grade mount, a powerful aura swept over him. The aura was so powerful that even Yixian felt his hair stand on end. Retreat. Yixian didn't hesitate and immediately retreated. However, the Thousand Beasts Sword Attendant rushed forward instead. Boom! Suppression. This was definitely suppression. Even without summoning a divine mount, the strength of the Thousand Beasts Sword Attendant was not to be trifled with. Unexpectedly, the Thousand Beasts Sword Attendant was immediately suppressed and killed as soon as it appeared. So strong. Just a moment ago, Yixian was still thinking about how to investigate this place. However, in the next moment, Yixian's only thought was to escape. Too strong. That aura was too strong. It could be said that it was a powerful existence that Yixian had never seen before. Yixian frantically retreated along the small bridge. Behind him, a group of demonized merpeople chased after him. Yixian didn't even dare to look back. Run! He fled frantically. He didn't expect to encounter such a powerful existence on Yixian's first mission. It could be said that it was Yixian. If it had been anyone else carrying out this mission, they would have died without a doubt unless they were super strong. Yixian fled for his life because he knew very well that if he didn't leave, he might not be able to escape. Chapter 2172. Translator. Nyobo Studio Editor. Nyobo Studio. Yixian could tell from their indignant gazes that they really wanted to kill Yixian. They were afraid that the situation here would be exposed. Unfortunately, they couldn't leave the island. Yixian didn't dare delay. He quickly returned to the training camp and looked for Lu Luo. Yixian, why are you looking for me? Lu Luo was also surprised. Although Yixian was his subordinate, he basically ignored him. Apart from the annual assessment, Yixian basically didn't even talk to him. However, he didn't expect Yixian to take the initiative to look for him this time. Yixian looked at Lu Luo. In the training camp, Lu Luo was one of the people Yixian was more familiar with. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and directly said, Senior, do you know about the normal difficulty mission at Lingbo Lake? News of Yixian accepting a mission had already spread in the training camp, especially the people from the first division. They couldn't understand why Yixian would accept a mission. Naturally, there were endless discussions. Now that Yixian was asking him about Lingbo Lake, it seemed like Yixian really did accept a mission. Yes, I know. What's the matter? Is there a problem with Lingbo Lake? Lu Luo asked Yixian. Senior, I'm afraid something big is going to happen at Lingbo Lake. I accepted a mission this time and went to check on Lingbo Lake. However, I found a seal there. After breaking it, I found a mysterious island. There are a large group of merfolk living on that island. The merfolk aren't the key. The key is that all the merfolk have demonized. Moreover, there's a super powerhouse guarding the island. Wait a minute, Yixian. Did you say merfolk and merfolk? What's going on? What's the difference? Lu Luo interrupted Yixian, but the point of his question was rather strange. I'm not too sure about the specifics. To put it simply, there are two different races up there. Of course, it's also possible that there are two branches of the same race. Senior, that's not the point. The point is that the monsters up there have been demonized. Demonization? Lu Luo frowned. The term demonized was not unfamiliar. But in the god realm, encountering demonized creatures or people was very rare. There were many fiend celestials, but there was a fundamental difference between demonization and fiend celestials. Demon gods were either cultivated in a different way, or they were cultivated by the demon race. However, demonization referred to people and monsters whose hearts and appearances had undergone a huge change. Cruel, bloody, violent, merciless. This kind of thing couldn't be called a human but a beast. Alright, Yixian, I got it. You rest first. I'll report this matter immediately. Lu Luo did not doubt Yixian's words at all. With Yixian's status, there was no need for him to lie. Therefore, Lu Luo quickly found the higher-ups of the training camp. This matter seemed to have suddenly disrupted the rhythm of the entire training camp, as well as Yixian's life. The appearance of these demonized monsters was inexplicable. It could be said that without Yixian's discovery, it wouldn't have caused so much trouble at all. In fact, Yixian wasn't the only one who had investigated the Lingbo Lake mission. Many others had. Moreover, even during normal times some people would go there. However, no one had discovered the slightest abnormality. That was because the restriction there was too strong. It could be said that if Yixian hadn't gone there, this secret might have been difficult to discover. At this moment, after the appearance of the demonized monster, even the battle between Ling Shuanga and the Dark Knight Empire had subconsciously slowed down. Demonizing a monster was a big deal. In the hundreds of territories of Mo, there had never been such a thing. In fact, what people knew about demonized monsters came from legends. It was said that there were countless other Master God's worlds outside of their Master God's world. Among them, the Master God closest to their Master God's world was a demon god. The battle between the two Master Gods had never stopped. However, the battle usually broke out in the secret realm of battle. It was an independent battle space opened up by the two Master Gods. It was also the only point of contact between the two Master Gods' worlds. QWPM, the Gods' world was an incomparably huge continent. However, this continent wasn't complete. On the continent there were countless voids. It was said that these voids were all destroyed by battles in ancient times. These voids could be considered as hopeless, unless one was a super strong Master God. Anyone else who entered would only die. This was because they contained extremely violent natural laws. Once one entered, one would be instantly killed. These voids had undoubtedly become the best natural borders. In this way, the areas where the two Master Gods' worlds touched were naturally very important. The battle between the Master God where Yixian and the others were, and the Demon God Master God were all concentrated on one battlefield. In other words, there shouldn't be any demonized creatures inside. Could it be that there was some huge conspiracy happening? The entire Emoshang training camp had already started moving. Not only Emoshang training camp, but various forces, including Lingxian court, had also sent out their own experts. They were prepared to set off together to find out what was going on. As Yixian was the first person to scout out the news, he was also asked to join the team. Yixian didn't mind this. In fact, even if Yixian wasn't asked to join, he would have taken the initiative to join. Last time, Yixian had escaped with great difficulty. No matter what, this time he had to find some trouble with those demonized creatures. The team gathered 5 days later, which could be said to be extremely fast. Yixian and 30 over heavenly gods set off as the vanguard under the leadership of an inferior grade 3 spiritual god. Pavilion Protector Elder. Is this the place you were talking about? This spiritual god was from Lingxian court, so he was very polite to Yixian. Yes, this is the place. Yixian answered affirmatively. After receiving Yixian's affirmation, everyone quickly became alert and looked around. However, they couldn't find anything. Even the inferior grade spiritual god was no exception. Pavilion Protector Elder, there's nothing here. Did you remember the wrong location? If I said this is the place, then it can't be wrong. There's a restriction here. Didn't you notice it? Restriction? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. They didn't feel the slightest fluctuation of the restriction. Generally speaking, any restriction would have a slight fluctuation. One didn't even need to come into contact with the restriction to feel it. Of course, according to the level of restriction, the strength of the fluctuation wasn't certain. At this moment, when they heard Yixian say that there was a restriction here, everyone paid close attention. Many people even took out Dharma treasures to check the restriction. Chapter 2173. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. However, there was nothing wrong with this place. There was nothing at all. They did not notice anything strange. Yixian was surprised by this. However, now is not the time to argue about this. System. Break the restriction here. Ding. Restriction successfully broken. In everyone's eyes, Yixian had just walked to a corner and stood there in a daze for a while. Then he stretched out his hand and waved it casually. In an instant, a bridge made of seaweed appeared in front of them. There really is a restriction here. Everyone's gaze on Yixian changed. Yixian was able to discover this restriction and break it, but they weren't able to. What did this mean? Didn't this mean that Yixian was a restriction master? In an instant, everyone was even more terrified of Yixian's mysteriousness. Yes, it was terrifying. Who exactly was Yixian? Why were there so many mysterious things around him? Of course, now was not the time to talk about this. After Yixian broke the restriction, everyone stopped hesitating and walked forward. However, just as Yixian was about to pass by, he heard the spiritual deity speak. Pavilion Protector Elder, please wait here for a moment. Since this restriction recovered after you left last time, it's very likely that this restriction has the ability to repair itself. In order to prevent the people behind from finding this small bridge, please stay and lead the way for the others. It could be said that the spiritual deity's cultivation level was much higher than Yixian's. However, Yixian's status was much higher than his. Naturally, he could only treat Yixian as an equal. Yixian nodded. The spiritual deity's words were reasonable. Thus, Yixian did not follow them. The rest of the group was only half a day late. Yixian did not know what they were doing during this time. Of course, Yixian was too lazy to care. Fortunately, the barrier hadn't been repaired yet. Thus, the crowd continued to walk forward together. However, what Yixian did not expect was that when they entered, they only saw a few broken corpses. The dozens of people in the vanguard group were all dead. No, there was still one person who was fighting. It was the inferior spiritual deity. Quick, save him. In an instant, several experts rushed over and fought with the demonized mermaids. Soon, the inferior spiritual deity was saved. What's going on? Someone quickly asked the inferior spiritual deity. The inferior spiritual deity looked at everyone and then said, "This is probably a place. When I led the vanguard group, I heard a voice that said that it had been waiting for us." What do you mean? Speak clearly. What is this? I don't know what it means either. I only know that the voice said that it had been waiting for us for a long time. Then those mermaids started to attack us crazily. Although the average strength of these demonized monsters is not very strong, they have some special magical abilities. Among them, the thing that you have to pay attention to the most is that these demonized monsters can be resurrected indefinitely. What? Resurrected indefinitely? This time everyone, including Yixian, was stunned. Resurrection. There were indeed some people who had such a special magical ability. But resurrecting indefinitely? What was this? Let's not care about this for now. Kill. We must find out the secret of this place first. Everyone did not hesitate and directly charged forward. Yixian was about to charge forward, but the inferior spiritual deity of Lingxian court suddenly stopped Yixian. What do you want? Yixian looked at the inferior spiritual deity, not knowing what he wanted to do. Pavilion Guardian Elder, leave this place quickly. Don't hesitate and leave immediately. This place is not something we can provoke. Furthermore, a pair of eyes have been watching us. Therefore, I can only ask everyone to charge forward together. However, the others can die, but you can't. What did he mean? Yixian was somewhat unable to react. This fellow's words did not explain clearly what had happened. He only asked Yixian to leave quickly. It was not impossible to ask Yixian to leave, but he should at least make things clear. However, the inferior spiritual deity did not continue speaking. Instead, he suddenly struck out at Yixian with his palm. Of course, he did not want to hurt Yixian. In fact, his palm directly pushed Yixian away at an extremely fast speed. What are you trying to do? Yixian looked at that person as his figure flew backward, but he still continued to ask. However, a giant black hand that suddenly appeared answered Yixian's question. That hand had stretched out from under the island. As soon as it appeared, it locked onto Yixian, who was about to leave. Damn it! What the hell was this? Yixian was shocked. The current situation had already exceeded his expectations. He had been sent flying the first time he had come here. He had to escape the second time he had come here. What the hell was this? Damn it, damn it. This feeling made Yixian very unhappy. The inferior spirit god suddenly jumped up and used all of his strength to block the attack for Yixian as he loudly shouted. Don't worry, he shouted. Leave quickly. Yixian did not know why this fellow had done this. However, when he left and looked at the island for the last time, he already knew that he was the only one who would be able to escape this time. Yixian's last glance caused his heart to tremble in fear, to the point of incomparable panic. Then what exactly did Yixian see? It turned out that the last thing Yixian saw was numerous extremely enormous black hands. These enormous hands were unimaginably strong, and they could casually grab a person. It could be said that no one in the heavenly god realm could resist them. However, merely 5 domain enlightened spirit gods had come this time. Obviously, they weren't of any use at all. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? What exactly happened? Yixian was extremely astounded in his heart. He didn't hesitate to return directly to the training camp. At this moment, everyone in the training camp wasn't too worried about exploring Overwave Lake at all. Perhaps it could be said that this was a battle that they had absolute confidence in. However, when they saw Yixian return with a panicked expression, they clearly revealed different expressions. The pavilion master of Towering Pavilion walked swiftly over to Yixian. Actually, if it wasn't for the sudden appearance of those devilized monsters, then perhaps he wouldn't be willing to meet Yixian at all. Grandmaster Yi, what happened? Why have you returned alone? Where are the others? He addressed Yixian as Grandmaster Yi. This was naturally for the sake of concealing Yixian's identity. They won't be able to return. Yixian spoke while looking at everyone present here. The Domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm. Chapter 2174. Wait a minute, Yixian. You said they won't be coming back. What's going on? The one who spoke was the camp commander of Emoshang Training Camp, a mysterious guy. Of course, it was a little difficult to call him a camp commander, so everyone respectfully called him Venerable Wu Yu. Lingbo Lake is a trap. I don't know what secrets there are inside, but everyone who went there is trapped. It's almost impossible to get them back. Yixian replied. However, Yixian's words attracted criticism. Kid, what did you say? You said my brother and the others won't be coming back? You better explain yourself. You were the one who brought the news back, and you're the only one who came back. You have to explain yourself. This time, the person who spoke belonged to a faction called the 100 Buildings. It was considered a mid-tier faction in the 100 territories of Emoshang. Yixian frowned. This person's words were obviously filled with suspicion. It could even be said that this person directly pointed to Yixian as the person who planned this conspiracy. The 100 Buildings were on good terms with the Anya Empire, so it was reasonable that they didn't like Yixian. However, wasn't it too much to suspect Yixian at this time? In an instant, Yixian only felt his anger rising. He glared at that person. However, someone jumped out before Yixian. This person was Master Moonless. Tower Master 100 Buildings, what did you say? Are you suspecting Master Yi? I suspect him. Is he not worthy of suspicion? Alright, let me ask you. Why was he the only one who discovered the secret of Lingbo Lake? So many of us went there before, but why didn't anyone discover it? Now, he's the one who brought everyone there, but no one came back. What do you think is going on? As soon as this was said, someone immediately agreed. That's right. This Yixian is only a mid-tier celestial god. Among the people we sent, most of them have higher cultivation than him. Why is he the only one who came back? Where are the others? If there's really any danger, why can't the others escape if this kid can? After all, there are 5 domain enlightened spirit gods in the group. Could it be that this kid is even more formidable than domain enlightened spirit gods? What did you say? Yixian's heart was already burning with anger. Although these people were very strong, Yixian really wanted to kill them right now. The feeling of being wronged was really uncomfortable. Not to mention that Yixian was only able to escape this time because that domain enlightened spirit god from Lingxian court had risked his life to save him. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you, kid. Don't tell me that you shouldn't be suspected? Humph, in your Lingxian pavilion. I suspect that your Lingxian pavilion is colluding with this kid, deliberately trying to exhaust everyone's strength. These words were getting more and more ridiculous. Yixian gripped the Godslayer tightly. However, the pavilion master of Lingxian court arrived by Yixian's side and shook his head lightly at Yixian. It could be said that no one believed Yixian, but the members of Lingxian court would absolutely not doubt Yixian. Even if the pavilion master of Lingxian court didn't fully acknowledge Yixian's identity. Kill him. Suddenly a voice resounded. They actually wanted to kill Yixian. Yixian was infuriated. But what could he do? Not to mention that he was utterly unable to defeat these people. Just how was he supposed to explain this matter? Actually, it really was Yixian who'd noticed something unusual, and then it was Yixian who'd returned by himself. Especially the members of Emoshang's training camp. At this moment, their gazes were clearly hostile. Even Lu Luo had an extremely complicated expression in his eyes. All of you are suspecting me? When Yixian saw the look in Lu Luo's eyes, he felt a sense of desolation in his heart. In any case, he'd been in this training camp for a period of time. However, even the people in the training camp weren't willing to believe him. How could Yixian feel about this? You want to kill Yixian? Then you'll have to step over my dead body first. Even though Lingxian court wasn't willing to fully obey Yixian's orders, the pavilion master still stood by Yixian without hesitation when Yixian was in trouble. For a moment, the entire place fell silent. A portion of the people remained neutral, because they couldn't make a decision before the matter was clarified. Another portion of people really wanted to kill Yixian, but they couldn't help but be wary of the pavilion master of Lingxian court. Alright, quiet down. Give me some face. This matter still needs to be investigated. It won't be too late to make a decision after the matter is clarified. Venerable Misty Voice stood up. No matter what, Yixian was now considered one of his people and this was his territory. Therefore, he couldn't ignore this matter. Humph, what's wrong? Does Emoshang's training camp also want to stand with this kid? Someone jumped out. Yixian didn't know any of these people, but he didn't understand why these people wanted to kill him. What good would killing Yixian do for them? Or could it be that they purely wanted to use Yixian to vent the depression and anger in their hearts? Venerable Misty Voice frowned. This person's words could be said to be too much, and it made Venerable Misty Voice quite angry. However, at this moment, a voice came from afar. Reporting, seniors. Someone has returned. Someone had returned. Yixian finally relaxed a little, and the others looked at each other. However, they didn't hesitate and quickly walked out. When Yixian saw that person, he was simply terrified. At this moment, that person's entire body was emitting black qi, and one of his hands and legs had actually been demonized. Moreover, his eyes revealed a trace of madness. Fortunately, his divine sense was still clear. Quickly retreat. That thing has revived. As soon as he finished speaking, the domain enlightened spirit god fell unconscious. Second brother. The pavilion master of 100 pavilions charged over. It turned out that this person was his younger brother. QWPM, that person's words instantly cleared Yixian of suspicion. However, no one paid any attention to Yixian at all. In their eyes, Yixian was just an ant. Even if it was a misunderstanding, could it be that they had to apologize? That thing? What thing? Yixian was puzzled. However, someone dispelled Yixian's doubts. How could this be possible? Isn't he already dead? At that time we attacked with all our strength and even spent an entire 100 years to refine him. Why would he revive? Moreover, he even appeared at Overwave Lake? This is impossible. That thing was destroyed a long time ago. Why would he revive? This is impossible. Chapter 2175. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Ancient Sword Intent? What was that? Yixian frowned once again. Fortunately, Master Moonless came to Yixian's side and explained softly to Yixian. Grandmaster Yi, you might not know this, but the ancient sword intent was originally a remnant sword intent from a mysterious ancient sword. It couldn't even be considered a weapon spirit. However, after countless years of cultivation, it actually obtained an incomplete godhead, and its strength was incomparably powerful. This sword first appeared in Mo's 100 territories about 500,000 years ago. At that time, no one knew how terrifying it was. They thought it was a treasure and attracted many forces to fight over it. However, after everyone fought a bloody battle, the ancient sword killed thousands of people and broke out of the encirclement. Then it destroyed dozens of cities and nearly 10 million people died. After that, everyone in Mo's 100 territories gathered all their forces and destroyed it after a bloody battle. It could be said that it was a disaster, a terrifying disaster. This is also the main reason why under normal circumstances, no one would search for ancient treasures. No one knows what kind of changes an ancient item will cause. So that's how it was. Who would have thought that a mere strand of ancient sword intent would cause such trouble? After hundreds of thousands of years, it actually appeared again and brought about such panic the moment it appeared. It could be said that this incident appeared very suddenly. However, it was extremely fortunate to be able to discover it in advance. If the powerful ancient sword intent that could dominate the entire Mo's 100 territories succeeded in his plan, Mo's 100 territories would probably experience another catastrophe. Suddenly, just as Yixian was thinking about the problem, the system's voice sounded. Ding! System notice. Congratulations to the host for discovering a special item, Ancient Sword Intent. This item is a super treasure that can upgrade the host's bloodline. It is recommended that the host take it. What? It's actually a good item that can upgrade my bloodline? However, is it certain that I have a way to subdue such an awesome item? Yixian was depressed. It was impossible for him to not be able to obtain a treasure that was useful to him after discovering it with great difficulty. Yixian could not accept such an outcome. No, he had to find a way to strengthen himself. Suddenly, Yixian's gaze turned towards the pavilion master of Lingxian Court. It seemed that there were many good things in Lingxian Court. However, Yixian had not completely subdued Lingxian Court yet. It seemed that he would have to pay a price in exchange for the benefits he wanted. Pavilion Master Lingxian, is it convenient to find a place to talk? Yixian said to the Pavilion Master of Lingxian Pavilion. Lingxian Pavilion's Pavilion Master's heart skipped a beat. He was very clear about Yixian's status. It could be said that if Yixian really wanted to force him to submit, he really wouldn't be able to refuse. As for the reason why the ancient remnant clan obeyed the ancient god emperor was not only because of his status, but also because the ancient god emperor had a way to control them. In fact, the ancient era's remnant clans were all slaves of the ancient god emperor during the ancient era. Moreover, they had been marked as slaves during that era. It was different from the method used to control slaves. What controlled them was their bloodline and their soul. To put it simply, when Yixian obtained the ancient god emperor's inheritance, which was the divine seal, he had already inherited complete control over them. It was just that Yixian didn't know this at all. QWPM, if Yixian lived, they would live. If Yixian died, Yixian only needed to say one word and they would all be buried with him. That wasn't all. Most importantly, they had no right to refuse Yixian at all. This was because Yixian's every word had the power to oppress their souls. Fortunately, Yixian didn't know about this, so Pavilion Master Lingxian naturally wouldn't take the initiative to bring it up. Alright, Grandmaster Yi, this way please? Although Pavilion Master Lingxian really wanted to display the attitude of an expert in front of Yixian, once he spoke, his tone changed and he still appeared somewhat respectful. Soon Yixian and Pavilion Master Lingxian arrived at a room. Pavilion Master Lingxian casually set up a simple restriction before asking Yixian, Grandmaster Yi, do you know what I'm talking about? Grandmaster Yi, why are you looking for me? It's like this. I want to discuss a deal with you. I'm not sure if you're interested. Haha. Grandmaster Yi, please explain what the deal is. Pavilion Master Ling Xian was a little puzzled. He didn't know what Yi Xian wanted to discuss with him. Alright, I'll get straight to the point. I hope to set up an absolute defense restriction for you in exchange for a batch of treasures from Ling Xian Pavilion to increase your strength. Yes, this was Yi Xian's trump card. Back when Yi Xian had broken through the restriction mountain, he had obtained an absolute defense restriction. Although that thing couldn't be imparted to anyone, Yi Xian could use it. When Yi Xian mentioned the absolute defense restriction, Pavilion Master Ling Xian already knew what it was. After all, he was a servant of the ancient God Emperor. Yi Xian's inheritance also came from the ancient God Emperor. Therefore, he naturally knew what the absolute defense restriction was. In fact, regardless of whether Ling Xian Pavilion was willing or not, he could only agree. Sure. Pavilion Master Ling Xian's reply was very brief. He didn't even ask what Yi Xian wanted in exchange. Of course, someone would naturally negotiate with Yi Xian about this matter. If Pavilion Master Ling Xian were to negotiate, he would probably agree to whatever Yi Xian said. Therefore, Pavilion Master Ling Xian was still a little smart. However, what was the use of being smart like this? Yi Xian was anxious to improve his strength, so he didn't waste any time and went straight to Ling Xian Pavilion's main pavilion. This was Ling Xian Pavilion's headquarters, and it occupied an extremely large area. However, Yi Xian wouldn't surround the entire place with restrictions. All he needed to do was surround Ling Xian Pavilion's main hall with restrictions. This matter only took Yi Xian 3 days. Perhaps it would really take a long time for someone else to set it up, but Yi Xian had the help of the system, so it was naturally very fast. Ever since Pavilion Master Ling Xian had parted ways with Yi Xian, he had been deliberately avoiding Yi Xian. The person in charge of contacting Yi Xian was Master Ku. Grandmaster Yi, your restrictions are simply too perfect. I believe that unless a sovereign personally intervenes, no one will be able to break them. What a powerful and profound restriction. I, Ku, have seen countless restrictions in my life, but I've never seen Grandmaster Ye's restriction before. Haha, as long as you're satisfied, then can you give me my reward? Chapter 2176. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. To be honest, he didn't expect to receive so much at first. According to Yi Xian's thinking, it would be good enough if he could get some treasures, but he didn't expect that he would be given 20 pavilions as his direct subordinates. Perhaps it didn't seem to be of much use on the surface, but that wasn't the case. Strictly speaking, these 20 pavilions were already considered Yi Xian's own forces. In other words, Yi Xian could establish his own forces from today onwards. If one day the sex system was reopened, then Yi Xian would be able to obtain a lot of benefits. Even now, with 20 branches, Yi Xian would still be able to obtain a stable income. Yi Xian was poor, very poor. He couldn't even take out 10,000 divine crystals. Alright, deal. Even though they were both from the same force, they both had their own plans. This meant that Yi Xian and Ling Xian Court were destined to be at odds. Giving Yi Xian 20 pavilions was nothing to Ling Xian Court. One had to know that Ling Xian Court had more than 10,000 pavilions in the hundreds of territories. However, it was a huge gain for Yi Xian. According to Yi Xian's request, these 20 pavilions were all located in the territory of the Myriad Beasts Divine Sect. Among them, Yi Xian's first pavilion was Ling Xian Court's. Yi Xian still remembered Elder Lin from that pavilion. He was an amiable old man. Back then, Yi Xian's strength was average. When Yi Xian first came to the God Realm, it was Elder Lin who gave Yi Xian his first benefit. Now Yi Xian naturally wanted to thank him properly. Yi Xian once said that he would repay Elder Lin if he had the chance. Now was naturally an opportunity. Yi Xian didn't have any experience in managing an auction. Therefore, he immediately gave out an order. He promoted Elder Lin to the position of Regional Supervising Elder, and was responsible for all matters related to Ling Xian's 20 pavilions. Of course, Ling Xian didn't go over himself. That Elder Lin would never have imagined that his kindness back then would be exchanged for the benefits he had today. Yi Xian returned to his residence in the Mo Shang training camp. Although he was a little disappointed with the Mo Shang training camp, Yi Xian did not have any other place to stay for the time being. Moreover, Fian was still here. When he returned to his room, he couldn't wait to check the things that Ling Xiango had given him. Needless to say, Ling Xian Pavilion was not stingy. Unfortunately, these treasures that were priceless in the outside world only had one use for Yi Xian. System, have you finished checking? Are there any treasures worth keeping? Ding. System notification. No special items were found in this test. Alright, since that's the case, let's devour them all. It's time to level up. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a 5th grade medium-level heavenly god. Was it only upgraded to the 5th rank? Although it could be said that he had leveled up 4 times in a row, Yi Xian was not satisfied. One had to know that the enemy he was going to face next was extremely powerful. In Yi Xian's heart, his enemy was not only the ancient sword intent, but also the people who had humiliated him that day. Yi Xian would not let any of them go. It seemed that for a moment, the matter regarding the Lingbo Lake had stopped. However, everyone was very clear that this was just the calm before the big battle. Around the Lingbo Lake, various forces had already built countless camps. There were powerhouses stationed at all times, observing at all times. The entire Lingbo Lake had been completely sealed off. No one was willing to face that catastrophe again, so everyone hoped to be clear of the danger in advance. It was just that they hadn't made a move yet. Without sufficient preparation, no one dared to rashly start a war. Before the storm came, Yi Xian continued to accept missions and earn points. Yi Xian discovered the secret of the Lingbo Lake, but he was not treated as a hero. Instead, he was treated as a jinx. For a moment, the entire training camp hid far away from him. Fortunately, Yi Xian did not care at all. In a short 3 months, Yi Xian had earned 10,000 points. Only he, Yi Xian, could achieve such a terrifying speed. Then why was Yi Xian working so hard to earn points? It turned out that there was a vermilion grass spirit in the Emoshang training camp. No more, no less, exactly 10,000 points. On this day, Yi Xian went directly to the exchange center to exchange for the vermilion grass spirit. Young Master Yi, what would you like to order? Yi Xian was already known by everyone in the Emoshang training camp. Of course, whether it was good or bad intentions, only they knew. Oh, I would like to exchange for a treasure. Okay, what treasure would young Master Yi like to exchange for? The vermilion grass spirit. The vermilion grass spirit? Young Master Yi, the vermilion grass spirit requires 10,000 points. Are you sure you want to exchange for it? I'm sure. Yi Xian was sure. He now had 10,050 points. After exchanging for the vermilion grass spirit, he only had 50 points left. Could be said that it was very, very close. He could be expelled at any time. However, Yi Xian did not care at all. In the beginning, Yi Xian came to the Emoshang training camp to investigate the secrets of the Emoshang pavilion. However, after such a long time, there was no result at all. Then what was the point of Yi Xian staying here? In addition to the previous incident, Yi Xian was already prepared to leave this place. There was no reason for Yi Xian to stay here. Besides, all the force's attention was on the Lingbo Lake. Who would care about Yi Xian's little tricks? Therefore, Yi Xian was already prepared to enter the Emoshang pavilion. On this day, Yi Xian brought Fian and left the Emoshang training camp. However, his departure did not attract anyone's attention at all. This was because Yi Xian did not even greet the training camp and directly left. Perhaps the only one who would feel regret was that Lu Luo. In fact, Lu Luo regretted it when he found out that Yi Xian had been wronged. No matter what, Yi Xian was considered half a disciple of his, even if the two of them had almost no contact. However, in Lu Luo's heart, he did not really care about Yi Xian at all. Yi Xian could be said to be the disciple he was most proud of. Unfortunately, he did not express his goodwill, and Yi Xian did not care about him at all. After Yi Xian left, the entire Emoshang training camp was almost the same as before. Only Lu Luo's heart was filled with pain. Of course, Yi Xian's departure was not without movement. Yi Xian did not have many friends in the training camp, but he had many enemies. Many people were jealous of Yi Xian's talent, jealous of Yi Xian's strength, and also jealous of Yi Xian's Fian. Therefore, after Yi Xian left, there were actually people who secretly celebrated. Chapter 2177. Young Master, where are we going? Fian was suddenly informed to leave by Yi Xian. Although she didn't ask much, she still found it a little strange. Yes, I'm preparing to join Emoshang Pavilion. But I don't need you to join this time because I'm not going to do anything good. When we get there, I'll arrange a place for you to stay. You can stay there for the time being, and wait for me to finish my business. All right, I understand. QWPM Fian didn't care what Yixian had arranged. In any case, she would do whatever Yixian arranged. Emoshang Pavilion didn't accept disciples all the time, but they could go there normally. However, they would need to pass the 5 stages normally, and it was much stricter than when they were accepting disciples. Of course, Yixian was completely confident. Emoshang Training Camp could be considered to be the first and only place Yixian temporarily stayed in after coming to the Divine Realm. To be honest, if it wasn't for the humiliation of that misunderstanding, perhaps Yixian wouldn't have left so quickly. Therefore, when Yixian left, he left a restriction in Emoshang Training Camp where he originally lived. Of course, only Luoqi knew about this. Luoqi was Fian's friend, and in Yixian's heart, she could be considered half a friend. Leaving that restriction was his remembrance of Emoshang Training Camp, and at the same time it was also for Luoqi and the others. Yixian had a feeling. Not long after, perhaps a shocking battle would break out in Emoshang Training Camp. This feeling was just Yixian's subjective judgment without any basis. It was just Yixian's own guess, so he didn't tell anyone. After all, who knew if this would happen? Very quickly, Yixian and Fian arrived at the mountain gate of Emoshang Pavilion. Emoshang Pavilion, as the strongest force in the 100 territories, occupied a huge area. However, there was only one entrance because when Emoshang Pavilion was first established, it was chosen as a dangerous place. Emoshang Pavilion was surrounded by endless mountains. Of course, these endless mountains weren't considered dangerous places. However, the strange thing was that at the end of the endless mountains was a natural danger zone that anyone below Lord level would find difficult to cross. Up until now, no one had been able to successfully pass through. On top of that, the Moshang Pavilion had deliberately strengthened the restrictions. Thus, there were only 2 ways to enter the Moshang Pavilion. The first option was to use the teleportation formation to directly enter. However, Emoshang-gu naturally couldn't set up a teleportation formation casually. The second method was to walk through the only entrance. Halt! Who are you waiting for? Just as Yixian reached the entrance, 2 people blocked his path and looked at Yixian warily. Yixian already knew that the Emoshang Pavilion was heavily guarded, but he didn't expect it to be this tight. It was obviously a sect, but there were countless hidden and open sentries. It could be said that it was extremely difficult for an ordinary person to enter. This junior came from the Emoshang Training Camp and hopes to enter the Emoshang Pavilion to learn martial arts. Yixian did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Don't go to training camp? So that's how it is. What's your name? A white-clothed figure appeared before Yixian, and he smiled as he gazed at Yixian. My name is Yixian. Yixian seemed to be slightly respectful. After all, this person's cultivation was at the domain enlightened spirit god realm, and he was absolutely not someone that Yixian could easily offend. You're Yixian. That person seemed to be slightly surprised when he heard Yixian's answer. Never had he imagined that Yixian would actually know Yixian. Of course, Yixian's main objective for behaving so strangely in the Emoshang Training Camp was to draw the attention of others. So it wasn't strange that someone had found out about him. Yes, I'm Yixian. Haha. I never expected that it really was you. Weren't you doing well in the Emoshang Training Camp? Why did you leave? That person started laughing because Yixian's reputation was widespread in the Emoshang Pavilion. After all, he was the first on the genius rankings. So, how could Emoshang Pavilion not know of him? Haha. Since Senior knows me, then you're naturally aware that I was misunderstood when I took the risk to investigate over Wave Lake that day, right? I was truly unwilling to continue staying there because I was unable to endure such humiliation, said Yixian. This was a flawless excuse, and it could be considered to be a reasonable reason as well. So that's how it is. Yixian, I'm here to tell you that no matter where you are, such matters are unavoidable. The Lingxian Pavilion and the Dark Knight Empire went to war because of you, and the scope of the battle can even be said to include the entire territory. Moreover, your reputation as the first on the genius rankings is extremely enviable. Most importantly, you don't have strength. So long as you don't possess strength that instills fear in others, then no matter how great your natural talent is, You'll never be worthy of having the right to be respected by others. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yi Xian naturally understood. However, he'd never imagined that this person would actually tell him so clearly. Junior understands. In fact, it's precisely because of this that I'm begging Master Emoshang Pavilion. Since that's the case, then follow me. If you want to enter my Emoshang Pavilion, you must go through 5 tests. No matter who it is, it's unavoidable. I'll bring you over now. Oh right, I'm the 5th Hall Ming Kong. If you have the chance in the future, you can come to the 5th Hall to find me. 5th Hall Senior. Can you tell me more about Emoshang Pavilion? After all, I'm about to enter the sect, asked Yi Xian as he followed that person forward. One had to know that he'd actually come to Emoshang Pavilion to gather information. Haha, you're quite confident. However, with your talent, those 5 tests indeed won't be able to stop you, so there's no harm in telling you. The outside world only knows that Emoshang Pavilion is a single entity. However, very few people know that Emoshang Pavilion is divided into 10 main halls. The 10 main halls do their own things. If there's no order from the pavilion master, they usually don't interfere with each other. The first hall is the strongest and is personally managed by the pavilion master. It's incomparably mysterious and is also the place that everyone in Emoshang Pavilion wants to enter the most. The second hall to the 4th hall are called the inner chambers. They're considered the core of Emoshang Pavilion's elites. As for the rest, including my 5th hall, they're actually the outer chambers. Of course, you shouldn't underestimate the back 6 halls just because they're called the outer chambers. In fact, the back 6 hall's strength shouldn't be underestimated either. Yi Xian nodded. At least he had a preliminary understanding of the 10 halls of Emoshang Pavilion. Then why did this person tell Yi Xian all this and specifically point out that the 5th hall wasn't weak? His meaning couldn't be more obvious. Once Yi Xian joined, he would have to choose a hall to join. This person's intention was obviously for Yi Xian to choose the 5th hall. After all, with the talent that Yi Xian had displayed, it was even possible for him to join the 1st hall. However, he didn't know that even without his words, Yi Xian definitely wouldn't join the 1st hall. This was because it was obvious that the 1st hall was probably the place that Yi Xian had to be wary of the most. Yi Xian had always known that Emoshang Pavilion was a puppet of the Annihilation Organization. Of course, he only knew this in the past. However, from the looks of it now, Emoshang Pavilion wasn't completely controlled by the Annihilation Organization. Chapter 2178. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. It didn't matter if it was because the Annihilation Organization was afraid of something, or if they didn't have the ability to fully control the Moshang Pavilion. However, one thing was certain. Yi Xian still had room to maneuver within the Moshang Pavilion. It should be said that this news was good news for Yi Xian. After passing through several checkpoints, Yi Xian finally arrived at one of his targets. Yi Xian, do you see what's in front? This is the first test. Yi Xian lifted his head to look. In front of him was a staircase so long that he couldn't see the end. It was a staircase that could only allow one person to pass. Beside the Absolute Heaven staircase, there was an ordinary path. Clearly, the Absolute Heaven staircase was built specifically for the purpose of testing. Yi Xian, you have to be careful. Walking up from here isn't as simple as you think. There will be a powerful pressure here, and this pressure will automatically adjust according to your current cultivation level. You must remember, if you can't withstand it, then don't force your way through. Otherwise, once you fall down the Absolute Heaven staircase, you'll be severely injured at the very least, and your body will be smashed to pieces at the very least. Do you understand? I understand. Good, then go up. I'll wait for you at the exit. Yi Xian nodded and walked up the staircase. However, Yi Xian was still a little confused. Why was this person directly in charge of his test? Were there no special examiners? Of course, Yi Xian didn't know that there were special examiners. However, the competition between the 6 halls was extremely intense. Therefore, the reason why this person wanted to overstep his boundaries was because he wanted to leave a good impression on Yi Xian. In that case, when Yi Xian chose which hall to go to, their chances of entering the 5th hall would be greater. As Yi Xian walked up the Absolute Heaven staircase, he did indeed feel the existence of the pressure. Moreover, as Yi Xian walked forward, the pressure also increased step by step. However, this kind of pressure wasn't the slightest bit of pressure to Yixian. The first stage was nothing more than this. When Yixian walked up, he saw that person waiting for him at the exit. This time around it was not only that person. Instead, there were many others. Yixian, come, let me introduce you. These people are the elders of the inner and outer 9 pavilions. This time they have specially come to watch you pass the test. Watch me break through. Yixian was slightly taken aback. Was there a need for that? Of course, he didn't dare to say this out loud. Alright, next you can enter the second stage. In the second stage you can use any method you want, and your only goal is to cross the single plank bridge. Of course, you will encounter some obstacles on the single plank bridge. Alright, you can go now. The one who spoke was a person with an incomparably stiff expression. It seemed like this was the person in charge of Yixian's assessment. Yixian did not hesitate and stepped onto the single plank bridge. Ding! System notification. Detected special treasure, soul wood. Yixian was slightly taken aback. What was going on? This single plank bridge used for the assessment was actually a special treasure? System, what is the use of this soul wood? Ding! System notification. Soul wood can be used to refine a special soul-controlling magic treasure. This magic treasure can affect the people around it invisibly. This effect is very subtle and not easy to detect. What? Yixian was slightly taken aback. As expected, this Emoshang Pavilions was not a good place. Now Yixian was only taking the entrance assessment, but he had already encountered something like the soul wood. Then, how many other similar treasures were hidden in the Emoshang Pavilions? System, can you protect my soul? I don't want to be contaminated. Ding! System notification. This soul wood will not cause any harm to the host. That was good. Yixian was relieved. If he hadn't even entered the Emoshang Pavilions and his opinion had been changed, then it would be a tragedy. Yixian stepped onto the soul wood and could clearly feel the strong attraction from his soul, as if it wanted to devour Yixian's soul. If there wasn't a system notification, Yixian would definitely have mistaken this as a suppression method for the assessment. However, with the system notification, Yixian was very clear in his heart that the effect of the soul wood had already been activated. Yixian also had many treasures that could affect the soul. In addition, his bloodline was strong, so he was able to resist it. However, it was only an assessment now. Then, how many more such things were hidden in the Emoshang Pavilions? It seemed that strengthening his soul strength was unavoidable. Of course, he had to mention Fian here. During this period of time, Fian had continuously used food to strengthen Yixian. Among them, the main strengthening was at the soul level. It seemed that Fian had her own plans for making food for Yixian to eat. On top of the soul wood, there were indeed some divine beasts that tried to stop Yixian from advancing, but they were no threat to Yixian at all. Although the next 3 tests could be considered difficult, they really couldn't threaten Yixian. Finally, after an entire 7 days of assessment, Yixian could be considered to have succeeded. At this moment, Yixian was brought to a large hall. Other than the first hall, the other 9 halls had each sent their own people. It seemed that it was time to decide the ownership of Yixian. Outside this hall, there were many people gathered. Most of these people had joined the Emoshang Pavilions last time. However, no one in the 9 halls was willing to accept them, so they were still dawdling here. According to the rules of the Emoshang Pavilions, if no one was willing to accept them, then they could only choose to leave after 3 years. In fact, being able to leave was also a blessing for them. However, Yixian couldn't leave. Fortunately, Yixian couldn't say that no one wanted him. You are Yixian. The leading elder looked at Yixian with a faint smile in his eyes. Yes, this disciple is Yixian. Not bad, not bad. To be able to pass the test in 7 days, your talent is indeed extraordinary. The second hall wants you, the elder said domineeringly. Of course, how could it be possible to accept Yixian so easily? Last time, Nangong Yu and Bei Chandong were taken in by the second hall. This time, shouldn't this Yixian belong to the third hall? Someone stood out and directly wanted to snatch him. However, as soon as he finished speaking, someone else immediately stood out. Haha, didn't the third hall also get that big foot? The fourth hall doesn't have any good seedlings. No matter what, even if it's an equal split, it should be the fourth hall's turn, right? Chapter 2179. Gentlemen, shouldn't you consider Yixian's choice? When Yixian passed the test just now, he displayed an impressive ability in the area of restriction. Among the 10 great palaces of the Emoshang Pavilion, only the 7th palace is in charge of restriction. Shouldn't Yixian belong to the 7th palace? I'm sure all of you understand the principle of exhausting one's talents. Haha, exhausting one's talents? That's what I'm thinking too. This lad summoned 1,000 mythical beasts at the 4th stage. It's obvious that he's good at taming beasts. Our DC Hall is in charge of managing mythical beasts. Isn't his talent in taming beasts suitable for our 4th palace? Everyone looked at each other as if they wanted to divide Yixian into 9 and take one away each. Speaking of which, the Emoshang Pavilion's test was really not simple. It forced Yixian to reveal his trump cards. Of course, these trump cards were just for show. What was Yixian's real trump card? It was the system. As long as the system was around, everything else was nothing. However, even the things that Yixian had shown made everyone want to take them away immediately. However, Yixian had already made up his mind. Therefore, when the elder of the 2nd palace asked Yixian to make his choice, Yixian replied without hesitation. Seniors, since I, Yixian, have joined the Emoshang Pavilion, doesn't that mean that whoever cultivates in the Emoshang Pavilion belongs to the Emoshang Pavilion? I'm not talented, but I met the 5th palace when I came here. I believe in fate, so I've decided to join the 5th palace. The 5th palace? Fate? Of course, Yixian did not believe in fate, but this was no doubt a good excuse. The others looked at the people from the 5th palace and felt annoyed. They understood the meaning behind Yixian's words. When he came to the Emoshanga, the first person he came into contact with was from the 5th palace. However, what kind of fate was this? It was just a coincidence that the people from the 5th palace were in charge of patrolling that day. However, since Yixian had already spoken to such an extent, what else could they say? Yixian had already said that all the palaces were not his people. Even a new disciple had such awareness. Could it be that they, the elders, didn't have the same awareness? Alright, since Yixian has already made his decision, we will respect Yixian's decision. Yixian, come over here. This is a congratulatory gift from the 2nd hall. Take it as a welcome to our Emoshang Pavilion. He said that he would follow Yixian's decision, but at this time he was still trying to rope in Yixian. What that person took out was a treasure that even Yixian was tempted by. The ancient demon's heart. It's actually the ancient demon's heart. 2nd hall elder, you are really generous. Yes, it was the ancient demon's heart. It could be said that this item was a top-notch material for refining one's body. The ancient demon referred to the ancient demon god. Although the ancient demon's heart in this person's hand was only a sky celestial's ancient demon's heart, it was still an incredible item. One had to know that the ancient demon god's inheritance was almost completely severed. A sky celestial's ancient demon's heart was an extremely rare item. Alright, since the 2nd hall master is so generous, the 3rd hall will not be stingy either. Yixian, take this item. Yixian received the item that the 3rd hall elder handed over, and was once again slightly shocked. Tree spirit. It couldn't be. Yixian needed 4 types of materials to fuse with the flower spirit swordsman. Yixian had originally planned to spend a lot of time collecting them. Who would have thought that he would actually obtain 3? Treasure, this was definitely a treasure. Haha, this is nothing. Today I am going to give Yixian a great opportunity. Kid, with this token you will have a chance to go there to seek opportunities. Take care of yourself. 4th hall elder, you actually gave this item to him. What a big deal. Your 4th palace is really generous. Yixian held the item that looked like a teleportation talisman in his hand, but he was a little confused. What exactly was this item? Was it worth making such a fuss about? Of course, Yixian was very clear that this was definitely a treasure. Hence, no matter what it was, Yixian would definitely make good use of it. Come, let's continue. Yixian's heart was filled with anticipation. Now that he had obtained 3 items, each of them could be considered a great treasure. There were also the 6 halls. Shouldn't they show some appreciation? Aren't you all competing? Aren't you all trying to compare your strength in front of me? Then throw treasures at me, I like it. Yixian's heart was already twisted with joy, but he still stood there obediently on the surface. Needless to say, other than the fifth hall, the other halls really did leave gifts for Yi Xian. To be honest, this kind of behavior could be considered to be one of a kind. However, a disciple who could make the 9 halls fight over him at the same time was a rare existence in itself. Hence, it was not strange that he would do something that went against common sense. Yi Xian looked at the fifth hall elder eagerly. Speaking of which, the other halls had already expressed their intentions, so why did the fifth hall elder not do so? It couldn't be that Yi Xian had chosen the worst hall, right? Then wouldn't Yi Xian have suffered a great loss? However, at this moment, the disciple who had brought Yi Xian in at the beginning suddenly blinked at him. Yi Xian understood that there was a chance. After Yi Xian's ownership was decided, he immediately left with the fifth hall elder. But halfway there, the fifth hall elder left first, leaving only the disciple to lead the way for Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not know why, but he did not ask. After the fifth hall elder left, that disciple immediately laughed heartily. Haha, good fellow, you've struck it big this time. Speaking of which, why didn't such a good thing happen when I first entered the sect? Senior, please don't make fun of me. Do you think you're still coveting those things of mine? Call me senior brother. I say, kid, you're so obedient after getting such a good deal. In the future, you can just call me senior brother Wang. Kid, you've struck it big this time. Why do you think our elder rushed back alone? He went to prepare a gift for you. What? Prepare a gift for him? Yi Xian was taken aback and stopped in his tracks. Don't be in a daze. Let's go. You've struck it big this time. Even I am tempted by those things. I'm even considering whether I should find a chance to beat you up with a stick, and then snatch all your things after you get your gift. I'm so jealous. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. This guy was not like this just now. However, since this guy had said it so bluntly, it was obvious that he did not covet Yi Xian's things at all. Chapter 2180. You pighead, a greeting gift is naturally a greeting gift. Let me tell you, generally speaking, only the palace you join will give you a greeting gift. Occasionally, a genius will attract the attention of the other palaces, and they will also give you a greeting gift. However, such a thing is extremely rare. Moreover, every time the other palaces give you a greeting gift, the palace you join will have to bleed a lot. It must surpass the gifts given by the other palaces. This is the tradition of our Emoshang Pavilion. The bitter smile on Yi Xian's face became more and more awkward. This senior brother Wang, Yi Xian, was becoming more and more unreliable. Yi Xian really couldn't tell that this guy was a righteous person just now. When Yi Xian joined the Emoshang Pavilion, this guy immediately revealed his true colors. Pighead. Damn, if Yi Xian was a pighead, then who in the world wasn't a pighead? However, Yi Xian could only accept it. Who asked this guy to be so obviously kind? Hehe, I almost forgot. It seems like I have to show my sincerity. It's over, it's over. Then Yi Xian, how about we discuss something? What orders does senior brother Wang have? It's not an order, it's a discussion. Can we discuss it? Then can we pretend that we don't know each other today? Can we get to know each other tomorrow? Yi Xian was stunned. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This silly senior brother Wang, how could he speak like this? This guy, wasn't he just unwilling to give him a greeting gift? Moreover, it wasn't like he had to give him a greeting gift. Who knew that before Yi Xian could say anything, senior brother Wang continued to speak. Forget it, forget it. Who asked me to be unlucky? How did I become your senior brother? Fine, I admit defeat this time. Here, take this. What a loss, what a loss. Ding! System notification. Detected special treasure. Spirit of Spirit God wings. Ding! System notification. Spirit God is not a realm, but a deity cultivated from a special spirit body. Ding! System notification. Spirit of Spirit God wings possesses powerful auxiliary abilities. Once it recognizes a master, it will give the host unimaginable benefits. Living thing. Object. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected that senior brother Wang would actually give Yi Xian a sex toy. The most important thing was that this item had actually triggered a system notification. It seemed like it was not a simple item. This senior brother Wang, I can't accept this. I can tell that senior brother Wang is very fond of it. I can't take away what you love. Sister, don't give me that. I'm sure you can't wait to take it away. Stop grumbling in front of me. Be careful or I won't give it to you if I regret it. If I tell you to take it, just take it. Cut the crap. Yixian was speechless. Even if what he said was the truth, there was no need to say it out loud. Wouldn't it make Yixian feel awkward? However, Yixian was willing to become friends with such a person. Therefore, Yixian did not beat around the bush. He said straightforwardly, "All right, then I'll accept it. How about this? If there are any good things in my room, senior brother Wang can also choose one." "Tsk, you brat. Why would I care about your things? Do you know who my father is? My father is the 5th palace master." The things I gave you might be my leftovers." Yixian almost fell to the ground. Because of this fellow's words, Yixian couldn't help but be shocked. He was actually the son of the 5th palace master? No wonder he was so arrogant and did not act like a disciple of Emoshang Pavilion. This guy was probably not an ordinary person in Emoshang Pavilion. Looking at this senior brother Wang in front of him, Yixian really did not know what to say. This guy could be considered the first weirdo that Yixian had met in the realm of the gods. "Alright, so the things you gave me were your leftovers. Then, shouldn't you compensate me?" Perhaps influenced by this guy, Yixian spoke with a hint of mockery. Don't think about my things. I don't have anything good to give you. Go play somewhere else. Let's go back quickly." When senior brother Wang heard Yixian's words, he immediately rushed forward. Yixian finally could not hold back his laughter. "You brat, you actually dare to tease me." "Pada!" A slap landed on Yixian's shoulder, but Yixian laughed even harder. No matter what, this senior brother Wang had made Yixian relax a lot. At the same time, it also made Yixian understand that Emoshang Pavilion was not completely under the control of the Annihilation Organization. It was likely that the Annihilation Organization only controlled the first palace. In that case, this senior brother Wang was worth making friends with Yixian. "Haha, let's go, senior brother Wang. Let's go back quickly." This time it was Yixian's turn to walk in front. Senior brother Wang's face was full of displeasure as he spoke angrily. Go my ass. Do you know the way? Follow me." Of course, this only made Yixian laugh even harder. Soon, the two of them arrived at the 5th palace. QWPM, however, what Yixian did not expect was that the 5th palace only had slightly more than 300 people. Compared to the other palaces, which had tens of thousands of people, the 5th palace's strength was a little weak. However, when Yixian looked at senior brother Wang, he understood. Senior brother Wang was probably going to be the successor of the 5th palace's palace master. It was a pity that he looked like this. The 5th palace was weak and had few people. This was a good thing for Yixian. After all, when Yixian had entered the 5th palace, neither Yixian nor the system had noticed anything strange. "So you're Yixian. Not bad, not bad. You look quite classy." The 5th palace master, who was also Yixian's future master, arrived in front of Yixian. However, as soon as he spoke, Yixian already knew why senior brother Wang was so amusing. It was because his father was similar to him. "Your disciple greets the master." Yixian could not bring himself to feel any negative emotions towards the 5th palace master, who knew that this guy would immediately laugh when he heard how Yixian addressed him. "Waha, did you hear that? You heard that? You want to steal my disciple? You guys are still too inexperienced. Now that Yixian has acknowledged me as his master, you have nothing to say." Yixian blinked. Since he had been assigned to the 5th palace, didn't that mean that the 5th palace master was his master? "You brat, who told you that he's your master? What are you going to learn from him?" Hey, junior brother, how can you say that? Why can't I take in disciples? Junior brother, you have to explain yourself. Otherwise, don't even think about walking out of here today. Who knew that the 5th palace master would become anxious? However, no one seemed to care about him. The elder continued to speak to Yixian. Chapter 2181. Consider my ass. Junior brother, you can't sow discord. Be careful or I'll punish you. Yixian, don't listen to him. You're my disciple. I'll beat whoever tries to snatch you away. Hall master, among the few of us, who can you beat? Me. The 5th palace master was speechless. What was this? Yixian felt like he had been cheated. Why did he feel like he had been cheated after joining the 5th palace? What are you all doing gathered here? not doing anything. Suddenly a voice was heard. In an instant the entire hall fell silent. The fifth palace master was extremely pleased with himself. Mother. Senior brother Wang, on the other hand, ran over happily. The others also shouted respectfully. Greetings, senior sister. Senior sister, why did you come out early this time? Senior sister? Mother. She was the fifth palace master's wife? What a beauty, what a high cultivation. Yixian was shocked. No wonder the fifth palace master was able to sit on the palace master's seat despite his ordinary strength. I heard that a new disciple came to our fifth palace. Of course I had to come out and take a look. In the last 10 times we accepted disciples, no one joined us. I really don't know what you elders are doing. Everyone looked at each other, but their gazes were all on the fifth palace master. Their intentions were obvious. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you, not him. Why? Are you pushing everything to your senior brother? Do you need me to give you some tasks? No, senior sister. I still have things to do. I'll go first. Senior sister, senior brother just accepted a disciple. I think you all must have a good celebration. I won't disturb you. Who knew that these people, who were extremely arrogant in front of the fifth palace master, would be so timid in front of the palace master's wife? Stop. The palace master's wife spoke. Instantly, everyone stopped in their tracks. Since you all know that your senior brother has accepted a disciple, and it's the first new disciple of the fifth palace in 100 years, shouldn't you show some appreciation? Was this considered extortion? But it was for Yixian. Yixian had an awkward expression on his face. The fifth hall was completely out of Yixian's expectations. This force seemed to be very interesting. The fifth hall only had a total of 6 elders. Compared to the other halls, their strength was not even worth mentioning. However, it had to be said that life here was much more casual. Of course. The 6 elders seemed to be very afraid of the palace mistress. At this moment, all of them ran up to Yixian and threw an interspatial ring to him. Obviously, they were prepared. After leaving behind the interspatial rings, the 6 elders left dejectedly. Yixian found it hilarious. However, someone laughed before Yixian did. It was senior brother Wang. It would be fine if he didn't laugh, but once he did, it would be a tragedy. Tian'er, come here. Senior brother Wang's full name was Wang Tianjin. Yes, he lived up to his name. Ah, mother, you're looking for me? Yes, let your father and Yixian have a good chat here. Come with mother. Mother wants to see if your cultivation has improved. Senior brother Wang's expression changed drastically. Obviously, he was very afraid. However, after the 2 of them left, the fifth palace master immediately returned to his previous state. Oh my god, they're finally gone. Fortunately, they didn't scold me this time. By the way, Yixian, you still have 3 senior brothers and 2 senior sisters, but they're all out on missions. This is a meeting gift for you. That group of scammers gave you so many good things and made me bleed. Well, if you have nothing to do, go play by yourself. If you want to cultivate, go directly to the cultivation pavilion and choose whatever you want to learn. Anyway, this old man won't give you anything carelessly. Let me think, is there anything else? Oh, that's right. If you want to go out and play, go look for your senior brother Wang. However, the 2 of you shouldn't go overboard. Otherwise, your master will definitely be taught a lesson by your master's wife. Oh right, help me keep an eye on your senior brother Wang. This guy is always running to the 7th palace and he always makes me his scapegoat. Tell him not to go there if he has nothing better to do. Damn it, he's such a disgrace. F***ck. Yixian was dumbfounded. This was his master? This was Yixian's F***king master in Emoshang Pavilion? Was he really here to teach him how to cultivate? Even when Yixian walked out of the main hall, he was still in a daze. He had met countless people and received many inheritances, but this was the first time Yixian had met such an eccentric master. It could be said that he was the only one. When Yixian walked out, he was even more stunned by the situation outside. The 5th palace had 300 disciples. It wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small number either. Because of their eccentric palace master, most of the disciples cultivated under the 6 great elders. However, these people's cultivation methods could also be called eccentric. There wasn't the slightest bit of unity that a large sect should have. Instead, they cultivated whatever they wanted, and their treasures were even more bizarre. Yixian even wondered if he had entered a camp of eccentrics. He even suspected that he hadn't come to a Moshang pavilion. Hey, it's junior brother Wang. Haha, junior brother Yi. Do you want to come with us to the back mountain to hunt for divine beasts? I heard that Li Ju was chased by a divine beast a few days ago. We're going to avenge him. Senior brothers, I won't go. Senior brother Wang dragged me to the 7th palace. You know senior brother Wang's temper. If I don't go, he'll definitely block my door again. Haha, junior brother Yi, good luck then. I heard that master's wife is coming out of seclusion in a few days. You two be careful not to be caught by her. You'll be in trouble then. Yes, thank you for the reminder, senior brother. Yixian had been in the 5th palace for some time. However, during this time Yixian truly understood how casual the 5th palace was. If you wanted to cultivate, then cultivate. No one would care. If you didn't want to cultivate, then it didn't matter. After master's wife came out of seclusion, those who didn't make any progress would be punished. In the entire 5th palace, from the palace master to the ordinary disciples, the only one they were afraid of was master's wife. However, master's wife cultivated a special cultivation method that allowed her to be in seclusion at all times. It could be said that if it weren't for the fact that she was worried about the 5th palace, master's wife wouldn't have come out of seclusion so frequently. However, when their master's wife came out, all of them, including the palace master, were cultivating obediently. However, when their master's wife went into closed-door cultivation, all of them revealed their true colors. It could be said that the 5th palace was truly not a place suitable for cultivation. Of course, Yixian didn't care about this. After all, he didn't come here to cultivate. But to be honest, it was this kind of environment that made Yixian feel a strong sense of belonging. Chapter 2182. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Hey, Yixian. Hurry up. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Do you think I'm you? Do you think I'd dare to come out if I didn't complete the task given to me by master's wife? But I heard that master's wife is coming out of seclusion. Let's see how you're going to explain yourself. Mother is coming out of seclusion. Yixian, don't scare me. What's the benefit of scaring you? No. But Kongyue and the others are going to Mo City to play today. I want to go too. Who cares? Anyway, I've completed my task. I'm not afraid. At this moment, the person in front of Yixian was none other than Wang Tiantian. During this period, Yixian's wife had been paying close attention to this genius disciple. It could be said that she knew very well what kind of place the 5th palace was. Therefore, every time she came out, she would definitely set a cultivation task for Yixian. Fortunately, Yixian wasn't worried at all. With the devouring system in hand, as long as Yixian had the resources, leveling up wouldn't be a problem. Therefore, Yixian became the person who leveled up the fastest in the 5th palace. In just half a year, it was difficult for the others to even improve their cultivation, let alone level up. However, Yixian had already reached the peak of the intermediate divine realm. Of course, this was mainly because the 5th palace master, the 6 great elders, and the other senior brothers had taken good care of Yixian. Wang Tianjin took out another treasure and handed it to Yixian. Here you go. Good stuff for refining the body. My dad got me two. One for you and the other for me. Well, let's make a deal. You have to tell me when the time comes that I've been cultivating with you every day. I say, senior brother Wang. Do you think master's wife will believe me? I don't care. At worst, I'll cultivate tomorrow. No matter what, we have to go to Mo City today. Come, let's go. Yixian didn't say anything. He was indeed preparing to leave for a while. During this period of time, he had been staying in the 5th hall and had not gone to see Fian. He also did not know how Fian was doing recently. Soon, they met up with Kong Yu and the others from the 7th palace and headed to Mo City together. The 7th palace was a branch that was almost entirely made up of female disciples. The rule of the 7th palace was that female disciples were easy to accept, but male disciples, unless they were peerless geniuses, could not even dream of entering. However, in reality there were very few male disciples who were recognized. This was also the reason why Wang Tianjin liked to run to the 7th palace. Junior brother Yi is also here? That's great. Our Jiaolinger has been looking forward to seeing junior brother Wang every day. Haha. Yixian had become familiar with this group of senior sisters since a long time ago. As for Linger, she was cute, and her cultivation had even attained the high-rank domain Enlightened Spirit God realm. She could be considered to be extremely formidable. However, it just so happened that she'd taken a liking to Yixian as soon as she laid eyes on Yixian. Yixian's usual way of doing things was to ignore them. This time was no exception as well, and he just smiled lightly. Senior brothers and senior sisters, I'm afraid I can't go with all of you this time. I intend to go to a place by myself. Junior brother Yi, where are you going? It was Linger who spoke these words, and her eyes were filled with concern. Oh, the place I'm going to isn't a secret. It's just the Mo City training camp. Everyone knows that I came from the Mo City training camp in the beginning, so I intend to go back and take a look. Is that so? Alright, feel free to go there, junior brother Yi. We'll send you a voice transmission when we return. Yixian nodded and directly left by himself. The benefit of being with this group of people was freedom. This group of disciples from the Mo City Pavilion seemed to be carefree all day long because practically all of them were the children of the Mo City Pavilion's elders or even the hall master. There was no pressure to cultivate here at all, and they didn't have the worry of finding resources. Perhaps ordinary disciples would have to risk their lives to obtain treasures, but they only had to ask their parents to obtain them. Yixian wasn't on the same side as them, but he could only join them because of Wang Tianjin. QWPM, of course, this was also to make it easier to investigate the secrets of the Mo City Pavilion. Unfortunately, it seemed that no one in the inner and outer 9 great halls knew about the first hall. The first hall seemed to be an isolated world. People only knew that everyone there was incomparably powerful. People only knew that as long as one was ambitious, one would want to enter the first hall. But they didn't know what was there. Of course, Yixian had set up layers of restrictions in Fian's residence. At the same time, Yixian also left enough cultivation resources for Fian. However, Yixian still couldn't let it go after such a long time. In other people's eyes, half a year might be just a blink of an eye, but in Yixian's eyes, half a year was indeed very long. Girl, are you there? Young master, why have you come to my place today? Could it be that something happened? Can't I come to see you if there's nothing? Oh right, are you used to this place? Young master has given me such a good cultivation environment. How could I not be satisfied? Young master can rest assured. I can cultivate here in peace. That's good. Yixian nodded. He wasn't really worried about anything. After all, once he cultivated, time passed very quickly. Only he, Yixian, didn't need to cultivate, so he had nothing to do every day. Suddenly, from Yixian's side, a stream of light flew straight to Fian. Whether it was Yixian or Fian, there were some differences. However, when he saw the stream of light, Yixian was even more puzzled. Wasn't this the spirit god winged spirit that senior brother Wang gave to Yixian? One had to know that during this period of time, it wasn't that Yixian hadn't studied this thing, but it didn't seem to be of any use. But today, he didn't expect that he would take the initiative to fly to Fian's side. Where did young master get this thing? He didn't expect Fian, who had always been calm, to be so excited when she saw the winged spirit. This was given to me by a senior brother when I didn't go to the pavilion today. Why? Does the girl like it? If you like it, you can take it. Really? Then this little girl thanks young master. Fian didn't refuse, and Yixian didn't mind. To be honest, Yixian had never understood the use of this winged spirit. Moreover, he didn't want to use the system. Now that he was fated with Fian, Yixian wouldn't be stingy. However, the next scene caused Yixian to be rather surprised. Fian seemed to have said a few strange words to the winged spirit. The winged spirit instantly turned into a pair of invisible wings and directly merged with Fian. This thing was actually a pair of wings. Yixian was greatly surprised. If he hadn't seen Fian, no one would have been able to discover this secret. Whether it was in Wang Tian's hands or in Yixian's hands, this winged spirit had always been treated as an ornamental object. Chapter 2183. Of course, the wings were secondary. The key was Fian's strength. She actually broke through to the peak of the heavenly god realm in one go. She directly surpassed Yixian. Yixian could be considered to have thoroughly experienced what was called opportunity. This was called opportunity. In the fifth palace, he often obtained some treasures, but his cultivation had only just reached the peak of the intermediate heavenly god realm. However, in the blink of an eye, Fian directly advanced to the peak of the upper-level heavenly god realm. This speed of advancement was simply even crazier than Yi Xian. Of course, Yi Xian was still happy for Fian's advancement. After continuing to chat with Fian for a while, Yi Xian received Wang Tianjin's voice transmission. It turned out that Master's wife had come out of seclusion early. She found that Wang Tianjin was not here and was currently angry. Yi Xian smiled slightly. This time there would be a good show to watch when he went back. Hee girl, you stay here and cultivate well. I'll go back first. Yes, young master. Fian nodded. Only after sending Yi Xian off did she turn around and go back. Yi Xian quickly found Wang Tianjin. At this time, Wang Tianjin's face was not looking good. It's over, it's over. Yi Xian, it's over. This time I'll definitely be punished. Why did mother come out of seclusion early? I'm dead for sure. Haha, senior brother Wang, when you came out I reminded you. You disloyal fellow, do you really want to see me make a fool of myself? That's right, why don't we just say that I'm here to accompany you and you're here to take a look at Mo Shang's training camp. Senior brother, I'm fine. However, I'm afraid that master's wife still won't let you off. Then what should I do? Yi Xian, junior brother Yi, quickly help me think of a way. Don't look at me. I have no way anyway. Yi Xian shrugged. This action was something he had learned from Wang Tianjin. You're such a boring guy. It's over, it's really over this time. Even if Yi Xian had a solution, he naturally wouldn't help him. This guy had never been willing to focus on cultivation. Although this wasn't a bad thing, the god realm was filled with danger. Let's not talk about the distant future. Let's talk about the Lingbo Lake. Sooner or later, the matter would blow up. If he really encountered danger one day, Wang Tianjin wouldn't be able to survive without any means of defense. Therefore, Yi Xian was actually very supportive of his master's wife controlling Wang Tian. After returning to the fifth palace as expected, Wang Tianjin was dragged out for the test. But surprisingly, Yi Xian was also dragged out. However, the person who pulled him back was not his master's wife, but his master. Master, where are you taking me? Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Usually, this master of his would not bother with such matters. What was going on today? Hurry up. If you're late, you'll be in trouble. Yi Xian had no choice but to run after his master. But when Yi Xian arrived, he found that there were already many disciples there. And it seemed that they were all waiting for him. Yi Xian, I thought you were going to give up this opportunity. Luckily, you arrived on time. Yi Xian's name was quite well known in the Mo Shang Pavilion. Mo Shang Training Camp. First place on the genius ranking. The moment he arrived, the 9 great palaces fought over him. In just half a year, he had risen several levels. It could be said that anything that happened when Yi Xian sat down was shocking. Therefore, even if Yi Xian did not want to be famous, it would be difficult. Greetings, Uncle Master. Alright, I won't say any more nonsense. I don't have much confidence in which mystic realm you're going to this time. Now, take out your battlefield teleportation talismans. You must remember that you're going to the ruins of the battlefield of the gods. Although there are countless opportunities there, there are also countless dangers. Therefore, no matter which one of you is there, once you meet your companions, you must stick together. In the battlefield of the gods, no sect can interfere. Therefore, fighting is inevitable. Do you understand? Battlefield of the gods? What's that? Yi Xian was momentarily unable to react. Fortunately, his master reminded him in time. It turned out that when Yi Xian had just joined the sect, an elder had given him something that seemed like a teleportation talisman, and it was the proof of passage to the battlefield of the gods. After every single battle between the over-gods, it was unavoidable that many treasures would be left behind on the battlefield. So, under the tacit agreement of the over-gods on both sides, such a trial was held. Of course, only those below the domain enlightened spirit god realm could enter, and they would be responsible for everything after they entered. Whether they lived or died, or whether they were able to obtain any fortuitous encounters, all depended on their own luck. Yi Xian was overjoyed when he found out about the situation. The battlefield of the gods, it's actually the battlefield of the gods. Even if he was only at the heavenly god realm and could only enter the outer battlefield, it was absolutely a rare opportunity. Alright, all of you take care of yourselves. The battlefield has been opened, and all of you can enter. Along with these words, all of them crushed their battlefield teleportation talismans. To be honest, these things were very difficult to obtain, and they could only be bestowed by the overgods. Even though there seemed to be over 100 people in possession of these teleportation talismans, there would definitely be hundreds of thousands of people entering if all the organizations from the overgods' worlds were included. However, the battlefield of the overgods was extremely vast, and these hundreds of thousands of people really wouldn't be able to cause much of a stir. After the battle ended, it was unavoidable that both sides would send people to clean up the battlefield first. In that case, there would be even fewer things left behind. However, this was the battlefield of the overgods after all, and even the weakest soldier was a peak heavenly god. If they could obtain even a single treasure, it would be a great profit. If they could obtain a ring of cosmos, it would be a great fortune. Yi Xian hadn't even understood what was going on when he was urged to crush his teleportation talisman. The only thing he knew was that once they entered the battlefield of the overgods, they could clean up the battlefield to their heart's content. The way to leave was to find the teleportation portal that they had left behind. Yi Xian knew nothing about anything else. This was an opportunity, but it was also a risk. Every time they entered the battlefield of the overgods, less than a third of the people would return alive. However, all those who returned would advance by leaps and bounds, obtaining great benefits. As a result, this was why no organization would hesitate at all when they received the notice that the battlefield of the overgods had opened. They would all send their most elite disciples over. There was a flash of light, and when Yi Xian returned to his senses, he had already appeared in a strange place. There was no sun in the sky here, but it was extremely bright. There were many fortresses erected here. These were the strongholds left behind during the battle. Chapter 2184. Yi Xian was at a loss. He did not know what to do next. Suddenly there was a burst of bright light in the distance. That light pierced through the clouds. It was so dazzling. Treasure! Yi Xian was shocked. He did not expect to find a treasure as soon as he arrived. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian's figure quickly charged forward. What treasure was that? What kind of treasure could emit such a bright light? It must be something extraordinary. Yi Xian was extremely fast. Soon he rushed into the fortress that was emitting the light. The fortress was huge, and the materials used to build it were not ordinary. However, at this moment it was extremely dilapidated. There were many broken walls, as if it was describing the cruelty of the battle. There were bloodstains everywhere. This also told Yi Xian that there had been a large-scale battle here. Of course, most of the corpses had been collected by the two parties. Boom! Suddenly, without any warning, a powerful force exploded and attacked Yi Xian. Ding! Detected that the host is under a powerful attack. The system notification sounded. Yi Xian did not hesitate and dodged to the side. A huge black beam of light hit the spot where Yi Xian was standing. In an instant the ground cracked. Who? Yi Xian was furious. Someone had sneakily attacked him. This was unforgivable. You can actually dodge my attack. Human kid, your luck is not bad. A voice sounded. Yi Xian had also locked on to the location. A figure covered in a huge black cloak walked out. He was 3 meters tall and had 6 arms. This meant that he was not human. System, what kind of monster is this? Ding. System checking. Ding. System notification. This person is from the Shura tribe. Host, please be careful. Shura tribe? What kind of tribe is that? Ding. System notification. The Shura tribe is a branch of the demon tribe. The Shura tribe has special divine powers. Host, please be careful. So that was it. Who would have thought that Yi Xian would meet a foreign god again in the Master God's battlefield? However, what was going on with the Azura tribe? Could it be a race under the command of another overgod? Yi Xian couldn't be sure. After all, an overgod's world was huge. Yi Xian wouldn't know if there were any foreign races in the overgod's world. However, there was one thing that he was sure of. Since this guy had attacked him, he could not be a friend. System, how is his strength? Ding. System notification. This person is a superior grade 5 heavenly god. High level 5 heavenly god? Yixian was now a pinnacle mid-level heavenly god, which meant that he was a mid-level 9th level heavenly god. There was only a difference of 5 levels between them. In that case, Yixian had the confidence to take him down. Humph, you dare to sneak attack me? Yixian looked at the Azura tribesman. He had already drawn the Godslayer and was ready to fight at any moment. Haha, human brat, sneak attacking you? How did I sneak attack you? I wanted to kill you fair and square. I'll give you 2 choices. First, leave behind your Qian Kuan ring and all the treasures on you. Then you can leave here alive. Second, if you can't bear to part with the treasures, then I'll come and take them myself. What an arrogant tone. Why? Did he think that just because Yixian's cultivation level was lower than his, he could defeat Yixian? Haha, sure. I'll give you another choice. Hand over your shard of godhood and I'll spare your life. Yixian said calmly, but his tone was cold. You're courting death. Seeing that Yixian had decided to resist, the Azura tribesman instantly went into battle mode. Each of his 6 hands held a magic treasure. He controlled all 6 magic treasures to attack Yixian at the same time. Suppress. Boom! QWPM, a huge mountain suddenly appeared and pressed down on Yixian. This was the Azura tribesman's #1 magic treasure, Mountain Suppression. A special mountain peak was sealed in this magic treasure. Once it was used, it could crush the enemy with absolute power. Fortunately, the system had activated its warning system. Hence, Yixian had already dodged the attack when Mountain Hill Town launched its attack. Hence, Yixian was not hurt. However, as soon as the first attack arrived, the Azura tribesman's attacks began to come one after another. Slash. Rip. A huge wave of sword chi rushed towards Yixian. Yixian had no time to dodge. Fortunately, the sword chi's power was average and the god-slaying sword's defense was enough to block it. However, Yixian wouldn't be able to dodge the next attack. The magic treasures on this fellow's 6 hands were all extraordinary. The 6 magic treasures took turns to attack, and for a moment, they actually caused Yixian to continuously retreat. He could only defend and didn't have the ability to counterattack. Damn it! Yixian was shocked. If this continued, he would definitely lose. Thousand Beast Sword Servant. Yixian did not hesitate. He summoned the Thousand Beast Sword Servant. As soon as the Thousand Beast Sword Servant appeared, it used its ultimate move. Thousand Beasts Attack. God level mount. Crush him. Boom. 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 God level mounts appeared one after another. As soon as they appeared, they charged towards the Azura tribesmen. The earth-shattering aura caused the Azura clansmen who were caught off guard to be aghast. Human boy, you can summon so many powerful beasts. You must have some special magic treasures on you. However, from today onwards those magic treasures are mine. Do you think you're the only one who can summon war beasts? I can do it too. Come out, my partner Azura. Yaksha. This guy had also summoned his war beasts, but they were not divine beasts. They were Azura and Yaksha. Kid, I'll let you experience the might of the Azura and Yaksha I meticulously refined. Haha, my 2 little darlings have not eaten fresh human flesh for a very long time. You should be honored to be able to become their food. Only an idiot would be willing to become the food of these 2 ugly monsters. Yixian's brows raised when he heard this. He paid no attention to the Azura tribesmen at all, and he just urged his mount to charge over. In next to no time, his mount had entered into battle with the Azura and Yaksha. However, those 2 fellows were monsters with 6 hands as well. Moreover, they possessed cultivations at the domain enlightened spirit god realm. For a time, Yixian's mount was unable to defeat them. Not to mention that he had the help of the Azura tribesmen. It could be said that having 6 hands was much more advantageous than having 2. However, so what? Suddenly Yixian tossed the Godslayer over. Wei Zhentian directly took control of the Godslayer and joined the battle. The Godslayer was a sword, so it could disregard many Azura tribesmen's attacks. However, with Wei Zhentian as its artifact spirit, the Godslayer was able to erupt with extremely formidable combat strength, and the Azura tribesman was utterly unable to defend against it. 2 rays of light shot out at the same time. It was the Godslayer slash. However, their targets were the Asura and Yaksha. Chapter 2185. To be more precise, it was an instant kill. It wasn't strange for critical strikes to occur. After all, the Godslayer would naturally erupt with critical strikes when facing a Xenorace expert. However, it was quite rare for both swords to trigger the one-hit kill effect. My Asura. My Yaksha. Damn it. Human kid. I'll kill you. The Asura clansman was simply on the verge of going mad when he saw his two combat beasts being killed. With his cultivation, refining domain enlightened spirit god realm Asuras and Yakshas wasn't so easy. Unlike the human race, the Asura clan had a tradition that only their own things could be refined. In other words, he'd gone through great difficulty and danger to refine these two Asura and Yaksha, and they were his greatest pride. It was precisely by relying on his ability to surmount his realm of cultivation to refine Asura and Yaksha that he'd obtained the opportunity to enter the high god battlefield. At this moment, how could he not be furious when he saw his greatest pride being killed so easily by Yixian? Unfortunately, so what if he was furious? He was completely surrounded by god-rank mounts now, and Wei Jintian was controlling the Godslayer and preparing to launch a surprise attack at any moment. In such a situation, the Asura clansman was already destined to be defeated. However, Yixian didn't have any intention to kill him right away. After all, it was the first time Yixian had encountered an Asura clansman, so who knew if he would encounter one in the future? This Asura clansman was clearly slightly careless, so Yixian needed to know more about the Asura clan. Spiritual sense control. Yixian directly activated spiritual sense control. This fellow was completely surrounded by god-rank mounts now, and he had to fight with all his might. So, he wasn't able to defend himself in time when he was suddenly invaded by divine sense. In merely the blink of an eye, Yixian had taken complete control of him. Master! The god-rank mounts retreated while the Godslayer returned to Yixian's side. On the other hand, the Asura clansman had already knelt on the ground. Yixian didn't take control of this fellow forever. In Yixian's opinion, taking control of this fellow forever wouldn't benefit him at all. Alright, tell me everything you know about the Asura tribe. Yixian collected all kinds of magic treasures and cosmos rings from the Asura clan member, while listening to his narration. As expected, he wasn't someone from Yixian's overgod's world. He was from a different race. Yixian learned from the Asura tribesmen that there were countless races in the Master God's realm, and the human tribe was the lowest in status. Yixian seemed to have understood why he, the Lord God, kept waging war. Damn it, damn it. Suddenly, that guy let out an extremely angry roar. Are you awake now? Then you can die now. This time, Yixian's control lasted less than 2 hours. Although Yixian managed to obtain some information during this time, it was still too short. It seemed that the spiritual sense control skill still had some flaws. Of course, now was not the time to talk about this. The god-slaying sword flew out abruptly and killed that person with a single slash. Devouring hand. Yixian couldn't devour the body of the Asura tribesman, but Asura and Yaksha could. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through. You are now a first-class superior divine god. Previously, Yixian had devoured many magic treasures. This time, after devouring the bodies of Asura and Yaksha, he unexpectedly broke through to the intermediate divine god realm. What a pauper! I thought he would give me something good, but there's nothing. Yixian looked at the Asura tribesman's cosmos ring and felt a little depressed. Most of the items in this guy's cosmos ring were black stones. Most importantly, they were of no use to Yixian. Fortunately, Yixian's target wasn't this Asura tribesman. After dealing with this person, Yixian quickly walked towards the interior of the ruins. Just what kind of treasure was able to emit such a powerful light just now? However, when Yixian arrived, he was shocked to find that there was no treasure at all. This was all a scam by the Asura tribesman. He had deliberately used a special method to emit the treasure light in order to attract people here, so that he could kill them and steal the treasure. Yixian didn't know if this guy's trick had worked before, but this time he had targeted Yixian. Obviously, he had targeted the wrong person. However, although Yixian knew that there was no treasure here, the others didn't. Therefore, Yixian wasn't the only one who had been attracted by the treasure light. It's here. The treasure must be inside. A group of people rushed over. These guys were quite lucky. At least they weren't like Yi Xian, who had been transported here alone. However, they were also unlucky. They didn't expect to find Yi Xian instead of the treasure they were looking for. Someone's here? Looks like someone got here first. Kid, hand over the treasure and you can leave. Otherwise, we can only do it ourselves. All of these people were at the domain enlightened spirit god realm. Yi Xian knew that it was useless even if he tried to explain himself, because in their eyes, they were certain that he had seized the treasure. I know. Let me tell all of you that I've just arrived here and haven't noticed anything. You'll definitely not believe me. However, I'm telling the truth. There really is nothing here. Kid, do you think we'll believe you just because you say that? Hand over the treasure and you can leave. Otherwise, you can dream of leaving alive today. Yi Xian shook his head. His god rank mount had entered a period of cooldown, so it was utterly impossible for Yi Xian to deal with so many of them by himself. Looks like I can only retreat for now. I told you that there are no treasures here. As for whether you believe me or not, that's your problem. Megatron. Even though Megatron had become the artifact spirit of the Godslayer sword, he hadn't lost his original ability. So Yi Xian directly summoned Megatron and transformed it into a flying sword. QWPM, perhaps treasures like flying swords had really fallen behind in the God realm. However, it wasn't impossible to use them in some special environments. For example, it would be inconvenient to utilize large magic treasures like flying boats within the ruins of the fort. Yi Xian didn't waste any time, and he directly leaped onto Megatron and fled at full speed. Pursue him. Damn it. This fellow definitely seized the treasure. Pursue him and the treasure will be ours. When they saw Yi Xian flee directly, they were even more certain that Yi Xian was the person that seized the treasure here. In an instant, numerous rays of light appeared incessantly, and it was those people who were controlling their flying magic treasures to pursue Yi Xian. Unfortunately, they'd underestimated Yi Xian's speed. Yi Xian didn't know how much time had passed, but fortunately, he'd already escaped his pursuers. However, Yi Xian could simply be said to have been in a panic just now, and he hadn't carefully observed where he was heading at all. Chapter 2186. Unknowingly, he had actually charged into the core region of the battlefield. It should be known that in the Master God's battlefield, super experts would fall at any time. Even though the Master God's battlefield was a supreme existence created by two Master Gods, the chaos inside was still unimaginable to ordinary people. In the battlefield of the sovereigns, the most dangerous thing was not the other people fighting for treasures, nor were the traps that could appear at any time. Instead, it was endless negative emotions. Ding! System prompt, please take note. Host, please take note. Host, please leave this place immediately. Otherwise, your mind will be eroded by the endless killing intent, and you may even lose your nature. The system's warning sounded. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Without any hesitation, he released his divine sense and set up a strong protection around his body. At least this way, he could resist the endless killing intent for a short period of time. In the core zone, endless killing intent and countless remnant thoughts filled the entire space. These were all left behind by the super experts. Madness, bloodshed, brutality, wailing, crying, and other negative emotions filled the core zone of the creator space. From time to time, the echoes of the experts' battles could be heard. What was the echo of battle? Echoes were easy to understand, and the echoes of battle referred to the various powerful attacks unleashed by some super experts during battle. Even after millions of years, there would still be traces of them. Back then, the sword intent in the Lingbo Lake was actually a kind of echo. One could only imagine how terrifying this was. Yi Xian didn't dare to make the slightest movement. He didn't feel it when he rushed in, but now Yi Xian knew how terrifying this place was. Die! Boom! A bolt of lightning exploded in an instant, shattering even the void. However, this was not real. It was an illusion that possessed great power. Yi Xian clearly knew that it was just a replay of the battle. However, he'd only seen it once and was intimidated by the auras of the two experts. Poochie! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Xian was seriously injured. So powerful. They were really strong. Even though they had been dead for tens of thousands of years, the afterimages they left behind were still able to severely injure Yi Xian. Yi Xian knew that if he stayed, he would only be waiting for death. Therefore, no matter how dangerous it was, Yixian had to leave this place. On the side of Yixian, there was the ruins of a fortress. Clearly, a battle had broken out there. It could be said that the more dangerous a place was, the more dangerous it was. However, Yixian had no other choice. If Yixian stayed outside, the afterimages of battle that could appear at any time, or even the corrosion of killing intent and negative emotions would be enough to kill him. However, if they went to the fortress, they would have some hope of surviving. This was a test. Either Yixian could find a way to survive in the ruins of the fortress, or Yixian would be left outside to die. As for which choice to make, it was already very obvious. Between waiting for death and taking a gamble, Yixian naturally chose the latter. Ding! Warning! Warning! Please leave this place immediately. Please leave this place immediately. The system kept sending out warnings, but Yixian could only smile bitterly. Of course he wanted to leave, but he could only take one step at a time. First of all, the pressure here made it impossible for Yixian to move at full speed. Just the inexplicable echo attacks that appeared from time to time were enough to force Yixian to move forward slowly. Boom! A loud sound rang in his ears. Yixian didn't need to turn around to know that it was just an afterimage of a battle. However, even if he knew, what could he do? The pressure from the afterimage still injured Yixian. Move forward step by step, constantly moving forward. Yixian had no choice. Everything depended on the will of the heavens. Perhaps the will of the heavens was still on Yixian's side. Therefore, he successfully entered the ruins of the fortress. Just as Yixian had expected, there were more and more afterimages here, and Yixian was injured time and time again. Yixian was helpless. He could only grit his teeth and move forward. There was nothing else he could do. These attacks were not targeted at Yixian. These attacks were just afterimages, and they were just afterimages, but they were already enough to make Yixian so miserable. One could imagine how powerful these afterimages were left behind by powerful experts. One could also imagine how cruel this battlefield of the sovereigns was. Yixian's divine consciousness was attacked time and time again. There were even a few times when it was almost broken through. If his divine consciousness defense was broken through, it was possible that in the blink of an eye, Yixian would be corroded by the killing intent here and turn into a walking corpse. As for Yixian's body, it was even worse. It was damaged time and time again, and then repaired time and time again with the help of his powerful bloodline. However, before the wounds from the last time could be completely healed, new wounds would arrive. If someone saw Yixian's appearance now, they would probably not be able to confirm whether he was a person or not. This was because apart from his silhouette, he did not look like a person at all. This was the battlefield of the sovereigns, a powerful and cruel battlefield of the sovereigns. There's light. Suddenly, Yixian saw a ray of light in front of him. It seemed to be something like a door. Yixian was not in the mood to investigate. He walked in almost instinctively. However, the moment he walked in, he fainted. After an indeterminate amount of time, or at least Yixian did not know how much time had passed. Finally, Yixian's body moved slightly. With the help of his powerful bloodline, Yixian, who was about to lose all signs of life, finally woke up. However, Yixian was still extremely weak. Yixian smiled bitterly. This time he had suffered a great loss. Most importantly, he did not know how to get out of here again. He could not possibly be trapped here forever. Ding! System notification. Host has triggered the effect of life and death refinement. Body's recovery ability has temporarily decreased. Ding! System notification. Host has suffered a serious injury. Host's cultivation level has temporarily decreased. Host's current cultivation level has dropped to lower rank 1 true god. Another piece of bad news. Then what other bad news was there? Why not say it all at once? Fortunately, there wasn't any bad news after that. Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. Host has entered a special sealed space. Special sealed space? What did that mean? Yixian sat up. Currently, Yixian was extremely weak. However, the situation around him made him feel strange. At first, Yixian did not notice it. However, now Yixian realized that the place he was in was like a water surface. There were stars in the sky. The reflection under the water surface was another starry sky. What was going on? Chapter 2187. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless fantasy translation. Other than the surface of the lake, there was nothing else. Even Yixian was lying on the surface of the lake. Where was this place? Yixian stood up and casually walked a few steps. At this moment he was surrounded by stars. It was a very strange feeling. If not for Yixian being able to walk around here, he would have suspected that he had fallen into the stars. Suddenly, just as Yixian was feeling puzzled, a huge illusory figure appeared. The figure was so huge that just one eye was enough to make Yixian feel like it was comparable to a planet. Even Yixian could not see the full extent of the illusory figure. Finally someone came in. It was only 7 words, but the illusory figure spoke for almost 2 hours. These 7 words had been spoken for 2 hours. One could imagine how Yixian felt. "Who are you?" Yixian asked. However, he regretted it the moment the words left his mouth because he knew that it would take at least 2 hours for the illusory figure to reply. "Aha, who am I? You actually asked who I am? You came into my space, don't you know who I am? I am Mirror Image Fate." Sure enough, Yixian's prediction was right. This time he waited for half a day. Yixian was about to doze off from waiting. Yixian was speechless at the way the illusory figure was talking. Yixian did not dare to ask any random questions in the following conversation. He had to get to the point. "How can I leave this place?" Yixian asked the question he wanted to know the most. "If you want to leave this place, it's very simple. As long as you can walk out, as long as you can subdue me, then you can come out." Wasn't this nonsense? Yixian was speechless. If he could walk out, would he still need this guy to tell him? Helpless, Yixian could only get up and start investigating. This investigation lasted for 2 whole days. However, they didn't find anything during these 2 days. However, 2 days later, that voice sounded again. "I can give you a hint. As long as you can defeat the 8 guardians inside and outside the realm, you will be able to walk out." After all this time, that guy was just taking a breather. Damn it. While he was taking a breather, Yixian had already spent 2 days here. Right now, Yixian was basically certain that he was actually in the space of the Mirror Image Fate. This was also why it was so difficult for him to converse with the shadow. Who would have thought that Yixian, who had come here to search for treasures, would fall into the treasure space before he could find any. However, without this Mirror Image Fate, Yixian would probably be in for a tragedy. QWPM defeating the 8 Great Protectors? Fortunately, the goal was quite clear. This way, Yixian would not be too confused. With a target in mind, Yixian knew what to do next. In the beginning, Yixian had thought that the 8 Great Protectors were the shadow of the artifact spirit of Mirror Image Fate, because a magic treasure could only have one artifact spirit. Therefore, Yixian naturally thought that it was the shadow of the artifact spirit. However, when Yixian really met the first guardian, he realized that he was the one who had misunderstood. This guardian was a kind of inheritance. If one said that it was a living being, it indeed had the characteristics of a living being. If one said that it was an object, it was indeed an object. Yixian did not know what it was at all. And the so-called defeat was not entirely a battle. From the moment he saw the first guardian, Yixian already knew. "Little guy, welcome to my world. I don't care who you are, nor can I do anything about it. However, since you can come to Mirror Image Fate, then it is fate between you and me. I was originally one of the 10 great generals under the Master God, but I fell into an enemy's ambush and died here. At the last moment, I used my natal magic treasure to refine Mirror Image Fate. I did so because I did not want this mirror image ultimate skill to end in my hands. Little guy, I don't know what your potential is like, so I set up an eternal seal. If you can learn my mirror image mystique, then you can leave this place. However, if you can't learn it, you will stay here forever until your divine meridians dry up." The mirror image mystique is divided into 7 levels. The first 7 inherited mirror images each have a level of inheritance, and the 8th inherited mirror image is a puppet that I refined. As long as you can defeat it, you can leave this place and Mirror Image Fate will be gifted to you as well. Work hard. Inheritance Mirror Image Mystique? Treasure hunting, treasure hunting. However, Yixian did not expect that he would find the treasure in such a way. From this moment onwards, Yixian could only choose to cultivate. This was because if he wanted to leave, there was no other way but to learn the mirror image mystique. Time flew by like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. At this moment in the outside world, Mo Shangji's fifth hall master was pleading in despair. Senior brother, wait a little longer. Wait a month. This is the last month. I believe that Yi Xian will be fine. He will definitely be able to come out. Behind the fifth hall master, almost all the disciples of the fifth hall had gathered. Today was the day that the Master God's battlefield would close. 1 year. If Yi Xian had not come out after 1 year, then it was basically certain that he would not be able to come out. The flow of time in the Master God's space was different from the outside world. After all, it was built for battle. Therefore, 1 day in the outside world was 50 days in the Master God's space. In other words, although it had only been a year in the outside world, Yi Xian had been trapped for a full 50 years. In the Master God's world, Mo Shanggu was only a small faction. Naturally, they could only enter the outermost regions. Even if their disciples wanted to enter further, their cultivation was not enough. In the Master God's battlefield, there were countless teleportation portals. This was because every ruined fortress had a teleportation portal. In fact, no disciples had returned in the past half a year. The suggestion to close the teleportation portals had not just been made today. It was because of the fifth hall's insistence that it had been delayed until now. Junior brother, I know that you are worried about your disciple. However, it has already been a year. If Yi Xian still hasn't come out, I'm afraid that he has already met his end. You know that maintaining the teleportation portals requires a large amount of resources. We can't just wait here and do nothing. Senior brother, just 1 month. It's the last month. Furthermore, the fifth hall will provide all the resources. If Yi Xian still hasn't come out after a month, I will not stop you.